share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. C.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Welcome
morning.
in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I usually don't do the intro, so this is kind of strange. Mr. E is actually at a doctor's appointment with one of our kids, so he is going to be joining us a little bit later. Actually 3 in a row, which is insane. And then there's one this afternoon. So welcome in. I see. How are you doing today, Aunt E?
I'm good. I've had a busy morning, but ready to start watching some of these witnesses testify again on the case. So exciting.
Well, I've got a holder spot for Mr. E right now. So when he gets here, he can join us. I see Ty Bay Lux. Welcome back in. Welcome in, Becky Paraminter. Nice to see you. Oh, and Tiffany. Oh, my goodness. It's been so long. Oh, my gosh.
And
Oh,
Tiffany renewed her membership too, she said. She didn't like not being green.
Well, we have missed you so much. We have missed you so much. I'm so happy you're here. And good morning again, Rosebud. You guys are just tried and true. I appreciate you. And Roller Girl, welcome in. And MTB or MTV, she's got some meetings this morning, but she's going to be listening in. Welcome. Oh, and Guidance is here. Welcome in, Guidance.
Oh, thank you, Yaya.
Oh, Yaya. Whoops. Sorry. Yaya says, yes, I turned on Court TV and rewound and made it widescreen so I didn't have to see chat. Rather be here. Oh, you are so sweet. Oh, and Grandma Chachi's here.
Good morning, Grandma.
And also, all I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. That is so true. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I'm glad you guys are here. We know that this is not a very I don't know if popular is the right word, but it's not typically what we cover, but we all feel very passionate about this case. I kind of brought this to Aunt E and Mr. E and said, this is really important. This baby deserves justice. So,
well, I also like the fact that we are getting to see how TBI runs investigations, because it gives us some insight into the Sebastian Rogers case and gives us some ideas of how they go about doing what they do and what evidence that they bring forward. So I'm excited to learn those things and see how they compare.
That's kind of it's kind of I don't know, double 2 times what's important. So I think it is giving me some insight to how things are done, especially with learning about the Amber Alerts and the CPS reports. It just kind of gives us an idea of maybe we can figure out what they're doing with Sebastian. And
I like what All I Need said. True crime does include justice, and this is the final stage. Absolutely.
Exactly. And it's good to see people get justice for their crimes. So we are, sorry, go ahead.
Bliss Blessing said, I loved getting to watch this with everyone and agreed. Let's see how TBI will handle the Sebastian case. And I agree. I think it's fun too, just to have kind of a small group so that we can kind of talk through it as we're seeing the witnesses and give comments. And I love the respectful chat that we have. We don't have people trying to start drama and causing problems. We just really want to analyze this case and the trial and how it goes forward.
Oh, I saw somebody hating on us on Twitter earlier today, and I just blocked them because I don't know. I'm not doing that.
We don't watch the other hate channels that talk about us. We've just kind of made it our policy that we don't get into it and we stay completely out of it. They can say the most horrible things about us they want. We don't care. We don't listen to them. And if people bring it to us, we just kind of say, thank you for letting us know. But, we're not going to watch or listen.
Oh, Tiffany. She gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. That is so sweet. We appreciate you. And also, I forgot to say hi to Bliss Blessing too. And Rosebud, I'm glad you're covering because there are so few channels who don't do it without the drama. That's true. Oh, and good morning, Michelle. Is it Steyer? Is that how you'd say that?
Steyer?
Yeah. Did I say Michelle?
No.
Okay.
Yes, I think you may have.
Cheryl. I'm telling you guys, I haven't had all of my coffee this morning.
And Bliss Blessing says she has many blocked. We do too. We just block them. We don't need that in our lives. We're doing what we're doing because we feel passionate about it and we don't care. They can talk about us all day and say horrible things. We know the truth, and you guys know us from the way we conduct our show and our business and the way we share with you. And we're just not into that. It's just not, we're way above it.
Tiffany, thank you so much. I don't have a little, oh, and if you received the gifted membership from Tiffany, would you please tell her thank you? That was so kind of you. You're so sweet. These types of streams don't get a lot of revenue. We were joking about that. I think we've made $10 on the revenue as far as that. And we've been doing like 6-hour streams. We were joking about that. So that's very nice. The memberships do help us a lot and keep us afloat. We really do appreciate that. Grandma Chachi says, I'm glad you're covering this case. I think all cases are important. Sad when the monsters are the momsters. No kidding. Oh, that's funny. Rosebud pulled out the percolator this morning.
I have a percolator, and
I know you've been bragging about it.
Love it.
Oh, I didn't see you, precious lavender buttons.
So much better. Quality is so much better. Mine's not stronger. It just depends on how many scoops I put in, but mine's really not stronger when I use the percolator. It just is so much smoother. It doesn't have any bitterness.
I don't have a song for Tiffany. I need to make a members like a gifting membership song. I'll tell you that my favorite one is the super chat song. But
yes.
Anyway, well, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Heather. We're so happy you're here.
For those of you that are here, if you don't mind just quickly giving us a like, just so we get a few likes today because our numbers are low. But if you would do that, we'd really appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Yaya. We try to explain it as we go along. She says, I don't know details about this case, and I like it here because y'all explain things good. Well, thank you. We try to, for people jumping in and out and just catching part of it, we try to make it so that you kind of have a little bit of background knowledge.
Rosebud says, I like it when the spoon stands straight up in my pocket.
Yeah,
me too.
Not me. Not that strong.
Too. Well, I guess I'm going to go ahead and share and get going. Did you want to go over anything? You were running through the. I had to leave yesterday for a doctor's appointment because that's our entire life is we have to drive an hour each way to get to doctor's appointments every day right now. So I got to hear a little bit, but I really didn't get to grasp what was going on there towards the end.
We did hear from Tommy, which was Megan's father. He was the first witness, and he choked up a little bit, very nervous. There were times you could even tell he was shaking on the stand. I mean, like his whole body was shaking. So that was somebody we heard from yesterday. We heard from a couple of her friends. She had one friend that she went to see after Megan had disappeared that was having a baby in the hospital. We heard from her.
Yeah.
And we heard from another friend that was continuing today. That's where we'll pick up today. This second friend was kind of her best friend. She was very local and tried to help her out. And she will finish her testimony this morning during cross-examination. So that's where we'll start today with her. There were a couple other insignificant witnesses. One was a man that cleaned the trailer, that worked at the trailer park where Megan was staying. Her dad had put her up in a trailer there. He
Oh,
owns the trailer park.
that was
And
disgusting.
yes, and they showed pictures of how disgusting the trailer was, that she lived in, the filth that she lived in with the baby, diapers that were molded to the floor, open jugs of milk in the oven. And he said he had to wear a gas mask, one of those respirator things, to be able to clean it. And they did show some pictures of that. Another young man testified that just had his sister was good friends with Megan, but she had passed away, and he had taken Megan to the sheriff's office to report the Evelyn missing. There just some different people. Actually, the pediatrician spoke yesterday. Evelyn's pediatrician spoke. She talked about that she did meet her on time appointments throughout the first 11 months of Evelyn's life. She did go to the appointments. She did not see any signs of concern, which I thought was important. There were no signs of injury or concern with the doctor, and she said they would have reported it had they seen that. Also, the receptionist at the doctor's office was on the stand, and then followed by the pediatrician. And that was kind of the gist of the day. They did show some diagramming of the land where Evelyn's body was found. And that was about it. That was about
Yeah.
it. We ended the day with her friend, who, like I said, that's where we'll start off with the cross-examination today of her. I don't think she'll be on long. I would say she will just be on a few minutes, and they'll go to the first witness. And I think the next witness after that is going to be the hotel clerk, where she sometimes frequented an Econo Lodge in that area. And we're going to hear from her. And then that's where I did not get to watch the rest of it today. So that's where I left off. So we'll go back at the beginning.
Well, I want to say hello to Tinks. Welcome in. We appreciate you. And real quick, Precious Lavender Button said, my Keurig machine exploded yesterday with toasted coconut mocha cup. Got to figure out how to clean chai latte. Hope it gets the caffeine I need. LOL. Oh my goodness. Actually, Aunt E, I don't know if you guys realize this, but Aunt E's my big sister, and I need to ask her, how do I my Keurig's blinking.
Oh, it means you probably have to descale it. It's a hassle. You can buy, actually, even Dollar Tree has descaler, but you just run it through. So it'll tell on the bottle, but you'll run through it. You'll add descaler and water, and you'll run
I
it
don't want to do
through.
that.
It takes a long time because it'll tell you to fill up the side thing twice and run it through twice. So you're talking like a bazillion cups, and you run all that through. Then you run plain water through to make sure all the descaler's out. And mine still blinks descaler ever since I did the first descaling. It's never been right since.
Yeah, says I can use vinegar also.
You can use white vinegar. I use the descaler. Neither one work as far as making my light shut off. And I'm pretty
I know.
with it.
Yeah, I
And
know.
it still does it.
She's on top of that stuff. That's why I ask her, because she's the big sister that's all super organized and in charge, and I'm the little sister that just kind of gets fussed at until they do something. So, but anyway,
Not true.
well, we're going to try to get Granny here in chat. I don't know. We told her to chat with us today. We'll see if she will. You guys need to encourage her.
She's been watching every day.
Oh, Women's Warrior, welcome in. Okay, it's good to see you. I'm delaying starting, so I'm going to start.
Okay, yeah, let's get going so we can start to some discussion and chat about who we're seeing today. But we will start with Megan, what they consider really Megan's best friend, and she's being cross-examined today. And
just want to point out to you, Aunt E, that her hair in the back is not getting any better.
No, it's just like brush your hair.
Maybe they don't have that. Well, I was going to say maybe her attorneys could bring her a hairbrush.
You've
Wouldn't you
got
think
male.
they would?
You've got male attorneys. They're
Okay.
not thinking about her hair.
Oh, okay. That's true.
If you had
Good
a
point.
female attorney that was a defense attorney, she would make sure that she looked presentable.
That's true. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. Whoops. I'm echoing. Okay.
And Rosebud, you're right. I think that there may have been some issues. We've not heard anything about drugs yet, or that she was a drug user, but there was rumor that she was born a drug baby. So Megan herself was born a drug baby. So there may be some dependency issues.
Well, good morning, Diane. Welcome in. I'm looking at Mr. E's monitor. Oh, and Brown Eyed Girls, good morning. Yes, Mr. E will be here a little bit later. He told me to go ahead and do it. I said, "Are you sure?" And he said, "Yeah, go ahead." So,
Grandma Chachi, yes. After seeing the conditions of her house, I'm surprised that she looks as good as she does.
okay, I'm going to skip ahead to them getting back in court. Does anybody care if I skip over the welcome in and all that?
And I think you could probably do it on 1.25 because they talk so slow.
Yeah, I do have it on 1.25. So, all right, let's get started.
He might be the DA.
Good morning, Ms. Hawkins.
Good morning.
I personally apologize that we've had to carry you over to the second day. I know that's hard for you. Certainly wasn't purposeful. I want you to know that. We heard a lot of testimony yesterday that you were one of Megan's closest friends. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah.
And that you had known her for some time, even through high school years, before Evelyn was born.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And I imagine that you got to know Megan quite well. And you were around when Evelyn was born. Spent a lot of time with Megan and both Evelyn the first year of Evelyn's life.
They look
Would that
like
be a fair
babies.
statement?
Yes.
And during any of that time, in those 12 months, first 12 months up to Evelyn's first birthday, did you ever see any signs of abuse or neglect?
Thank you, Yaya.
Evelyn.
You're the sweetest.
The only thing that I ever really noticed was every now and again I would look back and she wouldn't be buckled up correctly, but we would just buckle her up.
Understand. I guess what I'm saying is you never saw any injuries on Evelyn that gave you concern.
No.
You never saw.
Okay, that's a good point. I didn't see a court reporter either. That's odd. Maybe they changed seats, or I don't know. That's weird.
Anything on Evelyn. She appeared to be thriving well. You didn't have any concerns that she wasn't being fed or cared for.
No.
You didn't have any concerns.
She
that
does look like
was
Susan
being
Smith.
physically abused.
No.
And I imagine, regardless of your relationship with Megan, had you suspected those, it's quite clear yesterday from your testimony you left Evelyn, you wouldn't have stood for that regardless of your relationship with Megan, would you?
No.
Okay. And in this time that you were spending with Megan, did you ever hear Megan say or indicate that she didn't love Evelyn?
No.
Did you ever hear Megan say or indicate that she no longer wanted Evelyn and would maybe consider giving her up for adoption?
No.
Did you ever hear Megan say that Evelyn was an inconvenience on her life?
No.
You're familiar with Megan's background and her family situation. You're aware that Megan was in foster care, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Evelyn was born while Megan was in foster care. And would it be fair to say that the one consistent love in Megan's life was Evelyn?
Yes.
Above everything, her family?
Yeah.
Because we're going to object to her being able to get into the defendant's head on how she's feeling about people in her life.
What a question for you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, were you aware that Megan had some fractured or broken relationships?
Yes.
Did it appear that Evelyn was the one constant thing that brought Megan joy?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, were you aware that, you know who Tommy Boswell, do you know who Tommy Boswell is?
Yes.
That's Megan's father. You familiar with his girlfriend?
Yeah.
Do you have personal knowledge that Tommy's girlfriend wanted to spank Evelyn?
Objection.
Second part over.
Ms. Hawkins, in all the time that you spent together with Megan, Megan, did you ever see her spank or hit Evelyn?
No.
That's all the questions we got.
We agree.
No, nothing, Your Honor.
She proved that.
Judge, I don't oppose that.
And she
I can have
produced
just one second.
They had some objection to bringing up Ashley.
Bailey, did you know Hunter Wood?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the defendant, Megan Boswell, was in a relationship with Hunter Wood?
Why would that be a question? I mean, why would that be objected?
I don't know.
I mean, why would they object to that? Yes,
don't
I'm sure
know.
this young girl is nervous. They're almost done with her, though. This is like the last question.
I doubt if we'll get 1,000 likes, but if we do, we can play the machete video. If Tiffany's still here.
For those of you just dropping in, we're still on day 3 of the Megan Boswell trial.
Thank you. And were you aware that they were in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Did you personally ever see Hunter around baby Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
We cross.
None, Your Honor.
All right. She released from her stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hawkins, thank you for your testimony.
And so they're going to release her now. She's done. Will Megan take the stand? We did a survey yesterday. What was the end result of our survey?
I don't remember. I'll do it again. I keep forgetting to stop the survey. I think it was like 80-20. I'll do it again though, because I keep forgetting to like stop it.
The state would call Crystal Crawford.
The next person is Crystal Crawford.
Last name?
Crawford. CRAWFORD.
I think this is the lady that works at the hotel, I think.
Oh.
The Econo Lodge. I don't know. I don't know if Megan I don't think she'll take the stand, but part of me thinks maybe if they think that they have nothing to lose by her taking the stand, they may do it. But I think she's lied so much, no jury is going to feel that she's telling them the truth no matter what she said. But that, I don't know.
State your name.
Crystal Crawford.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Obviously,
I don't know. This
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Amber.
Tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
Crystal Crawford at the Econo Lodge in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. Is that located on Airport Parkway in Kingsport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you been employed there?
I have been working there almost 10 years.
Okay. What is your title there?
Front desk clerk.
Can you give us a brief description of your job duties at the Econo Lodge?
Front desk, laundry, some days housekeeping also. Just whatever needs to be done. I do all his management paperwork and all that.
Okay. So those duties include things like checking in and checking out guests.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm assuming Econo Lodge creates records and maintains those records at the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you enter information to the hotel, is it into like a computer system that's maintained?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those records preserved for a certain amount of time?
Yes, I believe up to 5 years.
Okay. When you create these records, is it essentially the same procedure each time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pass you a document.
Okay.
You could take a look at that and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It is a check-in and check-out slip on Megan Boswell.
Okay. And have you seen that document before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was this document generated?
In order for this to generate, the guest has to come in and check in and provide ID. And then we give them the room keys and they sign a registration card stating that they were present at the property.
Okay. And was this particular document a search was usually run on Megan Boswell's name? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this part of your record keeping that was kept and maintained in the normal course of business at the Econo Lodge?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd be asked that made exhibit number 84.
Welcome in, Karen
I'm waiting for
Best.
the screen to,
You're fine.
sorry, Judge. Permission to publish?
And Mr. E will be here a little later.
And Ms. Crawford, you should be able to see this on your screen as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the document you were just referencing that was produced at the Econo Lodge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You recognize Megan Boswell's name as having been at the Econo Lodge on 3 dates in 2019 and 1 date in 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury the dates that Megan Boswell checked in and out of the Econo Lodge in 2019?
She checked in on 10/11/2019, checked out on 10/12/2019, checked in on 12/14/2019, checked out on 12/15/2019, checked back in on 12/15/19, checked out on 12/16/2019.
Okay. And then she had one more, it looks like on January 6, 2020. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I could please have exhibit number 83 passed to the witness, please. It's
Would you like to see the next one? That's the-
okay. Ms. Crawford, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us what that document is?
It is a registration card for Bailey Hawkins,
Okay. And what was the date of check-in and check-out on that?
February 22nd of 2020, and checked out on February 23rd, 2020.
Okay. All right. You can pass that back to the clerk. Thank you. Do you know who the defendant Megan Boswell is?
Not personally, no, just from coming into the motel.
Okay. So you recognize her from coming into the motel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you recognize her because of this case, or did you recognize her before Evelyn was reported missing?
No, she came into the motel a few times before I ever even knew that her baby was missing. And of course, I didn't speak to her very much in the first couple of times she stayed. But after a couple of times, the guests get familiar to you. So I did spark up a conversation with her. I think it was around the third time of her staying there.
Okay. And do you recall her staying at the Econo Lodge during those months that we just went through of December 14th and December 15th, which would have been, I guess, that third day, December 15th
Yes,
of
ma'am.
2019. And did you talk with her at all during that time?
Like I said, about the third time,
Okay.
I spoke up, a conversation with her probably for about 20 minutes or so, maybe a little longer than that.
Okay. Were you aware that if she had a child?
Not until the third time,
Okay. And how were you made aware that she had a child that third time?
because of the conversation we were having. I can't really remember a lot of details. It's been so long ago, but I can't remember if she brought it up or I brought it up. I really can't remember.
Okay. And what did she say about her child?
She told me that she was with her father.
Okay. So is it fair to say you never saw Evelyn at the hotel with Megan Boswell?
No, ma'am, I never saw her.
Do you recall seeing Megan Boswell at the hotel with anybody else ever?
No, ma'am.
Okay. 1 minute.
I thought her friend got her a room one night.
During the
and
times that you
stayed
saw
with-
the defendant,
I think Megan got the room.
the 2 times in December and the 2 times in January, did she ever appear to be crying?
No, not that I can remember.
Did she ever give appearance of being scared or worried?
No, ma'am, not that I can remember.
Did she ever express any concern to you about the safety of her daughter?
No, ma'am, not that I can remember.
All right. Please answer any questions the defense has for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
No questions.
I'm still going back to what people wear in court these days.
I know if I were going to be answering one question or 20,000, I think I would dress appropriate. And she even addressed the prosecution attorney as by her first name. She said, "Hey, Amber." I'm like, you don't do that in court. I mean, I guess people
It was
just
called
don't.
Caitlin Jones.
Okay, Caitlin Jones.
Okay. What was that lady's name?
I said it at the time. I didn't write it down.
That's okay. This is Caitlin Jones.
Yes.
I guess, I don't know. I would think if I knew I was going to be on law and crime, court TV, all over the place on the news, that I would just, I don't know. I would probably not
Yeah, I don't even think they think about it being on the news.
Like I stress over what I wear on here, and we've got 51 people watching us.
Well, like this young girl, she looks nice.
Yes, sir.
That's appropriate. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, she looks nice.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just realized I called you Caitlin Jones. You are now Caitlin Carter. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize.
Caitlin Jones Carter.
Okay, so you told the jury your name. Where do you live?
Kingsport.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know her?
We were friends in college.
Okay. And if you can, I'm going to ask you to maybe pull that microphone just a little bit closer. There you go.
Oh, Megan went to
We were
college.
friends in college. When you were in college or when she was in college?
When
think-
I was in college.
I think it was a
And when did you
community
first meet
college.
her?
Middle school.
Okay. Did you continue to stay friends from middle school until you were in college?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you reconnect at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was when you were in college, I guess?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So during that time, is that when you met Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that means you've met Evelyn in person.
Yes.
Okay. How many times do you think you have been around Evelyn?
4 or 5 times.
Okay. And are those times that when you were hanging out with Megan Boswell
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well? Okay. When you hung out with Megan, was Evelyn usually with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you ever recall seeing Megan when Evelyn was not with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when was that?
The end of our friendship.
Okay. Which was when?
The 1st of December.
Okay.
She looks angry.
Mm-hmm. She does.
I do want to pause it real quick.
So then
and
you're saying you saw,
Diane says, Mrs. E, you were in court for BHP. I was floored to see Cletus in denim overalls sitting by KP and CP. He wears overalls every time, or every time I've been there that I've seen him. So yeah, I don't know. And Dreaming of Blue Sky, same thing for us. Our mom always made us dress up to go anywhere, like doctor's appointments, etc. Always, if you go to court, you wear a suit or wear the color.
Yeah, yeah. You look nice. Yes, you look like you wear like Sunday best when you do something for like court or whatever. Something that we've noticed the first day that
Yes.
Connie just mentioned. Yeah, she does that with her glasses. Pushes her glasses up at the person type with her middle finger when she doesn't like it.
And something else that you and I both do is we do travel cute. We always dress up to travel as well.
Well, yeah.
When we
Oh my
fly
God.
and everything.
The airport. Oh my Lord. It drives me crazy what people wear.
Wear the color blue. That's right. Dreaming of Blue Skies knows the color blue is actually the color of trust. So
Yes, and
maybe
why would she
particularly
not be wearing? Yeah, why wouldn't she be wearing blue every day?
I mean, I don't think they have. I mean, their attorney probably would advise them, but I don't know. I don't
Well,
know.
and you don't know where she's getting any of her clothes since she is.
Grandma Chachi. Some look like they roll out of bed. If not televised, it's court. You dress appropriately.
This young lady looks very nice. I'm anxious to see what she has to say because she seems a little aggravated.
Rosebud she said that before. I think we even said anything about travel cute. But anyway, that's just, I don't know. Like this girl's perfectly dressed for court. Like it couldn't be better.
She could even have jeans on. I don't think she did, but even jeans with a nice sweater, she just looks nice, and her hair is done. She's, she looks nice. Makeup, yeah.
Well, I think like Evelyn's dad looked fine. I think, or not
Actually,
Evelyn.
I think-
Megan's dad.
I think he did too. I think he looked very nice, and one of the young men yesterday looked very nice.
Sorry. I mean, I know it's kind of a petty thing to talk about, but it was just,
It's just-
it just surprises me over and over.
Yes, it does. Let's get on. Let's see what she has to say.
Megan without Evelyn the 1st of December?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Prior to that, well, let me rephrase. Before, when you say the 1st of December, do you mean the first day of December or do you mean the first part of December?
The first part.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that one. Okay. So prior to the first part of December, do you recall ever seeing the defendant without Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall going to Chili's with Megan Boswell at one point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when that was?
The end of my college semester,
Okay. And do you know when that would have been?
around the 1st of December.
Okay. Who was there when you went to Chili's that day?
Me, Megan, and Evelyn.
Okay. Anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you sit at a table or a booth?
Booth.
Okay. And did you sit beside anyone?
No, ma'am.
So Megan and Evelyn were on one side of the table and you were on the other.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your impression of Evelyn that day?
She was dirty, and I could smell her across the table.
Okay. Was she, have you been around babies before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was she beyond what a normal dirty baby would be?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, objection.
Objecting over
Dirty
it-
baby.
whether she was dirtier than an average baby would be. Well, if a baby stinks across the table and it's not just dirty diaper that needs to be changed and they're dirty, yeah.
You said you've been around other babies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your personal experience with other babies, did you consider Evelyn dirtier than what your experience was with other children?
Based on my personal opinion, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us how? Can you describe it for us?
Her face and hands were dirty, and her clothes were dirty.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started working at the chicken shack?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall if she was dating anyone when she started working at the chicken shack?
Not when she started.
Okay. When did she start dating someone? Shortly after?
About a week or two after.
Okay. And who was that?
Hunter Wood.
So around this time, did you notice anything different about the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what you noticed?
She was spending a lot more time with the gentleman and not Evelyn.
Okay. After this time, when she's dating Hunter Wood, did you see Evelyn with Megan Boswell at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see Hunter with Evelyn at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, hold on one second. That is so sweet. All I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime, aka Nicole, I think, if I remember correctly. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. When we get to a good break, I will play your super sticker song just for you. Thank you so much. Let me look at what it was. Auntie, oh, it's a laughing face.
Oh.
Oh, with a lemon head. That is so cute. Lemons are like my favorite. They aren't they, Auntie?
She said we're her first super sticker ever.
Oh my gosh, that is so sweet. That warms my heart. That is so sweet. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Real Me Too. Thank you for hopping in.
Good morning, Romy too. Oh my gosh, that makes me so happy. I will play it for you shortly. Let's get past her in between the next two, and we'll do it. Oh, that makes
So
it
basically-
warms my heart. You made my day.
She said I didn't get to pick, or if I did, I didn't know how to choose.
It sounds like me. That's awesome. No, but lemons, I would eat when I was pregnant with my kids, I would eat about a bag of lemons a week.
Oh, she was like a lemon freak. I think it took all the enamel off her teeth. She
It
was-
did. It did. It did.
It did,
My
because
teeth yellow very easily now because
all that
I
all
ate
that citric
so
acid.
many lemons.
Yes. Just to get back into the case a little bit, this is a friend of Megan's, and she has testified so far that
Caitlin
met-
Jones Carter.
Caitlin Jones Carter, and she met Megan at Chili's in early December. And Evelyn was dirty. Her hands were dirty, and she could smell her from across the table. Said her face was dirty. So that's where we've gotten so far.
Thank you, Yaya. So sweet. You guys are so good to us. This has been so fun because I feel like I've really, in a weird way, I know we're chatting, but I feel like we've gotten to know people and their personalities.
Yes.
And I just love it so much. It
And
makes
you're
me so
welcome,
happy.
Diane.
And we've had a lot of sad weeks the past few weeks. And so I don't know. I mean, I've always been very hesitant to do the daily stuff. And I don't know. You guys are just
Making
me
it
happy.
easy.
Well, you're just making me happy. I don't know. I end up being in a good mood and remarkably even more productive on days like this. So
That's great.
yeah, thank you guys so much.
Okay. Let's
Yes,
listen to-
Mrs. E, it's Nicole. I thought so because you don't change your picture, but you do change your name sometimes. So that's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go get back to it. Thank you guys.
Did you have concerns at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you talk with other people about it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. What were your concerns?
It was strange that Megan Boswell was not with Evelyn because she was always with Evelyn up until this point.
Okay. Did you notice Megan doing things without Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What types of things?
Usually things that you would take your children, such as vacations, going to the aquarium.
So she's witness 12. I've been keeping a list.
friend of the defendant.
ex-friend.
Yeah.
You
It
can
sounds-
tell. I mean,
Well, and that's what someone said. She shouldn't
Debbie
come off
Smith.
as being mad. Yes.
that's a good point. She looks so, and that could be, she could be like me though. I have what they
I see two
call our
photographs.
RBF. I'm not going to say it, but
I think she's just very
Take a look
she's
at
trying
those
to be
and
very
Can I see
professional.
them?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
Megan sent me those when her and Hunter and a few other people went to the aquarium.
Okay, and so you got those personally sent to you from Megan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is a photograph of?
Megan and Hunter Wood at the aquarium.
Okay.
You're so
Ronald, we
funny,
asked that to be
Nicole.
made exhibit number 85.
Judge, I would say.
That's a good question.
They're essentially the same photo. The court wants to been,
I think
would
she's
say-
just trying to be serious and, not.
I believe Megan started the job before she disappeared.
Yeah.
But right before.
Hi, Real Me Too.
If you want to be introduced separately, I mean, they should be introduced separately. They shouldn't be introduced.
Okay, you want to do 85 and 86, Your Honor?
So that's the lady in charge of putting the pictures up and the exhibit numbers on each item. Yeah, I just think the court reporter's probably out of our line of
Permission
sight.
to publish, Your Honor?
I wish they'd show the courtroom. I'd like to know how busy it is.
He's actually a cute little boy.
Is this one
Or
of the
not
pictures you
little boy.
received from Megan Boswell? Was it via text?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I got to pause. this
And
real
did she
quick.
indicate that Evelyn was with her that day?
Okay, so the dog is dreaming. So if you hear any weird whelpy noises, he's sitting underneath me, like going beep, beep. I don't know. He's making noises. So I don't want you to think anything crazy is going on.
No, ma'am.
Did she send you any pictures of her with Evelyn that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem to be upset at all that day when
No,
she
ma'am.
sent you these pictures?
I've been there a
She also
bunch.
sent you this photograph from that
Me
same
too.
day.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me what the date is?
You
that's
really
on
have.
her- On the photograph. Can you read that?
On the top?
Yeah.
It says 2019.
And you may not recall, but if you do you remember when those photographs were sent to you?
I do not recall.
Okay. Would it have been after early December?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it would have been, you said she started dating Hunter 1 to 2 weeks after the beginning of December. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it fair to say it was at least 1 to 2 weeks after mid-December?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So for mid-December well, let me say this. Prior to Thanksgiving of 2019, did Megan talk a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see her post a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about mid-December? Is she still doing that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she was with her father.
Okay. When you say her father, do you know who do you think she was talking about, or who was she talking about?
She was speaking of Ethan.
Okay. Did she say why Evelyn was with Ethan?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She said that Ethan came home and got emergency custody.
Okay. Did she ever show you any paperwork?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did she ever say why?
Ethan seen photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her head, and he used that.
Okay. And the defendant told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see why that can't be admissible if
I
she
don't
told
know.
her that. Some of the things that they object to, I don't get. But again, I'm not an attorney. I don't even play one on TV.
You should have been. You
I
would have
thought
been
about
good
it.
at it. You would
I
have been
thought
really
about
good at it.
I thought about it.
I'll tell you. There's so much law on YouTube right now.
We're going to go back to that.
You just about have to be.
Did Megan say why Ethan had taken emergency custody of Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she say?
She said that Ethan had saw photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her forehead.
You said she never showed you paperwork of custody.
No, ma'am.
Okay. How many times did she tell you that Evelyn was with Ethan?
A few times.
Okay. Was that in person or via
Probably.
text?
Both.
Okay. So do you remember seeing Megan around Christmas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where did you see her?
We met at the Pinnacle in Bristol.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk to her about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She still said that Ethan had her.
Okay. And do you remember Megan getting a phone call while you were talking to her that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who called her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who called her?
Her father.
Okay. And we're not going to be able to say what he said to her, but what did Megan say to her father over the phone?
She told her father that she would be getting Evelyn back around the 1st of February.
No, we still don't know who the father is.
During this entire time, did Megan ever seem upset?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her cry?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever seem concerned about Evelyn's safety?
No, ma'am.
Please answer any questions the defendant's asked of him.
Okay.
Morning, Ms. Jones. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's Miss Carter.
Oh, Ms. Carter.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I got it wrong. Did it used to be Ms. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how often were you around Megan, let's say in 2019? Would you consider yourselves close friends during that time period?
Yes, sir.
How often would you see her?
About twice a month.
Twice a month. And you described a meal, I think it was at Applebee's?
Chili's.
Chili's.
Well, she's serious.
When was that meal?
Around the 1st of December.
You say around the 1st of December. Can you be more specific? And let me ask you this way. You equated it to your college semester. Or your early
I do
semester.
too. Yeah.
As you finished, had you taken your exams? Were you waiting to take exams? What part of the end of the college semester were you at?
She actually took me out to eat for celebration of finishing my exams.
So the exams were in December.
Yes, sir.
That's typical, I think, of a college schedule, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So this would have been sometime, say, after the 5th or 6th, maybe?
I would say so.
Do you know what day of the week it was?
I do not.
Would have been a weekday.
Yes.
I think it was around the 6th or 7th or 8th that she
Ms.
went
Carter,
away.
you described Evelyn as being dirty that day.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever seen Evelyn dirty before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see any signs of abuse?
No, sir.
Did Megan seem like a loving mother to you?
Yes, sir.
Did she seem devoted to Evelyn?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her neglect her in any way?
No, sir.
Oh,
Would
that good point,
it
Rosebud.
be fair to say that at some point your friendship with Megan ended?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Around the 1st of January.
And did that have anything to do with Evelyn?
No, sir.
Why did your friendship end?
She lost or misplaced her phone and did not have a way to communicate with me.
Okay, so y'all just quit talking.
Yes, sir.
That's odd. I like her too, blessings.
Aw. Well, that was sweet. Well, welcome in.
Carter,
Hi, Tia Nurse.
So we know your exams, were they were after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in 2019, Thanksgiving, I believe, was on the 28th of November. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
So your exams would have been sometime the first week of December. Monday was the 2nd of December. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
How many days would your exams been?
That whole last week of college.
So the last day of that week is the 6th of December.
Is that on
That's
Friday?
a Friday.
Okay.
Okay, would that have been the day your exams ended?
Yes.
Is that the day you ate?
I cannot recall.
You said you ate it. Did you eat on the last day of exams or just after the last day of exams?
It was the last day of exams.
Okay, so if the last day of exams were on the 6th, it would have been on the 6th.
I guess I'm going to ask if he wants to, we need to probably check that schedule so she doesn't get confused on the dates she's talking about.
Judge, can we approach?
I'm with the woman attorney because you're trying to get this girl to confirm dates that happened 5 years ago when she was in college, and she's not going to know that.
Oh, that's so funny.
And some just because you have a college finals week, that doesn't mean you have an exam every single day. Nor does
Absolutely not.
So she could have had her last exam on Thursday.
She may not have even had any exams at all. Quite
Well, she
frankly,
said-
I mean,
she said she
I know.
did.
I'm just saying it's exam week, but I'm not. You know what I mean? You can have college classes without having final exams.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I'm trying to say.
But yes, but she did say she had exams, and that's why Megan took her out was like to congratulate her.
Bliss Blessings is there. She went with the middle finger again.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
It's very obvious, but we can't always see her because they don't have her on camera.
Oh my gosh.
This is interesting though, that they're trying, but I agree with the woman attorney because the prosecutor is saying, you're making her agree to dates that she doesn't even know if they're right or not.
I'm with you, Diane. I don't think I could be friends with anybody anymore if I thought they did something to hurt.
Now, she never said that though. She said it was because
For
they couldn't
certain that
communicate.
the meal was after your exams, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also certain that the exams were after Thanksgiving.
Yes, sir.
No doubt in your mind?
No, sir.
You have no memory issue with that?
No, sir.
You just can't remember what day in December it would have been?
Yes.
You would agree with me that your exams were definitely in December?
Yes, sir.
And do you know for sure they ended on Friday?
Yes.
Okay. So it would have been the first Friday of December.
It was before Christmas.
Do you think they ended the first week of December?
Maybe the second.
So
She needs to be
they
more
could have ended-
specific.
the meal could have been no earlier.
Yeah,
than
he's getting
sometime
ready
the
to.
first week of
Yeah, he's getting ready to pounce on her, right?
Because she's saying it couldn't have been as far as the second week of December, and what that's going to do is say, oh well, she was alive, and we're thinking she was unalived around the 6th, 7th, 8th is when they're saying that happened. But this girl's going to screw it up, I'm afraid.
Let's see. I don't know how to say. I know you're always here, but I don't know how to say your name.
Kelsey is why
is that what we determined? I forget.
Kelsey.
Well, Ed, thank you for being here, and I appreciate you're here. And I know you've been here all week, so I've been avoiding saying your name because I didn't know
Mr.
how.
E says Kelsey.
Okay, Mr. E says Kelsey.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. She did have a mental health evaluation. I do not think they're going with the mental health plea.
And Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches, I am with you.
Which one?
She said they can easily go to the university's website to get the previous exam schedule. Why would they not? I mean, why would you not go back and call the university, get a copy of the exam schedule, and then press for the date? I mean, it's dumb. And if you knew you were going to testify, wouldn't you go back and look at your schedule and think, okay, this is the day we ate. Here's a picture or here's a text message from the day we ate, because they're communicating through text. So there should be evidence.
That's a good point. Good morning, Baba Rose. I'm sorry, Kelsey. I know I probably did that all wrong. Sorry.
I'm going to jump off because I have to go to the restroom. So I'll.
Do you want me to? You know what? I'll play Nicole's super sticker.
Okay. I'll be right back.
And then we'll get right back to it. Nicole, this is for you. We appreciate you.
Thank you for your super sticker. 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 Thank you for your super sticker.
I just love that so much. I know we'll get back to it. I wanted to stall so Aunt E would not miss any of this, but that's okay. I love it. Thank you so much. All I Need Is Jesus, Coffee and True Crime. We appreciate you. I love that song. I don't know why. I like the super chat song better. I just started being really silly with AI songs one day, and Auntie's back. Perfect. I don't have to stall anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play.
December, or maybe even into the second.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any difficulty in remembering that whatsoever?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Do you remember giving an interview to law enforcement?
You're so sweet, Nicole. Thank you. I was right. This was 5 years ago. And I'm sorry, Kelsey. I know I probably already knew that. I don't know. My mind's been wild lately as far as remembering things. And Diane thinks you're super smart, Annie.
We have just a second, Your Honor.
Thank you, precious. I love making those silly songs.
If you were the person testifying, though, wouldn't you go back and look at your calendar and kind of try to refresh yourself of the things that as they've related?
I would, but that doesn't mean, people are different. She might have not. Well, though, the DA probably prepped her.
Caitlin, do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when was that?
It was the day we went to Chili's.
Okay.
What day was
I know Mr.
Chili's?
Stott was throwing a lot of dates out at you.
They didn't say.
Okay.
How do you, let me ask it this way. Was that before or after Megan started working at the chicken shack?
That was after
Okay. How long after?
3 or 4 weeks.
So
So
she
you
obviously.
think that was after she had started dating Hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But she didn't say a date.
She said 3 or 4 weeks prior she started working at the chicken shack to the date that they went out to eat.
Hunter T's Chicken Shack. I think it's out of business now.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have.
So basically what she did is just reestablish.
A timeline.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, is he coming back?
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no, she's gone.
Let's
Okay,
see if we can zip ahead.
I will. You sound like our grandmother. Zip it.
Okay, who's this?
I don't know.
I hadn't gotten to this one.
Testimony about you, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
That's it, right?
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so we get that you're spelling your name spelling correct. Your last name is spelled Kyte. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And where do you live?
Roan Mountain.
And do you know Megan Boswell?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was her foster mother for 4 months.
Okay.
What's her first name?
Do you know what year that was in?
2018 to February of 2019.
Kyte.
I know, but what was her first name?
Do you know how old
They didn't say
Megan
it.
was when she came to live with you?
17.
Okay. And do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out to us, please? Okay. And I'm going to ask that you describe what she's wearing, please.
Looks like a black and white shirt.
Okay. We had asked the record reflect she's identified the defendant. Were you also living in Roan Mountain during 2018?
I was.
Okay. Was Megan pregnant when she came to live with you?
She was.
Do you?
Okay,
you
that
may not.
answers
Do you recall
your
how far
question,
along she
Rosebud.
was?
7 months.
Okay. And do you remember when Evelyn was born?
I do.
Okay. What month was that?
November
Of 2018?
2018.
Okay. And did Megan and Evelyn continue to live with you during that time?
They did.
Yes,
Did Evelyn
Becky,
appear to be
she had.
developing normally?
She
Okay.
did.
I'm assuming you have children of your own.
I do.
Any concerns based on your own personal experience that you had with Megan caring for Evelyn?
No,
Okay. Everything seemed to be appropriate?
it did.
Okay. And did Megan take Evelyn to all of her pediatric appointments?
Yes,
How did she get there during the time she was living with you?
I took her.
You took her? Okay.
That's funny.
To your memory, did you take her to all of those appointments?
While she was living with me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've already said they lived with you about 4 months and she moved
Gail.
out in February 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you know where they moved?
To her father's home.
Okay. That'd be Tommy Boswell?
Yes,
Okay. Did you continue to have contact with her after they moved out?
I did.
Okay. How did you keep in contact?
Most of it was Facebook texts, calls.
Okay. And do you remember Megan bringing Evelyn to visit you in September of 2019?
I do.
Okay. And with Evelyn, so she wasn't quite 1 year old at that point. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn walking yet?
She was toddling.
Okay.
That's a
So
good catch, guidance.
still occasionally holding on to things, but letting go occasionally, or did she wasn't letting go yet?
She was letting go. She was taking a step or two on her own.
Okay. And again, this is right before, 2 months before her first birthday. Did she appear to be developing normally?
She
Did
did.
she appear healthy?
She did.
Okay. After that visit in September, do you remember Megan contacting you regarding babysitting?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was? What month that was?
She reached out to me several times. The first time was in August. She was wanting to go to school.
Okay.
And then she reached out to me, I want to say again, towards the end of December.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I'm going to show you a document, see if that helps you with your date a little bit.
I think yesterday the daughter, Gail Kite's daughter, called her Marion too. So I think she goes by Gail. I remember that yesterday.
I saw
Okay.
something I wanted to highlight.
Do you recognize, we won't be able to say what it is quite yet, but do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. What is it?
That's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What is the date of those messages?
December the 3rd.
Thrill me too.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you had with her via text or Facebook Messenger on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 87. Information to publish, Your Honor.
And see guidance. We've already learned so much about this judge. We know he likes the University of Tennessee,
Gail,
the
can you read
color
that okay?
orange, and
I can.
spaceships.
Okay. So is this one of the times that Megan was looking for a babysitter?
It was.
And what did she say to you there on December 3rd, 2019?
She says, do you think your sister would babysit and let me pay her at the end of the week? I just got a job and won't get paid until next week. I just started today.
Okay.
And I told her, yes,
you
I know
pause?
she would.
Okay.
She said, what's her number? Sometimes, oh, mommy gets.
Okay.
So we've got a discrepancy right now
Okay.
because she said she just started today. So if she's telling the truth, which we can't know, she
Okay.
said she started working on December 3rd.
Okay. So if
So
you guys are taking notes, this is a good note to take.
she said she started working there that day. And in fact, she is telling the truth. But the girl said she had been working there when she met with her the first part of December, that she had been working there 3 weeks. So we've already got some big holes in
Well,
times.
Okay. But I'll tell you what I took from this already, and maybe you guys did too, is that she's asking for a babysitter on December 3rd.
Yes, and she said she asked the foster mom if her sister would do it, and the foster mom said yes, I know she would. And then Megan says, "What's her number?" Sometimes mommy, which is what she calls her grandmother, sometimes mommy gets sick and she already keeps her for school. I talked to her; she said that was fine. Sue wants you to call her. She wanted to know if you had a pack and play you could bring. And she said, yes. She said, I'm at work. Yes, I have one. She said, bring it to Sue's. And she said, okay. But we've already got some timeline issues. They're going to have to firm up this timeline in order to get this case across.
I think that's what they're doing.
I don't think they are. I think right now you've got the prosecution, their timeline and what they're saying, and then this timeline is not matching up.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing.
Oh, okay.
I just find it okay. So we know that she had dinner or went to Chili's. I'm not sure if they went to dinner or lunch, but with her friend the first week, right? And she said she'd been working there a few weeks prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
So
her friend said she'd been working there 3 weeks. So, and Rosebud made a good point. You see how many people she had to help her. It's like she didn't really have a lack of people that she could look out, to babysit for her. And to me, another thing I find is discrepant is most of the people say she had Evelyn with her all the time, and she didn't. But she really didn't, because she was wanting to go to school, and she also had her with her mommy all the time. So she obviously didn't have her with her all the time.
I guess too, they all keep asking if Evelyn was a loving mother. Even, I mean, the
No,
prosecution.
Megan,
What did I say?
Evelyn.
Meg, sorry, y'all. Like I said, I didn't have Starbucks today, and it usually really clears my mind.
That starts your day.
It starts my day. I've only had the Costco organic coffee, and it's just not kicking. It's just not cutting it. Anyway, Megan, everyone, that's one of the things they keep establishing. Megan was this loving mother. The prosecution keeps doing it. They keep asking it. And it's, I don't know. Are they going to try to say that once she got involved with Hunter? I mean, what do you guys think? Once she got involved with Hunter, Hunter became more important. That it seems to be the line of questioning. I don't know if you guys are noticing this as well. Are you guys noticing it? And E, are you noticing it?
I think the questioning is really odd.
Okay.
I don't feel like they're thorough. After watching, I know I compare everything to that Murdaugh trial, but after seeing that trial, it's like they're not getting into the depth of where they need to go with these questions or the line of questioning. I don't feel like they're getting deep enough. They're basically, do you think she was a good mom? Do you see this? Did you? And they're getting a lot of yes questions, and they're not asking people a lot of details.
But can the prosecution come back? I mean, after the defense, and they can. I know that they can. They can question the witness while they're on the stand for the defense. But are they able to redirect, or once their case is closed, it's closed, or like once they finish their part, it's done?
Well, if you'll hear Tommy, they did not say you are released from your subpoena, so they can recall Tommy.
Gotcha.
But the other people, they have said you are released from your subpoena. So the only way that they have to come back is if they're re-subpoenaed to testify again.
I know.
And so they're
Real
supposed
me too.
Yeah, me too. The thing that they have to do is if they dismiss that person, they're pretty much finished. So they have to pretty much be sure we're never calling this person back again. So I guess this first few days are all these inconsequential people that just can kind of back up the storyline.
I just keep hoping it's all going to come together and it's going to be like, oh, this is what they're doing. That's what I keep waiting for.
I hope so too.
But yes, I think everybody is agreeing with us that they're going to try to say that it was influenced by the boyfriend. Well, thank you, Rosebud. That's what I meant. Rebuttal. I couldn't think of the word. That's exactly what I meant. Mr. E usually takes the words out of my mouth. That's why I'm so quiet when he's here,
so good with all the court words and the judgy words. He knows all those.
Right. Well, it's not only that, and you know this, he reads my mind. I can look at him and tell him what I want to say. I'll be like, tell him what I mean.
The only person so far that I have noticed that they have said was not released from their subpoena was Tommy. Everyone else, the judge has said you are now released from your subpoena. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Kelsey, I agree. You're absolutely right. So what changed?
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's get back to Gail.
It's sick, and she already keeps her for school. I talked to her. She said that was fine.
Okay. So essentially, she's indicating that Sue can babysit. Is that right? And Sue is your sister?
She is.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
Sue wants you to call her. She wanted to know if you had a pack and play you could bring.
Okay. What does Megan say?
I'm at work. Yes, I have one.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory a little bit on the date?
It does.
So it would have been early December, not late December?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there a reason you were not able to babysit?
I had broken some ribs. I had 2 broke ribs.
Okay. And so you essentially gave her the name of your sister, Sue Whitson.
Correct.
Where does Sue live? Or where did Sue live at the time?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Does she still live in Elizabethton?
She does.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Sue, in fact, babysit Evelyn a few times?
She did.
Around the same time, do you remember talking to Megan about, excuse me, a new boyfriend that she had?
I do.
Do you remember what that boyfriend's name was?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And did Megan ever reach out to you about Hunter Wood?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
December the 22nd.
Okay. How do you remember that date?
It was a Sunday. There was a church play, and we were getting ready to go, and she wanted me to meet Hunter.
Okay.
And I told her that we were getting ready to leave for church. So she said that they would meet us at the church.
Okay. What type of play was it at church?
A Christmas play,
Okay.
children's Christmas
Okay.
play.
And did Megan and Hunter actually come to church that day?
They did.
Did they have Evelyn with them?
They did not.
Did you ask Megan where Evelyn was?
I did.
And what did she say?
She told me that Ethan had her, that they were sharing custody.
Okay.
And
Did she appear sad when she told you that?
She seemed fine.
Okay. Did she act like anything was wrong that day?
No.
Okay.
W. Smith, that's funny.
She did.
Did you see my text? Okay.
So who we're listening to is the foster mom that was Megan's foster mom when she was pregnant with Evelyn. And the first few months of Evelyn's life, they lived with this lady, Gail Kite. Yes, he does have a vest on.
I'm sorry. I thought they were discussing it. Take a moment to look at that and see if you recognize it.
Not good. Castle, are you kind of ahead of us on it? Did that happen prior, or did that happen and we haven't seen it yet? Just wondering.
Do you recognize that? Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What date were those messages sent?
January the 13th.
Of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
It is.
And we'd ask that be made exhibit number 88.
Objection? No, sir. School exhibit number 1.
Me too, Diane. I think it's really nice.
Permission to publish? Okay. So it looks like you start this conversation by asking how she and Evelyn are doing. And what does Megan say in response?
Good. Ethan has half custody now.
Okay. And then you respond, I almost bought Evelyn a beautiful dress at Cracker Barrel, wasn't sure what size. And what does Megan say in response?
She wears 18 months now. Isn't that crazy? Hunter and I can come when we get off work. Ethan has Evelyn until Friday, though.
Okay. And continuing the conversation.
I told her, wait until Thursday. We're having a DCS home inspection tomorrow, and I'm cleaning and getting ready. It makes me nervous.
Okay.
LOL.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response?
Don't be nervous. You and Rick are hands down the best foster parents anyone could ask for. In a lot of ways, you are my family more than my actual family.
Okay. And what did you say?
Thank you. We love you and that baby. Is Ethan out of the Army?
And then what does Megan say?
We love you. And yes, he is.
Okay.
That's interesting.
We're going to move forward to February of 2020. We are not going to be able to say what somebody told you, okay? Do you remember, though, being contacted by someone named Shirley Boswell Lowry?
I do.
And who is this person?
Megan's aunt.
Okay. How did she contact you?
First by Facebook Messenger, and then I asked her to give me a call.
Okay. Give me just 1 second.
Oh, let me look, Castle.
Had you ever been contacted by her before?
No.
Okay. Okay. So again, we're not gonna be able to talk about what she told you, but what did you tell her about what Megan had told you?
I told her that
Gotcha, Castle.
I didn't know where Evelyn was. I also told her that last time I'd spoken with Megan, that she had told me Ethan had half custody of Evelyn.
Okay. And did you have Evelyn?
I did
I know
not.
that may be a crazy question, but you did not.
No.
Okay. What did you do based on that conversation? What did you do?
I tried calling Megan.
Okay. And did you call her phone?
I did.
Okay.
And I got a hold of Tommy. Tommy, Megan's dad,
okay.
had her phone.
Okay. And what did you tell Tommy?
I was looking for Megan, and then he discussed the same thing Shirley
Okay, yeah,
had discussed.
And we won't be able to get into what he said. We can only essentially get into something that maybe Megan told you or something that you say yourself. I know it's a little confusing. Okay, so essentially you call Megan's phone, but Tommy answers.
Correct.
Okay, and you were essentially trying to get in touch with Megan. You didn't get in touch with her that way. So what did you do next?
I texted her by Facebook.
Okay. And did she respond to you?
She did. She
Okay.
said she didn't have a phone. She couldn't talk, that it had to be by text message.
Okay.
Great.
And was that Facebook Messenger?
It was.
Okay. Did you contact anyone else that day?
I did.
Who did you contact?
Constance Cole from DCS.
Okay. And who is Constance? How do you, is that through the
That-
foster care staff?
It was.
Okay.
Mrs. E, could you pause it?
And were you able to get in
Sure.
touch with Constance?
Yes.
Just to kind of catch you up, Castle's kind of ahead of us watching it. She said we need to pay close attention to the text messages, that they're actually going to call for a mistrial here in a minute.
Oh,
So we really need to be paying attention to the testimony and the text messaging. They're trying to get them on a technicality. So we really want to watch intently here. And also, Castle said we'll get caught up here in a little bit because there's lots of breaks.
okay. Hold
So
on.
just and we're still, again, for those of you just jumping on, we are listening to testimony in the Megan Boswell case, and this is Gail Kite. She is the foster mom that was housing Megan during her pregnancy, the last part of her pregnancy with Evelyn, before she had Evelyn, and then shortly after she had Evelyn. She was with them a total of 4 months. So we're just listening to her testimony, but some of this, the text messaging is going to get called into question here in just a minute. The hearsay rule is really, really, really something they are strict about, and I think that's going to be part of this. Yes.
While we're paused, I want to tell you I just got a text from Mr. E, and little E's blood numbers, which for those of you who don't know, she had leukemia 4 years ago. Her numbers are good. So yay.
That's great news.
One step closer. I think she's officially in remission after 5 years. So we are at 4, going on 5. It'll be 5 this time next year. So yay. I'm very excited. So we, with all the medical issues with middle E, we have been very worried about little E as well. And I think little E has been worried as in a weird way. I think she's been worried about herself as well, because she received a bone marrow transplant from middle E. And I think she's just been a little concerned as well. So that will make her feel happy as well. So yay, I'm very excited.
That's great news.
I'm very excited.
Oh, I love when we get over a hurdle.
Yes. So I'm very excited about that. I know that doesn't really have anything to do with the trial, but I wanted to share it with my friends. So
Okay,
yay.
let's
All right.
get back in with Gail, and everybody be listening close, intently, because there's going to be some big stuff coming up here in a few minutes.
Could not. It was after hours, so I left her a message on her phone.
Okay. What message did you leave?
I told her that Evelyn was missing.
Okay. So when is the last time you yourself saw Evelyn alive?
when she brought her to my home in September.
September. And that'd be September 2019. Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Good morning, Ms. Scott. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm fine. You?
I'm good, thank you. I want to talk to you just a little bit about, you came to know Megan when she came into your care in foster care.
That's correct.
Pause for a second. I have
She
to
was
pause.
pregnant at the time.
This is
She was.
important. Aunt E, do you see who has emerged in our chat?
I kept hitting it. You must be hitting it at the same time.
I am. Go ahead.
So
Guys.
Granny is now in the chat, folks.
Granny. Oh, I'm so proud of you for chatting. I am. I love it. Okay. Sorry. I just had to point that out.
Okay,
That's our mom, by the way, guys.
Okay.
Did you go to doctor's appointments with her, take her there and stuff?
I did.
Okay. How did her pregnancy go? Did it seem to go normal?
It did. She was a little underweight, but she started putting on weight once she got there.
See, Mom, we told you everybody would love to
said
see
Megan
you in
was
chat.
underweight when she came to live with you?
She was 7 months pregnant, and you couldn't even tell she was pregnant.
Wow.
Were you present for any medical procedures she received while she was pregnant?
No, I would take her, but I would stay out in the lobby.
Do you know if she had any medical issues while she was pregnant?
No,
You don't know? Or?
I don't know.
Okay. Had you been told she had intrauterine growth restriction?
God is good.
Probably is. So you didn't witness any procedures?
No.
I feel like you want
Aw.
to say more.
Well, I do know
Thank
that she.
you.
Okay, don't. If unless it's something you know of your own knowledge, you can't talk about it. I appreciate that. How did she act while she was pregnant? Did she take an interest in being healthy and having a healthy baby?
She did.
And I guess you were with her when she had the baby?
I was.
Okay. Did she seem to take to the baby right away?
She did.
And I guess, basically you were helping her raise the baby when the baby was first born.
That's correct.
Was she loving to the child?
Very much so.
Was she devoted to the child?
Yes.
Did you ever see any issues of her neglecting or abusing the child?
Never.
After she went back to her, I guess she turned 18 when aged out of foster care. Is that?
She was getting ready to turn 18, but she had got her a diploma, so they were letting her start trial visits, and then the trial visits led to her being going back to her father's home.
And how did Megan seem to take that going back?
She was fine with it.
Did you keep in touch with her?
We did.
Okay. Up through, you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in September of 2019, right?
Correct.
So up until that time, did you ever see any signs of abuse, neglect, or anything but a loving mother?
No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Scott.
Nothing from the state.
It should be released.
From the state, yes.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Scott, thank you for your testimony today. To release from this being amendment.
Diane, excuse me, Diane, we are planning on it.
Might want to pause here for just a second, or go ahead
Sorry.
and go up. But Tennessee nurse said, did you catch that? I feel like she witnessed or had knowledge of a prior procedure, a prior pregnancy. Possibly there was something she wanted to say, but if it's hearsay and she wasn't there for it, she said she was out in the office area waiting during all of her visits. So he asked if she knew about some kind of disorder or something she had, and then they had it stricken. So we don't really know, but you could tell she did want to say more for sure. Oh, wow. MTB says, God is great. I had leukemia as a child and again at 22, and now I'm over 40 and still in remission. That's great, great news. That's
Yes.
great for you as well. Awesome.
And W. Smith, I also, my son had bilateral kidney cancer at age 3. He's now 14. Yay.
That's awesome. Awesome.
So many people are touched by cancer. I mean, our whole family has been really, really have had to deal with a lot of cancer. So,
Oh, look what Granny put.
oh, Mom, that's
That's
sweet.
so sweet.
I'm proud of you.
Good job. It probably took her 15 minutes to type that out, but she did it.
She's a very fast texter, and she also likes the TikTok, guys.
Oh yeah,
She
she's
loves the TikTok. She got
the
my
TikTok
Christmas
granny.
present off of TikTok.
And it's great.
It is. Aunt E is jelly over my
I know. I actually like it better than mine.
Granny got us got me an ice maker. So that makes the like
Sonic ice.
the Sonic ice. Oh, brown eyed girl had colon cancer. Granny did too. Granny's was
26 years ago.
I was trying to remember how long ago it was when you had breast cancer.
2010.
Yeah.
2010.
Well, I was right. It was 15 years ago. And then I had cervical 10 years ago. So, yeah. Okay. Castle says, have I missed anything? Granny showed up, Castle. That was exciting.
No, you haven't missed anything. We just finished the cross-examination of the foster mom. So we're going to the next witness now.
Okay. I need to scoot it up a bit. Okay, here she comes.
I think this is her sister. Maybe Rosebud.
Good morning. Okay. Your name is Sue Whitson?
Yes.
And is your last name spelled Whitson?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live, Sue?
Hi, Kelsey.
Okay. And do you know Gail Kite?
Yes, I
Sue
do.
Whitson.
Gail Kite to you.
She's my sister.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has your sister taken in foster children through the years?
Yes.
Okay. And was Megan Boswell one of the foster children that came and lived with your sister for a while?
Yes.
And were you aware that Megan Boswell had given birth to a child named Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that at some point Megan and Evelyn moved out of Gail's house and got their own place?
Yes.
Okay. And were you contacted by Megan to babysit Evelyn?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you remember how you were contacted by her?
Text message.
Okay. And did you actually babysit Evelyn
Yes,
for her?
yes, I did.
Do you remember how many times?
I think maybe 3 or 4.
Okay.
Hi, Kelsey.
When you
Thank
babysat, was it in your home or Megan's home?
My home.
Okay. So she would bring Evelyn to you and Elizabethton?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you babysat?
I think maybe last week of November or the first week of December.
Okay.
That's great news, Rosebud.
I'll pass you a document. See if you can identify it.
That's Evelyn.
That's Evelyn. And is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
When did you take that photograph?
I'm saying maybe about the second day I kept her.
Okay. All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what the photograph looked on the day you took it?
Yes.
Okay. We request that be made exhibit number 89.
Okay.
Good morning, Cat Mom.
Aw, that's sweet.
Thanks for joining us.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Hi, YouTuber. All of the friends are here today.
Well, I made it worse. I'm sorry. Yeah, doesn't want to do that for me. Okay. Is this the photograph we were just talking about?
So cute.
Yes.
Okay, so that photograph would have been taken, you said you babysit her last November to early December.
Yes.
So this would have been taken around that time. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And does Evelyn, to you appear healthy here?
Pardon.
Was she healthy?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was she walking?
Yes.
Okay.
Oops.
Do you remember the last day that you babysat Evelyn?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I
Do
agree.
you remember what time Megan picked Evelyn up that day?
It was late that night, say maybe 10:30.
Okay. And you may not recall, but do you recall the date?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did Megan indicate that she needed you to babysit again after that day?
No, she said that she wouldn't need me no more.
Okay.
What day was that?
And did she tell you that when she picked Evelyn up, or did she tell you that later?
She told me later.
Okay. So when she picked her up, did you think you were going to be babysitting again?
Yes.
Okay. When did you learn you wouldn't be?
Maybe a couple days later, she got to where she wasn't bringing her.
She just wasn't bringing her?
No.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. Did anybody catch the date?
There was not a date. It was,
Okay.
she said the first week of December, and she babysat her like 3 or 4 days, and then she told
During
her
the days
she
that
would
you
not
watched
need her
Evelyn, did you
anymore.
have any concerns?
That's a big wow.
Yes.
Okay. What concerns did you have?
She had a terrible diaper rash.
Okay. When you say terrible, can you describe it, please?
It was just really like sore looking, had marks through it, maybe scratches. It was just really bad looking.
Okay. Have you kept other children Evelyn's age before?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you feel like you got pretty good experience
Yes.
with babies and toddlers?
Yes.
Okay. Did that seem more than the average diaper rash?
Yes.
And how?
It was just, I'd never seen a diaper rash look that bad.
Okay. Did you tell anyone about this?
Yes, I called Casey Kite
Okay.
or Casey Schultz.
Okay. And you won't be able to tell us what Casey said, but what made you tell Casey in particular?
She worked in a doctor's office.
Okay. Okay. When, for the days that you babysat Evelyn, was she clean and when Megan would drop her off?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us what Evelyn was like when she'd be dropped off by Megan?
She was dirty. She smelled like urine. I would give her a bath and clean her up.
Okay. And was that every time that you babysat was like
Yes.
that? Okay.
Hmm.
What about her clothing? Was her clothing clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay. What about her face? Was her face clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay.
Poor baby.
On a side note, I think this lady's hair is really cute. I'm struck by it. I don't know why. I just think it's cute.
She's got my favorite style with the glasses.
That's the way I wear mine too. You know
It's
that.
my accessory. It's so sad.
I know. I agree.
There's just no reason to be dirty. Water is plentiful. She's
I
got
don't know
nice
why.
thick hair for her age.
I don't know. There's just something cute about that style. I don't know what it is.
I thought about cutting mine again.
Yeah. That's all. That's my choice, is short or long. I don't really.
I'm with you, Jazzy's mom. My kids did not go anywhere dirty.
That's a document to you.
Oh yeah, she kind of looks like
Look at it,
Paula
so you
Deen.
recognize it.
That might be what it is.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date of that?
December the 21st.
2019?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between you and Megan on that date?
That's
Yes.
so true.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 90.
We understand smiling sleuth. It's not for everybody.
Okay.
And
Commissioner
thank you for
Publisher.
visiting. We appreciate
Before I
you.
put this up, do you remember discussing with Megan about payment
Yes.
for babysitting? Had Megan paid you prior to this date?
No.
Okay.
Hmm.
Why not? Why was she, did she say why she wasn't paying you?
She was supposed to be in a custody battle with, I guess, the baby's daddy.
Okay. Did she eventually pay you?
Yes, she
And
did.
how did she pay you?
She put it in the mailbox and sped out.
Okay. You said sped out?
Yeah,
Okay.
sped her tires.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you this.
That's interesting.
I agree, Tennessee nurse.
She does seem spastic.
Jumps around a lot.
She reads really fast when she's questioning the people.
Well, we do have this sped up a bit.
Yeah, but just barely.
Okay. So it wasn't me.
So this was December 21st that they had these messages. Boy, she doesn't look
Is that
anything
okay?
like her picture.
There we go. Okay. So we've got the date of December 21st, 2019. And you're saying to her, I don't know why you don't want to pay me. I could sure use the money. I'm broke out of gas. Please pay me. I hope I didn't do something to make you mad. And what does Megan say to you?
She said, I'm sorry. My baby's daddy is taking me to court. I guess that's supposed to be a lot of problems lately. I'm on my way. I'll put it in your mailbox.
And what did she say after that?
Sorry, I've been crying, or I would have stopped and talked. I'm sorry. It took me so long. It just been a process, and he has temporary custody of her. I've not gotten to see her in days.
Okay. Thank you.
It's the 21st.
Okay. Sue, please answer any questions that the defense might have for you. Okay.
Good morning. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
Spoiler alert in chat.
How well did you know Megan?
Not well at all.
Okay. Did you ever interact with her when she was at your sister's home and as part of
No.
foster care?
No.
So how many times did you meet her?
Maybe 3.
Okay. And the picture you took, you said was the last time you kept Evelyn.
Yes.
When was that?
In,
I realize you may not have the exact date, but you know
in
the month?
December, I think.
Okay. Was it fair to say it was after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And you remember the day of the week it was?
I'm
No,
not
Ethan
sure.
has not testified.
There was some talk.
That's the one we
testimony
want.
You said Megan later after that had told you that she wouldn't need you anymore. Is that right?
Yes.
You know, was that a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I'm saying maybe 2 weeks.
Was it up around the time she paid you?
Yes.
She ultimately paid you, I think, for that babysitting in December.
Yes.
It was around the 22nd, maybe. Does that ring a bell?
I'm thinking it was maybe the last week.
Up close to Christmas.
First week of December.
That's when you said that. Okay.
Oh, that's what I was supposed to. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Not trying to confuse you, but your testimony was that you last watched her sometime in December.
Yes.
Okay. And then we've seen your text messages here. I think they were. Can I withdraw the last exhibit, please?
It was the 21st.
December the 21st is when you texted her asking her about the money.
Okay.
So it would have been after that she told you she wouldn't need you any further.
It could have been.
Okay.
She's not real.
We have just a moment.
Is this where they're going to ask for?
I don't know. They just said to really watch these text messages. Text message are black and white evidence, so it's not hearsay.
Right. Should I just go forward?
Any questions, Your Honor?
They should be released.
Yes, sir.
So she's done.
So thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena and you're free.
You're released from your subpoena.
Yeah, we should pay attention to that too. Who's released and who's not.
We'll take about 15 minutes.
Okay,
we're taking
15-minute break.
15. Okay, we'll scoot ahead. I know we're behind, guys, but it's kind of nice to skip over all that.
So that's your name, so.
And who's this?
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth. Speak up. Speak
I like her hair too. It's cute.
Yeah, her hair's cute.
She's dressed nice.
I feel like we're the red carpet people.
Mm-hmm. I'm not looking for fashion, just acceptance.
Okay. And your name is spelled E-R-I-C-A?
Yes, ma'am.
S-T-A-C-Y, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Stacy, where do you live?
Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
How do you know her?
She dated my son, Caleb.
Okay. And do you remember when they dated?
It was spring of 2019,
Okay. Do you know how long they dated?
2 or 3 months.
Okay. And during that time, did you get a chance to meet Evelyn?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall how many times you met Evelyn, like in person, face to face?
It was a handful of times, probably no more than 10.
Did you have a relationship with Evelyn?
I feel like I did.
Okay. What was your relationship like?
I mean, I would see her when she would come to the house, and her and Caleb were hanging out.
Okay.
This lady is Erica
Um,
Stacy.
What city did you say you lived in?
Kingsport.
Okay. So she would come to your house in Kingsport.
Yes.
Okay. During those 10 times-ish that you said you thought that you had seen Evelyn in person, was Megan always with her?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any time that you saw Megan where you did not see Evelyn? Yeah,
There was-
but let me ask you this way. Before Thanksgiving of 2019?
No,
Okay.
no, they were pretty much connected at the hip.
Okay. So every time you saw Megan, you saw Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, personally, did Megan ever allow anyone to babysit Evelyn?
Just family.
Okay. Did you ever babysit Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever offer to babysit?
Yes.
Okay. So did you say they were together just a few months?
Yes.
Okay. When they broke up, did you continue your relationship
I
with
did.
Megan? And why did you do that?
I wanted to help her.
Okay. Did that include Evelyn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Erica Stacy, witness number 15. So her son Caleb dated her.
Dated Megan.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember Megan bringing Evelyn to your house in September of 2019?
Yes.
And do you remember why they came by that day?
I was putting decals on Maggie's car.
Okay. And just so the jury understands, you occasionally make things on like a machine?
Yes, on a Cricut.
Okay. So you'd made like vinyl stickers?
It
kind of?
was like a Chevy decal. We were covering her Chevy emblems.
Okay. And was Evelyn with her that day?
Yes, that was the deal, that I wouldn't charge her for the decals if she brought Evie with her.
Okay. And so you just said Evie. Is that what you would call
That's what we call
Evelyn?
her, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever see Evelyn again after that date?
Not that I remember.
Okay. September.
Castle. That's funny.
Do you remember seeing Megan again in November of 2019?
Yes.
And do you remember why you saw her then?
I made Evelyn birthday shirts
Okay.
and a gift for her
Okay.
birthday.
Okay. And
Hi,
was that something you did on
misinformation.
your Cricut machine?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when Evelyn's birthday was?
It was November 21st, I believe.
Okay. So this would have been for her first birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you meet up with Megan to get those things to her?
I think she come by the house to pick them up.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her that day?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and pass.
On a side note, I did not know you can make vinyl for your cars on a Cricut.
You can do
I-
it.
I have a
Almost
Cricut.
anyone. They have certain ones that you can run through the Cricut that'll work on decals.
I had no idea. Welcome in, Victoria and Shirley H. and Terry DeVoe. Welcome in, guys. We're happy you're here.
I
Happy
agree.
Friday.
I agree, Tennessee nurse. They do, and you can just tell the people that must have loved this little girl. I actually
Welcome
like
in, old McMary's Journal. I can't speak. Welcome in. We're happy you guys are here.
Maybe we'll get caught up now.
Well, yeah, they're going to be out for a little bit.
Out to 1, so about 35, 40 more minutes.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be able to get a little caught up.
Is anybody doing a counter of how many times Megan has flipped off people?
I think you need to make the booty call list too, like Castle suggested, just to see.
Well, so far on the booty list, I have Ethan, Hunter, and now we have Caleb.
I still think the guy that we saw yesterday could have been a booty call. The one that she went to see the brother of her friend. That was just a little sketch too. Why would he be so generous as to take her to the sheriff's office, pick her up? It's just a little odd. I don't know what you all thought about that, but I thought maybe he could also be someone that she was interested in.
T and Nurse, this is near Bristol. It's actually really close to Kingsport, which is where Summer Wells went missing. So
Yeah,
it's going
a
to
lot
be
of
like
these
it's going to be
people.
northwest of Knoxville,
I
or is
wouldn't
it
think.
northeast?
Let's see. I'll try to see what I can find out about that.
Oh, yeah, Ty agrees with you. Whoops.
I think he was probably one as well. It's about an hour and a half from Kingsport to Knoxville. Yeah, they're about an hour. It's past Johnson City.
Ooh, cheese bratwurst. That sounds good. You're going to make me hungry.
Okay.
This was a long little. And we still got it on 1.25.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, if you don't mind, grab a pair of gloves.
Okay.
That's funny.
Grab a pair of gloves. Oh, this is odd. Oh gosh, they're going to get something out.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's evidence.
Okay, I'm going to pass
Well,
up
you think?
what has been labeled as piece of evidence. That was
Okay.
Oh dear.
an evidence with
Oh,
soul
dear.
memory, okay?
Okay.
Oh, trigger
And
warning.
the reason you need to wear the gloves is essentially to, well, there may be something, will the scissors work okay?
I'm going
Be
to
very
change our
careful when you
banner.
cut the top of the package, just cut it across straight if you can, like.
Cut
we have
across
been-
what, up here?
Yes. Okay. And then, yes, if you can go ahead and just take out what's in the envelope and don't show it to the jury yet, but see if you can identify that.
Oh, they don't show it?
Can you tell me what
Okay.
it is?
It's the shirt that I made for Evelyn for her birthday.
Okay. Your Honor, I guess at this point, we would ask for it to be made Exhibit 91. One moment.
Oh, this poor lady.
So sad.
For identification only. Okay.
If you could place it back inside the envelope for me.
Yeah, Tennessee Nurse, I have a hard time with it. That same thing. I do. I still think, though, being on the early end of education, I see how.
Erica, because of the rules, the way the rules are laid out, we can't yet show that. But I'm going to ask you, if you could, to please tell the jury what it looks like.
It was a blue long sleeve shirt that had the yellow baby shark on it. That was her favorite one.
Okay. And did you put anything personalized on it, or?
It just talked about it being her first year, her 1 year birthday.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
And you personalized that for?
I did.
You had put that
I
on
did.
to the, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to pass you, again, we're going to do the same thing. This is the last one.
Okay.
What I was going to say is I see how
And again, so you try to take care in cutting it, if you can.
I see how much that the early years affect children and their outcomes, and it's,
Pull it all the way out.
Yes, if you can identify it without pulling it all the way out, that's fine. We're just, I want to see if you recognize it.
Yeah.
Okay, you do?
I know.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's a baby shark blanket that I had put Evelyn's name on in pink glitter.
Okay. And is that also what you had given to Megan
birthday.
for Evelyn to wear for her first birthday, or to have for her first birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And what color, did you say what color the blanket was?
Blue. It's got the baby shark characters on it.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask that to be offered as Exhibit 92 for identification only.
And hi, Cinderella. I would think the DA would have told her ahead of time that they would do that, but maybe not.
So those two items, are those the two items that you gave to Megan
I've seen them
before Evelyn's first birthday?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of those items?
The shirt was to be worn for her birthday party that I was told was being planned. And then the blanket was the gift.
The blanket was the gift. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, here's where it gets interesting, they said.
You guys that are ahead are cracking me up.
I understand what you're saying, Tennessee nurse. I agree.
And Shirley H., I'm not sure I want to see all the evidence if you want to know the truth. This has already been hard just seeing pictures. So.
Uh-oh.
During this time that you were around Megan, did she ever say anything about Evelyn that surprised you?
She would always say that Evelyn was mean as crap.
Okay. And is that the word she used, crap?
No, she would say mean as shit.
Okay. Did she say that more than once?
Yes.
Okay.
She's saying
And
that
would
about
have been
Evelyn?
around the time that Evelyn was a year old?
Yes.
Okay. Why did that surprise you?
I was raised, you just don't say that about a child.
Was Evelyn a mean baby?
Not that I ever saw.
Okay. What type of baby was Evelyn?
Very happy, very smiley.
Okay. And do you recall trying to reach out to Megan to continue to try to see Evelyn again?
Yes.
Okay. And would Megan respond to you?
She did for a little bit, and then there was a time that she didn't respond.
Okay. Did you buy Christmas gifts for Evelyn?
I did. I bought gifts for Maggie and Evelyn.
Okay. And did you reach out to?
I did.
Okay. And did she acknowledge when you reached out?
She did. She was supposed to come by our house on the 24th.
Okay. And did she come by?
She did not.
Okay. Did you see Megan again after Christmas?
I saw her in January.
Okay. So January of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see her?
Her and Hunter came to my church twice.
Okay. And who was Hunter?
Hunter was her boyfriend at the time.
Okay. So she came to your church twice. Were both of those times in January?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her either of those times?
No.
Did you find it strange that Evelyn was not with her?
Yes.
Why?
Because anytime I saw Maggie, for the most part, Evie was on her hip.
Okay. Did you ask Megan where Evelyn was each time you
Yes.
saw her in January?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She told me she was with her father,
Okay. And did you know what his name was?
Ethan.
Okay. Do you remember when you saw them at church asking Megan what Evelyn thought about Hunter, Megan's new boyfriend?
Yes.
What did she say?
That they had not been around each other.
Okay. Did you ask that question both times that you saw her?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That they hadn't been around each other.
Okay. When you saw Megan at church those two times, did she ever seem to be upset about Evelyn not being around?
No.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She seemed happy.
Did she ever verbally express worry for Evelyn or her safety?
No.
Did she give you any indication that anything was even wrong with Evelyn?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Evelyn had been reported as a missing child?
Yes. Detectives just showed up at our house
Okay.
wanting to know where I was. And I was on my way to Knoxville taking my daughter to an appointment.
Okay. And is that how you learned that
Yes.
Evelyn was missing? Okay. So not from Megan.
No.
Okay. So during the time that Evelyn's missing, did you see Megan Boswell again?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember where you saw her?
I picked her up at the Walmart in Bristol.
Okay. Do you remember what month that was?
I do not.
Okay.
I want to say February maybe.
Okay. And why were you picking her up at Walmart in Bristol?
She said she didn't have anywhere to go.
Okay.
And I thought maybe she would talk to me if it was just me and her.
Okay. Because you felt like you had that kind of relationship?
I did.
Okay. What was your purpose in talking to her that night?
To see if she could tell me where Evie was, who had her.
Okay. And are you doing this while you're driving
Yes.
with her? Okay. And I'm assuming you asked her those questions
I
when
did.
you got in the car. What was her response to you about where Evelyn was?
She didn't know.
Okay. Did she ever tell you, did she mention Ethan? Because she told you about Ethan before. Did she mention Ethan that day?
It was that Ethan had her. Ethan had quit answering her calls, her text, wouldn't answer the door.
Okay. What was her demeanor in the car that night?
Emotionless.
Okay. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
There was nothing. Like most answers were, I don't know. And it was, There were no tears. There was no frantic, what I think I would have been had my child been missing. There was none of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think she's upset because she sees the witness is upset, not because she's upset.
This woman seems to be a very good-hearted person, and she probably is, I don't know, maybe feeling bad that she disappointed her. That's just my guess. Want to be sleuthing something? Oh, you're going to get a tardy slip too. But the good news is with your first tardy, you only get a warning.
Uh-oh.
Just to clarify, and this is after Evelyn had already been reported missing. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
During the time that you knew Megan, do you feel like you got to know her fairly well?
As best as I could.
So that would be from the time she started dating Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Me too.
And you said that was in spring of 2019. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you see Megan on the news interviews that she gave?
I did.
Okay. Did you watch those interviews?
Of course.
Was the Megan that you saw on those television interviews the same Megan that you knew?
No.
How was she different?
It almost seemed rehearsed, practiced. She just.
Okay.
I don't know how to describe that.
Okay. We can stop with that.
Okay, hold on one second. You guys, did you see this? Teresa, I just got home from my last cancer treatment. Thank you all for your prayers and support. I think she meant God is good.
Yeah.
God is good. You know, I've been noticing a lot of changing in my texts and things lately. Congratulations. That's wonderful. We're so happy for you. Yay. You know what? I'll even do a little, let's do some.
Hey, Zuzu, spell it. Petals.
What were you going to say?
A Zulu. Hey, it was coming out wrong. Zuzu.
Okay. I'm going to give you confetti bursts and stars and balloons.
Congratulations.
That's, I
We've
know
all
how
been
that
there.
feels.
We've all
yeah,
been.
we know how that feels. And I also want to say hello to Gypsy. Our buddy Gypsy is here. Beautiful Gypsy. And want to be sleuthing something. All of our friends are coming in to visit. We appreciate you so much.
And
making our day. And Zuzu's petals.
Yes. And then I thought this was an interesting comment.
I mean, guys, there's a lot here. I know that, not everybody is covering this, but there's a lot of similarities here, guys. I just keep seeing them.
That was one of our big reasons that we wanted to cover it, so we could have some comparisons, especially with the TBI and in law enforcement.
We need bells to ring.
Woohoo!
That's what they do with radiation, right? That's what they did with me. I rang a bell.
Chemo, they rang a bell on your
I didn't.
one.
Well, you know what happened with my last one. I told them I wasn't having it. And then I didn't. It was funny. Long story. But anyway, let's get back to it. I agree, TN nurse. That TBI agent I felt was very impressive yesterday. Or was it the first day?
And part of yesterday.
Yeah, I was very impressed with him. It restores your faith to see them bring people to justice.
They just cannot agree on what's going on.
Okay. Middle E is on her last, or not middle E. Little E is on her last appointment. I just got a text. She's got to get some echoes done, I think. So. I'm so happy for you, Teresa. That's wonderful. I just love seeing all of our friends come in and say hello,
Just a second.
Okay.
even when they can't stay. And I agree about the TBI thing. I think this is going to be, I think just watching how they work will be helpful to all of us in future cases.
Yes. Well, for the Tennessee cases, for sure.
Well, I mean, you know, Mr. E's made some predictions on that. He feels like that we'll be sitting in a courtroom, you know, by the summer. But I don't know if that, I don't think it would be that quick. But
Mm-mm.
he might have said this time next year.
Why did this one
actually.
take so long to go to trial?
It's my understanding a lot of it had to do with COVID and being behind because they had so many days that they
They've
were
been really
closed.
behind.
I've heard a lot of different things.
We pass you
Oh.
two
Whoops.
papers. Ask if you
That was a
recognize him.
sad case too.
I do.
Okay. What is it?
It's messages between myself and Maggie.
Okay. For what date?
January 8th, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 93.
Any objections? Record this one.
Oh, well, me too. Thank you. There were lawyer changes.
What?
Thank you.
Oh, I thought you meant like right now. Yes, I remember her other attorney said they were not, they're
Okay.
something about being aligned. They were
That's
not
fine.
aligned. Okay, here we go.
You stated, I've been worried to death about you. Are you okay? Why did you send that message?
I mean, that's right in the midst of people looking for Evie. And I hadn't heard from her.
Okay. So
In
Evelyn had not been
January?
reported missing yet at that point. So,
Then that was if I've not heard from her because we talked quite a bit.
okay. And then you asked her, did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas? And what did she say in response to you?
She says we did.
Why is
You
it
read
in
all that?
Actually, that's
parentheses?
not-
Do you guys see that? Or not parentheses, but
Okay.
quotations.
Oh, this is where the problem is. They put up something that was not correct
Oh.
because it was hearsay. Uh-oh. Here they go.
Okay, so we know.
Hang on, let's see if we can hear anything.
Me too.
They didn't show the shirt because it is evidence. They may show it later, but they can't show it right now. Rosebud, I hear you. I will try my best to make it to those
Oh.
as well.
You've already said
I'll be moving down there.
up, over,
Up.
up and over.
Oh, wow, Suzanne, that's great news.
What's going on? Am I
She's in
behind?
remission of stage 3 pancreatic cancer, and she finished her chemo and radiation on October 4th. That is a great one to hear because that's a hard one to overcome. Congratulations.
Congratulations. That's, oh, wow.
We can appreciate that so much.
That is wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yay. Yeah, let's give her some congratulations in the chat as well.
Okay, here we go back again. I tell you what.
Real me too. We used to make homemade pizzas constantly for our son as well. Every day. And I wanted to tell Gypsy Thank you so much for joining our Patreon community. I saw that and I was like, I feel so terrible because the Patreon's just not, I haven't gotten it going really well yet. But thank you so much for supporting us over there too. You are the best.
Okay, let's hear this. Oh, we can't hear it.
Yes, I do understand.
Sometimes it'll say outside of the jury's thing, but they'll still let you hear. They're not.
Well, I think Law and Crime is actually showing more in general. I think we're safer on court TV because we don't want to see anything graphic.
Can we move ahead then?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, no, they're on a break.
This is probably the mistrial stuff, right? Here we go. Okay. Okay, he's getting ready to say something. I'm trying to go forward.
Did you just start streaming on Rumble?
Just start? No.
I got something 5 minutes ago that said that you just started streaming on Rumble.
2 hours ago.
I just got it.
Yeah, we're trying to build the Rumble channel up so that we can cover speak more freely as far as like sensitive topics and things that that YouTube is not nice about.
Judge, it appears what has happened, we have been admitting what I believe to be screenshots, what I think the court believed to be screenshots of text messages, which were ultimately a created document that were taken from a cell phone dump. We have, I don't know how many exhibits of that. Notice that on the last one, that exhibit, it came in admittedly without objection because I thought it was a screenshot of the cell phone dump. Or a screenshot of the dump itself, but of a screen. Hence screenshot. When the last exhibit was published to the jury, it contained a note that Mr. Horn noticed in the letter of our objection that contained a note made by the district attorney's office. It's already been up on the screen and published to the jury. I have concern now that all of these documents, and I have concern that there could be other errors that we haven't caught. At this point, I'm going to move the court for a mistrial.
I think that's what this dude's been trying all along.
That's a couple things in response. Some of those are I know the Instagram messages actually are screenshots of what was on the phone. So
thank you, Castle.
The other ones are taken from the either Facebook proceeds or text conversations that were done from the phones. They're identical. The only thing we've done is put them in a format that makes them look like what you would see if you were looking at Facebook Messenger or at a cell phone. That's the only thing. The one that was most recently up in front of the screen is admittedly not verbatim what was in the text, and that's what was caught. It's just human error in reviewing all this. But everything else is identical. They've all been read. Most of them have been read in court. And those messages and Facebook communications Mr. Scott's had those for several years now in review. I mean, if he disputes the veracity of them, he can sit there and go back through and check them word for word, but they're identical. There's nothing substantively that's been placed before the jury that's either inaccurate or misleading. The only thing that's not correct is that last one that was up on the screen. Otherwise, it's just it's not a substance thing. It's just the fact of what they the only thing we've changed is how they look.
They changed it so that the people could understand it.
Pictures I told Mr. Scott, they're
right.
taken from Facebook Messenger. There's nothing, we haven't created any content as far as that's concerned. So there's nothing that's been put before the jury that's in any way misleading or inaccurate.
So the raw data, cell phone.
Correct, from the forensic extraction, yes.
Correct. And those were placed in, basically you made demonstrative
Correct.
evidence.
Yeah.
Has the raw data been provided in discovery?
Oh, yes, Judge, that's been provided. They've had that for years.
And the demonstrative
That was made available. Mr. Scott wanted, we had him him and his investigators at our office several weeks ago. They wanted to look at it. We didn't specifically identify which things we were using. As the trial's going on, some we've used and some we haven't used. So yes, they've been available.
Because I was not aware of that. We did meet with Mr. Harper and Ms. Massey. They were very kind to have us up there, but you have to understand, we talked over generally what data we had. I don't remember talking over this demonstrative data. We do have the cell phone extraction. And as these are coming in, the way they look to me, I'm not raising a big stink at it at the time because it looks like screenshots. Picture's worth 1,000 words. And so we see this last one come in. But as far as someone sending me the demonstrative data and saying, we're going to use this or we have this, no. That's my understanding now. In everyone's defense, these files are huge. I can't tell you that I can say chapter and verse, which is in every folder, and I doubt they can't either. But at the same time, I find myself now in a position where we're in the middle of the trial. It would be near impossible to go back and prepare all of these documents.
I don't think Judge Elaine, if you want me to, I don't think it'd be that difficult for us to pull these messages from what they come to Facebook. And if you want to compare them, we can isolate those. I don't think that'd be difficult at all. I mean, it's not that many messages that have been admitted at this point.
Well,
I bet you're right.
What?
TN nurses, but I wonder if any of these attorneys has ever had a case anything close to this. Probably not. Is the jury in there now while they're talking? I don't think so. I think let me take that down for a second. I think it says outside the jury present. So I think
Yes.
they had them leave.
the other question would be, do I need to declare mistrial? Because the one inaccurate demonstrative aid is placed up on the monitor.
Is this basically going to be his judgment?
I know that part of that message is not read to the jury.
Breezy,
It's not read.
welcome in.
I know the General Massey deal is the one that first brought to our attention.
Awesome. Yes, we have been covering this. This is our third day.
So I'm not going to order a mistrial this time for that. I will give a curative instruction that if any of the jurors read that last bubble for a few seconds it was up there, to put that out in mind and not to consider it. Now, my concern, so I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. I don't find there's manifest necessity. To mistrial. Now, going forward. Well, I guess going forward, I'll just take any objections as they come. Since I can't give any advisory opinion. I just want you to talk about it.
Yeah, well,
Good grief.
yeah.
you want me to fast forward a little bit?
If it looks like it's,
Well, it's just basically, okay, I'm just going to go a little bit.
Now, you need to go through them over lunch, pull out, you don't need to take them off, just pull out the screenshot.
no, most of them are, yeah, most of them are not screenshots. Actually, most of them are.
Interesting.
Are we in recess, Judge?
Oh, no kidding. Oh, thank you all for the orange hearts. Middle E is on a long road to complete recovery. We are seeing the doctor daily, or going to doctor's appointments daily, I should say. He is in good spirits, and it is a very serious situation, but we are hopeful, and we're doing everything we can to have the odds be in his favor.
Sounds like a
Hunger Games. We
Hunger
literally just went to see the Hunger Games the other day. They were showing it again in the theater, so that's why that sounds like that. Okay, so everybody says we're all caught up. So, okay, so it's still on break, so we can chat a little bit. Or let's see. I think we only had. What time did they say they were coming back? 1. So we've got like 7 minutes till they're coming back.
good.
Does he have an Amazon wish list or anything? I'd love to send him something. No, he doesn't. Here, I'm going to take this down while we're just chatting it up. No, he doesn't have one. Why are our pictures so weird? Okay, there we go. I always say that we're super blessed. So, I don't know what his wish list would be. I mean, Auntie pretty much, while he was going through his surgery, took care of all of our Christmas as far as gathering it and getting it wrapped and everything. And our kids, do you agree that our kids aren't wanters? They don't really
Yeah,
want.
they don't really want a lot of stuff, and it's hard for them to come up with a Christmas list of things that they want to ask for because they just don't really want a lot of stuff. They just don't. They're just kind of content with what they have.
Yeah. His doctor's appointments, we have to drive an hour each way to go to his appointments, but they're not long once we're there. Let me put it that way. They're not long once we're there. Yeah. But he is actually attending school and everything too. So I actually texted him earlier because they were able to move one of his appointments up today, and he has not responded.
Of
So,
course not.
well, it was at 5:20.
Yeah, I thought it would look like a really late appointment.
It did. Oh,
I
you got the
wasn't-
calendar to work.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, the Gmail one worked.
Okay. But they changed it to 3:15, but he won't respond.
I would just tell him.
I will see if he'll make one. I will, guys. You are so sweet. You are so sweet. Oh, let's see.
So basically, they said in this try for mistrial, they
Teresa rang a
basically were
bell.
saying that they weren't going to, that they've had all this documentation and it really wasn't relevant to the point that it constituted a mistrial. Is that basically what you got out of it?
And thank you, Breezy. You're so sweet. You guys are all so sweet. I mean, it was very overwhelming to even think about being online or trying to run a show or anything when all this started. And, we had several days where we just kind of sat almost in mourning of the diagnosis, if that makes sense to anybody. And we just could not bring ourselves to do it. And we dove into a lot of research, for our son's condition to make sure we're doing the right diets and supplements and alternative treatments. And that actually took a lot of time. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying, like mid-sentence. Do you guys ever have that happen?
He does like blankets. He does like fuzzy blankets.
He does like fuzzy blankets. You're right. Somebody, a friend of ours, mailed him a robe, and he wears it all the time. It's so funny.
Oh yeah, he likes that.
He liked the robe a lot. He's keeping up good spirits. We had a kind of heart-to-heart last night about future treatments, and he had some strong feelings about some future treatments I haven't told you about, Annie.
Well, I know you mentioned that he was having a little problem yesterday.
There's I'll tell you offline, but it is I don't know. I'll just change the topic. How's that?
Good.
Missing
is
being on
first.
here. Yes,
Yeah.
family does come first. I don't know what you mean by Ty. What do you mean? You mean Mr. E or middle E? Oh, middle E has been a great. Oh, he has, because we don't know what we're doing at all. He was the one that really encouraged us to come back, because it didn't feel normal to him, because he has been very proud of everything. We always joke that we didn't expect to have more than 100 people watching us ever, or 100 subscribers or anything like that. And you guys have just overwhelmed us with your love and your just the sense of community. And it really warmed our heart. Aw. Thank you, Breezy. We're happy you're here. Oh, we do have a P.O. box. We do have a P.O. box for Mr. E. We do have a P.O. box. We set that up a long time ago. Let's see. No kidding. And thank you for your membership, Breezy. Wanna be sleuth and something says, I am ADHD, so sometimes I blurt. If I don't say it quickly, I will forget. That's similar, LOL. But yes, I forgot what I was talking about all the time when I go into rooms. I forget why. I walked in here to get my coffee 3 times this morning. Very funny.
Trying to do something on my phone. I can't do it. It's driving me crazy.
That's true. What are you trying to do? Do you need my help?
Nothing important.
Yeah, stages of grief for any type of grief. I'm sure you guys are grieving, and emotions are everywhere. They are. And actually, I'm going to have to spend a lot of my weekend catching up on my work, because we've been doing this during the day and I have neglected my job. And so I'm going to have to really work this weekend to catch up.
Yaya said she had to take a phone call. Now she's behind. Well, we're still on lunch break. It should be over with right now. So
I'm watching it. It's not back yet.
The only thing that we have heard is they presented a text message, and they tried to call a mistrial because they said it revealed information that could change the outcome of the case, and really it couldn't. And they said, well, you've had this stuff for years to look over, and you didn't catch this till now. And they're basically saying it doesn't really have any impact on the case. And the judge ruled against the mistrial, but I think they're looking for any reason to do a mistrial. Just because they do a mistrial too doesn't mean she's out. It just means that they have to start over.
Right.
So I don't know why they thinking doing a mistrial would be helpful, other than to delay the outcome.
Ooh. Let's see. Old McNary's Journal says, I think the attorneys have to discuss over lunch some things. My understanding. Oh, I really wish we could see who was in there. Hi, R. Taylor.
I don't want to sound critical, but I don't feel like these attorneys are doing that great of a job on either side. I don't see the level that I was expecting.
I think I agree with you on that. But as I'm not sure who pointed it out earlier, but this is probably this level of case is probably this is probably the first time they've ever had to do anything like this.
Possibly so. I'm glad to see that, Castle, you feel the same. I don't know. I guess just watching that Murdaugh case, and I mean,
Oh, here we go.
I'm just telling you, that's one case that I actually sat and watched everyone testify. Every attorney, I watched them each do their job, and man, they were outstanding on both sides.
Hi, hot
Outstanding.
mess.
And so
Welcome in.
this just seems like like kind of haphazard. If you've had 4 years to plan your prosecution, or your, multiple years to plan a defense, I just think it would have been a little bit better than what I don't even think their line of questioning is very good. I don't know. That just may be me. And Tennessee Nurse, I think that they have done that in the past. She said she recommends voice recording your appointments.
We have the ones that were important. Yes. Diagnosis, surgery, treatment plan, all those things we have. I have them on my phone.
I agree. Rittenhouse did have great defense attorneys. That was one that I did catch some of, and they were, I don't know. I just don't see that level here. And it may just be that they don't have the resources. It's just not a area where they have a lot of people with that tremendous expertise.
Okay. We're getting closer. They're showing the seal right now. So we'll just keep talking.
And old McMary's journal says, I have also noticed that slow moving because defense always sidebars. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
they keep stopping a lot. And Castle, that is a concern as well.
Yeah. And Kelsey's near from
I saw that.
lives close to the Murdaughs. Well, I think you're going to get to
Especially where-
watch it again, right?
Right.
We could do it on here since you are so passionate about it.
Yeah, Roller Girl, that was a fascinating case. I mean, you couldn't have made a TV movie and it been more fascinating than that case was. I recommend anybody that it just like you're snowed in, you're bored, you have something that you can't be around anybody for 2 weeks, sit and watch each juror in that case. It's an amazing case. Yes, and he did have plenty of money too, but the prosecution was still the prosecution. They didn't have to pay big money to get these prosecuting attorneys. Those were the state attorneys, and they were fabulous. They were fabulous.
R. Taylor says, well, got some positive information today on the sodium level on the way up. Amen. Thank you for continued prayers and support. Well, prayers.
Neurologist
and
was
support.
also very happy. Good.
Awesome. Oops, I hit the wrong one. Awesome. Congratulations. That's wonderful news. You weren't here, but little E's blood numbers looked good. She had leukemia 4 years ago. So she had good numbers today as well. So we're having good news all around. And it's Friday, everybody. I know that we are gonna Auntie, I know you like to know in advance, but I'm pretty sure we are going to cover Sebastian on Sunday night.
Good.
Just so you know.
And Texas Mom of 6 says, I think they're just stalling the inevitable. I agree. I agree. Yes, real me too. I'm still waiting for those pictures. I did not watch the Natalie Cochran trial.
Well, you know what? Real Me Too will probably go and watch it again. You could just meet her down there.
I don't know if I have enough time that I can just take the time off to do it.
You could bring me Granny.
It would be weeks.
R. Taylor, Mr. E is with little E at the doctor, and he'll be back soon. They're on their way back. I just got a text. So he'll be back soon. Probably. We'll have to catch him up though, guys. You'll have to help us catch him up.
R. Smith wants to know, or W. Smith wants to know, are they in the courtroom?
If they are, I'm just seeing the symbol on Court TV right now. I can put it up if it makes it easier, makes everybody more comfortable. I can add it to the stage. But
Well, me too. I would love to come for some of it. I don't know if I could be there every day. And I had a question for those of you that have gone to trials, especially highly publicized trials like the Murdaugh trial. How do they reach capacity for the courtroom? How do they just line up and only the people that there's room for get in? How do they determine who gets in and who doesn't?
that's a question I had here. Let me put you up higher. You can't see you. That's a question I had because of potential future cases that I might be near.
Right, exactly. That's why I was asking.
I wondered, that's why I was wondering this about this trial in Sullivan County.
I know they should not be in court tomorrow. I would not think they would be operating on Saturday.
I don't think so. I have a lot of work to catch up on, so I don't know.
And Breezy said, let's skip a trial and I'll do a crime con in September. I agree. Let's do crime
I think
con.
it's in Denver, I think. I don't know that we can do that, guys. Who's going to watch the kids?
She said, yes, they did for Murdaugh. You had to line up. And so I guess just whoever gets in and their seats for get in.
I think that if there's any future trials in my area, it will be lines down the street.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Hot Mess is saying that they are going tomorrow. Oh my stars. I had no idea. Now, I don't know if we can do that because all the kids will be home.
Wow.
I guess we'll find out at the end of today for sure.
That's a lot. That's a lot to expect of those people. I think they anticipated this one being what, 3 to 4 weeks or 2 to 3 weeks, something like, I can't remember.
You know what?
I've heard both.
I've got a better idea than a crime con. Let's do a crime cruise.
A crime cruise. That would be fun. Like a 4-day crime cruise.
A crime cruise. I don't know what we would do exactly, but we could do a crime cruise. Would that be fun?
All I need is Jesus said most people sleep outside the courthouse. I did not know that.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
No, we won't be doing that. That's like waiting for tickets back in the old Ticketmaster days where you didn't have it online and you had to go sit in line outside of Ticketmaster to get your tickets for concerts
or Black Friday.
Oh yeah, our Black Friday sales. Yep. They are sequestered. Yes, they are sequestered. They are sequestered in a hotel. Cruising with the crime dogs.
That would be fun.
Yes.
My email is, I'll put it in chat.
All the emails go to Mrs. E and then she disseminates those as needed.
I disseminate them or distribute them?
Well, same thing.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Which one? Oh, well.
I'm not sure how you can determine which one are hate channels anymore.
No kidding. All right. We'll have to start planning the crime cruise, Aunt E. Honestly, Mystery and I haven't had a vacation alone in since you watched the kids in 2017 and we went to Disneyland? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
I stayed at your house. Yes.
DV. I don't know who that is. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I do. Yeah, he's going to cover this one. He covers a lot of cases.
I used to love that channel, actually. I would laugh and laugh and laugh, and then it took a turn. But we're not going to talk about other creators.
Thank you for sharing, though.
Thank you, though. Yeah.
We gotcha.
Yeah, I just
agreed.
Even if we got to go into one that's near here, we wouldn't be able to sit there and go play by play like we are with you guys right now because we'd be in the courtroom.
Yes. So I don't know which would be better if it was televised fully, but it's almost like you'd need one of us in the courtroom and then the other two on.
Right.
You could do it that way too.
Well, when we were there for Bullhorn Betty and, they would not allow us to have our telephones in there. We would carry in yellow pads and pens and that's all they would allow us to have in there. So, and that was, that wasn't even a big deal.
Mm-mm. I can't imagine what it would be like.
I mean, a big
for
deal as
a high
far as
profile.
right.
Yeah.
It wasn't high profile. So, there, one time we went in, they allowed me to have my phone. That was the very first time we went in.
Could you have it on in there with you, but off?
Yes, you had to have it put away, but you could have it. And then I think that was the very first time. And then I think that's the one Betty was not at. And I think someone must have recorded it or something, or was live streaming it. And so the next time they had a big sign when you came to the door, you cannot have phones. So we had to go back to the car and take the phones. And then we always carry notepads with us anyway. But what's wrong?
Rosebud said, according to another creator she watches, they are not allowed to bring phones or even paper and pen to take notes in the courtroom. I've never known that you couldn't take paper and pen. You can only be part of the media room.
Interesting.
And Romy too said you couldn't have phones for Leilani either.
Well, it was funny because there were some people that were not being nice about us trying to act like we recorded in there. We absolutely, we didn't have our phones. So,
and Hot Mess says in the article, the jury is sequestered for the duration of the trial. Jurors are staying at a hotel with no cell phones and limited television access. The trial is expected to go into the weekend. Okay.
All right. Well, they will tell us at the end of this today when the next, when they're going to come back into session. So,
and I think Hot Mess sent you an email as well. That may be what she sent you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And Breezy said they would not let me take notes in Hannah either. I didn't even try in the Alex Baldwin case.
Oh, you did Alec Baldwin?
She said she did. Yeah, in California.
Wow. I have an interesting story about that movie, but I'm not going to get into it.
According to her, the judge is a real stickler and he wants us over with.
He wants it over with. Yeah.
He's no hold bar judge.
Cool. Yeah. For the Rust movie trial.
I've not seen one on the weekend, so that's unusual.
The Suitcase Red Rum was on Saturday. Oh, I did not realize that. Okay. I can't. Yeah. Okay. Well,
yes, she was there for the Rust movie trials. The Rust movie. I followed that pretty closely. I did not watch every day, but I did follow that really closely. That's interesting. I'm sure there was a lot of people in line for that one.
Yeah, we were discussing this yesterday, Detective Mom. She says, I absolutely could not be in a jury if it meant being sequestered without my phone. I could easily not search for anything related to the case, but I would still need to watch other trials at night. We were talking about this yesterday. What would you do? Let's just do it. Let's do it again. What would you do if you had to be sequestered without your phone or television?
Yeah, that's a good one. And Romy 2 says you would be surprised what you hear and see in the hallways and bathrooms in the courthouse. I bet that's for sure.
I agree.
Yeah, what would you? I said I would do some puzzle books. I like to do those Sudokus and stuff like that. And I probably bring some cards and play solitaire. And
well, some people were saying they were going to do crafts.
You could take Legos. You could even do something like Legos or puzzles. Yeah, I'm with you, Breezy. I'd probably cry because I couldn't even work in the off time without my phone and laptop. Yeah, I would be stressing over things like that. You would really have to have a very flexible job that allowed you to be completely disconnected in order to even be on the jury.
That's true, or be retired,
right? But even the little side job that I do, I wouldn't want to be away from my computer and phone for 2 weeks.
Rosebud says, draw color crossword puzzles and word finds. And then she says, sleep. I would do that because I don't get a lot of that. So that's funny. Yeah. Crochet. Okay. Ty would crochet.
Diamond art. I don't know what diamond art is.
Yeah, what's diamond art exactly?
Oh, Granny's talking. If you hear, pick up any background noise, she's
Is
talking.
she on the phone?
Oh, she's talking to my husband. I think that they're talking about what they're going to do for lunch.
Mm.
Oh yeah, order food.
That's funny. Rosebud said that would be a vacation for me.
Yes, Breezy. That would be a constant panic attack. You couldn't do it.
What?
She said, I'm a high volume corporate recruiter for 2 call centers during the day, and I would be in constant panic attack. Yeah. But I mean, because you would be thinking of all the things that were coming through that you couldn't take care of. Read books, DVDs. I think that you could probably do DVDs and recordings. You probably could do that.
Oh, then we would just go through all the 80s movies we have seen 1,000 times probably.
That's a good question.
What?
What does the jury do? Can they hang out in, say, the lobby or do games or puzzles? I think they have to stay in their rooms and they can't talk about the case with anybody. I don't know if they can socialize amongst themselves or not.
Google it, y'all. You know what she's referring to, right?
Google it, y'all.
Spaghetti pancakes.
Yeah, Google it, y'all. Yep. Only those entrenched in that case would get it. My puppy's like going,
And that's that's why we're known for the Sebastian stuff. So people are surprised that we're covering this, but this case is very important to me personally. I'm looking up Diamond Art right now.
Me too.
Let's see what it is. Diamond Art Club. I can pull it up.
Yeah, that's like a site.
Okay, that's not what I want.
Well, I mean, it's just like
images of diamond art. Oh, I see what it is.
Okay, twist the applicator. It's got little use the applicator to pick up the face.
Oh, that would be fun.
Sided diamonds and press the diamonds on the canvas.
That would be fun. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna share it and show you guys what it is. Let's see.
That would be fun. I would have trouble
Share
because of
this
my
tab
hand.
instead. Okay, so that's what it is.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I think I would enjoy that. Look.
That would be fun, but I would have a hard time because I of my RA. I don't have very good fine motor skills for my fingers, and I have my right wrist is fused. I can't bend it, so it would not be a fun thing for me to do.
I bet these people did not think that someone would zoom in this closely on their thumb.
That's pretty cool, though. Yeah, it's very intricate.
Mm-hmm. That is cool. I'll go back to that in case it's still not in session. I thought they said it won.
They did.
Okay.
These attorneys may be bashing it out. Who knows?
I'm trying to go back to the other one. Share this tab instead.
That's interesting, Precious. Lavender Buttons. I've seen some good, interesting movies on what jurors go through during trials.
Oh, a Spooky Wife says there's a bunch of YouTube channels about it. You know what I used to love to do is cross stitching. And what was that thing that we used to do?
The
what
hook
was that?
rugs?
No, the one where it was like you punched it.
I don't know what that was called. It was like, yeah, our grandmothers both did that too. Mom did it.
You still have the Santa.
Yes. Also, I have to leave at 4:45 today.
What for?
Because it is First Friday food truck where I'm at, and
okay.
Go to the food trucks at 5:00 on Fridays.
Well, I changed Middle E's appointment to 3:15, so Mr. E will have to take over and be alone, which is scary, guys, because he doesn't know the technology.
Yeah, last night trying to get off, he was like, "Okay, I don't know how to play the video, so I'm just gonna say goodbye." It was funny.
And Middle E won't be here to help him either. When I was on that cruise, I was just terrified. And then your son was having.
It was a punch thing. You had a little hook and you punched it in. It was like You took a like a little piece of yarn and a hook, and it was a hook art, I guess is what it was called.
No, punch. Wasn't it punch something?
Yeah, but you took the thing and you punched it in. It says she said tin punch, or was it fabric? It was like a yarn, and you would punch it in, and it would make like this tiny little loop. No kidding.
I know.
Latch hook rugs. We did do the latch hook rugs.
Yeah, she used to do those. You used to make pillows.
Yeah, I did pillows and rugs.
I don't think it exists anymore. It was a weird contraption. It was very 80s.
Yeah,
But you would just sit and it had let me see if it exists since we're just waiting. What would you call it? Punch? You know, Mom might know what it was called.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you.
Is that Mom?
No, it was my hubby bringing me a sandwich.
That
was so nice.
That's not it either.
I don't know, Granny, if you're still on and you know what it was called, you could type it in, but I don't know what it was called. The hook rug was the rugs and the pillows, but this was like something where you took this.
Okay, I'm going to share this tab. It looked like this. Look, Auntie, it looks like this. But you punched it, and it had it was
right next to it. How to learn punch?
No,
something.
I don't. That's not it, is it? It had a big contraption, like a spool on top. Remember?
No.
Yeah, it did. That might be that's
That might
probably
be the new
like the
version of
modern
it.
version. Yeah. But you just sit and punch.
Punch needle art.
Yeah.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah.
It's just kind of got a newer formatting.
Yeah, what we had was very old and convoluted.
I'm going to mute while I take it.
Sure. All right, it's just me and you guys. Okay, I'm going to take that off and go back to the trial since we're waiting. That's what it was. Yeah, I guess it's punch needle, guys. Yes, middle E did help a bunch. This is weird. I feel all alone. I could say anything wacky now. I could go right into drama stream. Just kidding. I won't do that. That's so funny you say that, Rosebud. I used to love doing crafts. I would make everything under the sun. And then once I had kids, you know, your priorities change. And so I just don't get time to do those anymore. Oh, and Real Me Too used to make pillows. And W. Smith says, I used to love reading John Grisham books for the courtroom drama. Yeah. Mr. E loves John Grisham. You know what? There's an author that he read, you know, the person who wrote the Gone Girl books. He loves her as an author, and she's only written a handful. And anytime that she has a book, I can't think of her name offhand, but anytime she has a book, he's all about it because he thought Gone Girl was brilliant. Let's see. I started scrapbooks for all the kids. I started with the first one, and his is very detailed, like detailed all the way up to, you know, just completely detailed and journaled and everything. And then I get to the second one, and his pictures are all there, but there's really not a lot of writing. And then poor little E. By the time I started working on hers, I just couldn't even get the pictures in because it's just, you know, you get too busy. I guess I suppose I could be doing that while we're sitting here working on true crime. Oh, that's funny. Bliss Blessing says, after we heard about spaghetti pancakes, how many had that show up in their YouTube channel feed? Me, I did. I did. I don't know about you guys, but I did for sure. I'm not you know what I mean? It feels weird not to hear like Aunt E in the background. Girl on the Train. I think we saw that movie. I know, poor little E. I know, I need to do it. I really do. Um, is Girl on the Train the same person? Gillian Flynn. That's who wrote Gone Girl. And he absolutely loved it. I think it's Gillian Flynn. Yeah, she wrote Gone Girl, Sharp Objects, Dark Places, The Grown Up. I don't think he's read that one. He might like that one. But he just loves her as an author. He thinks she's great. Gone Girl is very good. If you haven't. I think he saw the movie though. So would it be ruined or is it very different from the movie? Want to be sleuthing something? It might have been The Perfect Punch embroidery tool. I'm not sure. Yes, he read Sharp Objects. I started reading it. I can't remember if I finished that one. Gone Girl is just an excellent premise, I think. I just think that's a really good premise.
For the record,
Texas mom of 6. It's like baby books that by the time the third baby comes along, we slack. Absolutely. Because we're so busy, right?
Court TV put up, for the record, we are not sure what the delay is right now, but we will let you know if we find out. They've not posted what's going on. They don't know why there's a delay.
Well, if you guys don't mind, since we're having a delay and Aunt E is back, are you back from eating? Are you
I'm
already
still
done?
eating, but I can mute when I'm eating.
Well, I just needed to go to the bathroom again.
Sure, go ahead. I can wait. It wasn't called the Perfect Punch embroidery tool. I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would catch up on my scrapbooking because I don't have time to do it. And if I'm sitting there with my hands free, that's my number one. I've only been called for jury duty once, and that's when I was still in college, and both attorneys, the district attorney and the attorney that was representing the person, both had represented someone in our family at one point or another. So I said, sorry, I'm out. So I got to leave.
Tennessee's nurse said pertaining to the courtroom, she's only been to one, but she said it was the court reporters and the important people got to go in, and then it was first come, first served for the public. So they probably just have to wait in line.
I don't know that movie. They were threatening one of the jurors. What?
Want to be sleuthing something said, whatever it is, I bet you could get it if you call now and made 4 easy payments of $19.95 plus shipping and handling. Yep.
Probably.
Yes.
I don't know. Does anybody know the name of a movie that is about the mom that they were threatening one of the jurors? I'll tell you one that Middle E had asked to watch. He wants to watch 12 Angry Men, which was, a very old movie.
I don't even know that.
Yes, you do. It's why can't I remember who it is? Let me think. Oh, really?
Who else did you say is covering this? Wow. I can't believe no one is at this trial. Wow.
Well, like I said, I wanted to be there. But with our circumstances and having to be at the doctor so much, we just can't. Jack Lemon. Thank you, Pale Rider. Thank you. Thank you.
What was the name of the other organization that's covering this trial?
Law and Crime.
Let me see if I can find anything on there. See if they've got any.
And then the local news channels are covering it.
Yes,
I thought you got your sandwich.
I did. I'm still on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Granny.
She took off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking to see if they haven't. Of course, I got to go through the ads. Oh, they're showing the courtroom.
Oh, they are?
Yes, they're ready. She's just walking in now.
I'm sure Court TV will be on top of it.
Oh, no, I lied. That was an old one.
Mm.
Court is on break till 1 p.m., but this is what they have on here. But it's the same thing. Someone said that they think they're probably going over the text and messages entered into evidence and what was to be added.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm really surprised at the level of competence in this. I think it's surprising.
I've been working on editing the machete video, and I've been watching. I had an idea. I don't want to say because I'll give it away. But I've been working on making a new and improved machete video, just so you know. But we have to get to 1,000 likes. So, of course, Mr. E's not here. What to be sleuth and something says I've been called for jury duty 4 times in my life, and it's always when I can't do it. LOL.
I've been called twice, and it was when one time was when Granny was having to go to the hospital on a regular basis for wound care and stuff, and I was the one taking her. She couldn't drive, so I couldn't go then.
Was that where you live now?
No, it was in where I used to live, and now my husband's been called twice already here since we moved here, and he
That's crazy.
because he travels for work. He's been able to get out of it. He would like to do it, but he travels for work, and it's very difficult when you travel almost every week.
And Texas Mama of 6 says I grew up 2 blocks from the Texas cheerleader mom. Oh wow.
Wow.
And Gypsy's never been called. Mine was that one and only time. And Wannabe Sleuth and something says I'm only 33. I kind of wonder how I have been summoned to jury so many times. Grandma Chachi says I think the name of the movie is The Juror. I bet that's it.
That sounds like a movie.
And then Tia Nurse said something about taking care of Maya.
Take care of Maya.
Take care of Maya. I don't know that one.
I don't either. I did hear that Real Me Too about the new Netflix documentary about the Gabby Petito case, and that Betty's supposed to be able to be seen on there.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah.
Betty. She's always popping up. Real Me Too, are you coming? Well, you can text me privately if you're coming at the end of the month. Let's see.
Wow,
Tiffany says my
Tiffany.
husband and I both got one this week. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. See, I don't want to rip my heart out though.
Yeah.
I don't want that. Yeah, I agree with you, Grandma Chachi. I need another coffee too. Yeah. What? That's funny. You're
Yeah.
funny. When Mr. E's away, the mice will play. Oh, it's The Juror. Okay.
You all are so funny.
What are they saying?
That's great. Oh, sorry, my phone just went off.
Is that your ringer?
No, I have it on this other court show, and for some reason, I guess because I've been watching it long enough, it went to commercial on YouTube. I'm too cheap to pay for the YouTube
Premium.
premium.
I felt like I had to with this. Rosebud says, once I was on a trial in my 20s and a guy got sentenced to 30 years for forgery, and I received jury duty for jurors needed in, I don't know how to say that word, Waukesha, for the eye drop unaliver, but I had to bow out due to caregiver duties. Oh, wow. Oh, speaking of which, I want to show you all something since we're just sitting here. Let's see. This lady, I couldn't believe it. Let's see. Okay, I don't want it to play like a video. I don't want it to play a video. I'll share this instead. So this parent got in trouble for forging doctor's notes and is getting I think it's a $40,000 bail. So it says last December, TBI looked into the allegations that Lindsay Clemens forged documents that she gave to the Rutherford County school system. It was an investigation by special agents in the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, along with the detectives with the Smyrna Police Department. They learned multiple doctor's notes for excused school absences were forged and submitted by Clemens, who at the time was a patrol officer for the Smyrna Police. A grand jury indicted her Tuesday on 19 charges of forgery and 6 counts of identity theft. The 37-year-old Clemens was arrested Wednesday and booked into the Rutherford County Jail on a $40,000 bond. I couldn't believe that. I thought that was crazy. What do you think about that, Aunt E?
Wow, that's crazy.
For doctor's notes.
And who would think to turn a police officer in for forgery?
I
As a
know.
school? That's pretty brazen.
I thought that was crazy.
Hey, Garrett Clemens, did you hear your name?
Did you hear your name? No, I don't think that was you.
We're glad you're here. We're still
Welcome.
waiting for this. They're 38 minutes late now, coming back for this trial. A little recap. We've seen, let's see, we started the day with finishing up from yesterday, one of the friends of Megan. And then we went to the foster mom that was with Megan when she gave birth. And then the foster mom's sister who babysat little Evelyn. And then we went to ex-boyfriend. Was his name Garrett? Yes, ex-boyfriend Garrett. That may be where you heard your name, Garrett. Ex-boyfriend Garrett's mother, who was trying to help Megan out. And
No,
that's
her
where,
ex-boyfriend was Caleb.
oh, Caleb. Wasn't there a Garrett?
I don't think so. No, well, I was reading Clemens. In the this is the person that was arrested was Lindsay Clemens.
Lindsay Clemens.
So that's probably what Garrett heard.
That's what he heard. Sorry. And then let's see. That's where we left off. And they had some snafu about the evidence that was presented. They presented some text messages and they wanted to call a mistrial. And now they went ahead and took the lunch break. And I think they've been arguing that.
Yeah, I think she probably did sign the doctor's names.
I would say they had a stolen pad or something from a doctor's office. Could have.
Yeah, they've tried that stuff with us. They've actually been really great about our kids' medical stuff. But back when they were little, we used to take them on vacations when they were in elementary school during the school year because, quite frankly,
they were more educational than what was going on in school.
Well, I was going to say, quite frankly, it's a lot less busy to go on vacation to certain places when the school year is going on. But anyway, I got to a point in Tennessee, you can actually withdraw your student for, I could withdraw a child today and enroll them tomorrow. And there's not anything they can really do about it. So I actually went in and sat down with the principal and said, well, we're going to go on a 2-week vacation to wherever we were going. And I said, so, if you want to excuse them, that would be great. But, and we would really appreciate it. And they gave me a little flack. And I said, well, then what do I need to do to withdraw them? And so as soon as I said I was going to withdraw them, they said, oh, no, don't worry about it. We'll sign off on the absences.
Causes them a lot more paperwork.
Right. But, they were little, like, I don't even think little E was in school. I think it was just the other two. Yeah. But they're real strict here. You can have 5 absences and they have to have doctor's notes. You get 5 doctor's notes absences and 5 parent notes, I think.
And I understand the importance of school because, like, as you all have heard me say, that I worked as a school administrator for many, many years. And it is important to be at school, and kids do miss out on valuable instructional time. But I also believe, as in most states, you can ask for that educational enhancement days is what it was called when I was there. And they would allow you to excuse a vacation or something like that. If the child like maybe you gave them a project. Okay, we want you to do a PowerPoint when you get back, telling us about where you went, what you learned, things like that. So we would give them tasks to do, and then we could excuse the days as long as we felt it was, some of the things that they were going to be doing were educational in nature. And usually they are traveling on an airplane for the first time, or a cruise ship, or, those kinds of things are all educational experiences, and kids do get a lot out of those. But I thought that wannabe sleuthing something, since I used to make fake excuses when I was in college, but the signatures always said dumb stuff in messy scrawl like Curtis Lowe, Daffy Duck, or Wakanda Forever. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's funny.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's Detective Mom.
Yeah, that.
Oh,
It
that's
wasn't
what
very. I don't know. I think you
remember-
recommended it.
Yeah, I did. I said if they're going to give you a hard time and it's going to be a couple weeks, just tell them you'll unenroll them. There's nothing they can do about that. Nothing.
Yep.
Absolutely nothing.
Well, it was a situation where, with our special needs son, it's better for us to go places when it's less busy. And, with our work schedules, the time of year we needed to go, worked better than times when, the kids would be out of school. So.
And in homeschooling is Gypsy said she homeschooled, and that's another.
We did that last year.
People homeschool. Middle E has homeschooled some, and Little E has homeschooled some.
So, and Big E too.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They all have at some point.
Yeah. And sometimes it does work out best.
I think I'm going to go take a bathroom break real quick if you're cool. Is that okay?
Yes. Grandma Chucky. Yes. She said, I don't know if you can still, but in Kentucky, my daughter was granted to take my autistic grandson, and they did it as a field trip. Yes, you still can. As far as I know, it was called educational enhancement. Some different places call it different things. Different districts call it different things, but that was, I remember that you could do that in Tennessee too, and Kentucky, some other states that allow that.
I don't think Tennessee has those.
You don't have educational enhancement days?
How many times have we had this discussion?
I guess not, maybe. Okay, I was thinking you said they did.
We've had this discussion a lot, guys. Believe it or not, we talk a lot. We talk most days for a long time.
Sleuthing something? Yes. Sometimes when you're having issues with the school, I recommend, if you don't get calls back and you call the counselor and you can't talk to the principal or the counselor, find out who in the district handles attendance policies and attendance issues at the district level, and call that person and let them know what's going on. And usually when you have doctor's notes, it doesn't matter how many doctor's notes you have, as long as the doctor says this child is going to miss extensively due to these issues. And I will write notes for all the times they have to miss due to these GI issues or whatever the issue is. Usually if you can get a doctor to give you a blanket statement, they will just excuse all those that you indicate are those reasons, the GI issues or whatever the issue is. But I always recommend talking to the person at the district level that handles attendance, because there is a person that's over student services that will be the person that's kind of like the truancy person for the district. And that's who you'd want to talk to if you can't get the school to call you back. Gosh, I'm really disappointed that this is dragging on today, because I felt like today was we were going to make a lot more headway on the case. I know everybody's anxious to hear from Ethan, the ex-boyfriend. I did see a head go by, so maybe that's, yep, it looks like people are coming in. Hopefully she has it set where we're going to be able to hear, and that it'll come back on as soon as everyone comes in. And Grandma Chachi says, Kentucky's very strict on attendance. My daughter started homeschooling my grandson because they weren't teaching him anything. He would sit there, and now he does so much better, and his grades went up. Yes, I think homeschooling, when you've got a one-on-one teacher instructor situation, when you can be home with your kid and instruct them, and you've got a great curriculum that you're using for them, you can definitely accelerate their learning. I know with middle E, the years that he was doing that, he would finish school so early in the day because he would get so much instruction done. That in a regular school they would have had bathroom time and lunch time and breaks and all that stuff built in. And there, you do lose instructional time, but where at home you can get them right into something, teach them what they need to know, let them practice, move to the next subject, and you can get them done in just a few hours. A 3-4 hour day of school is what they typically get in a normal school day. When you add in all the breaks and take it out, all the breaks, that's really all the instruction time they get. And a teacher's divided into so many different places with so many different kids. So when you've got one-on-one, you can get a lot more accomplished. Texas mom of 6 says, I remembered signing my mom's name to notes. And then one time my mom signed a note and they called her and was like, this doesn't look like the other ones. Yep. That happens every once in a while. Gypsy says that, it worked out the best for their boys. We just need to focus on them. Now they are adults. Each one of them has thanked us for caring about the quality of their education. That's awesome. That's awesome. Being in education, I think I would have, I remember my kids went to private school for a while. Their first K through 8 years, they went to private school, and it was a religious school. And they hated it at the time because it was so accelerated. It was so hard. But then when they started public high school, they were like, oh my gosh, Mom, school's a joke. And they learned so much more and were doing the same things as their senior year that they did as 8th graders in their elementary school. And so they got a lot out of their private school situation. Ooh, looks like we're starting back. Let's hope that the sound is up and Mrs. E can make sure that we've got sound. I hope so, because I can't control it on my end, guys. She does that on her end. I will text her just in case she's got her phone with her.
Message, it was an error, everything else matches up. There are gaps in the conversations, which is concerning to me that they are not sequential. So the jury could be, I think the jury is left with a impression that these are screenshots. I think that's what several of us in the room thought when they were coming in. So without waiving my earlier motion for a mistrial, my suggestion would be, if the court, since the court has denied that, the court craft a curative instruction to explain to the jury that these are not screenshots. These are text messages selected by the state, which are a portion of the text messages contained on a telephone download. I think that in fairness would at least let the jury know that this is, because for instance, there could be more conversation between Megan Boswell and the Hawkins, Bailey Hawkins. There could be more conversation between there, and it may not be relevant, but to make it look like they haven't had any more conversations between there, it's like they're talking about this and they're talking about it again. I think we just need for the jury to know that it's somehow, these are portions of conversations and what the state is deemed to be relevant to their case.
And Judge, I don't have any problem with you giving them an instruction, telling them that's a portion. To the extent it anyway insinuates or infers that there's like stuff that's been left out that might otherwise. I mean, yesterday we were arguing about how cumulative everything was. I mean, part of the reason we didn't do that was to avoid having 20 pages of text messages read to the jury that had nothing to do with the case. So that's part of the reason why they were clipped the way that they were. But, you know, as Mr. Scott said, there's nothing that's been left out or any way misleads the jury in any way. So I have no problem with the court giving an instruction as to explain what those messages, that whether they're taken from Facebook or Instagram or text are. I don't have any problem with that at all.
I'll do that when we bring the jury back in.
Your Honor, so far as Exhibit 93 goes, would that be for the exhibit in dispute? Would that be for ID only at this point?
So for this, well,
I know.
I can't actually make it ID only at this point because it's been partially shown to the jury. And I've got to talk with them about that as well. But what I will do is I will make it not published to the jury.
Okay.
Okay. So Sherry, you need to make a note that 93 does not go back to
Are they saying McNugget?
at the end of the plea.
They're talking about something else.
What did I miss?
Somebody was just talking about wannabe sleuthing something, said the homeowner kicked a repeatedly offending ding dong ditcher in the McNuggets, and the homeowner was arrested.
Oh. Okay. Brownie came up to say hi to everybody.
No.
What do you see?
Is the same lady still up there?
I don't think anybody's there.
Grandma Chachi, what's the way to get that descaler light to come off?
I want to know. Aw, yes, she's a sweetie.
Jerry, and I don't remember where it was done. Was the motion for mistrial, did we make that at sidebar, or did you make that?
It was made for the lectern.
So they're still going on about this.
I just wanna make sure. Okay. State ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I think so, Rosebud.
You were still.
What are you doing?
on your directive with,
Stacy.
Miss Erica Stacy.
we'll go ahead and have her. If the jury's ready, we'll bring them in.
So they're going to start again with the same lady and finish her. It was a text that had some comments.
Everyone stand.
That were not direct from text messaging.
I think it has to do with the lady that's on the stand right now, right?
Be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We had an issue that we had to get sorted. The last exhibit that was flashed up on the screen, the very bottom blue box contains some information in there that shouldn't have been put up. I'm instructing you not, if you read it, it wasn't there long. If you read it, I'm instructing you not to consider it for any purpose during your deliberations. Would each and every juror understand that instruction? If you do, raise your right hand. The record reflect that all the jurors raise their right hand. Now, the other thing I want to talk to you about, just very briefly, and I'm not commenting on the evidence at all. Some of these exhibits appear to be screenshots of conversations, either text, Facebook, Instagram, whatever other social media platform that they're on. It is. And they're not actual screenshots. They are snippets of conversations taken from a phone extraction that was done. Okay? And I just want you to understand that. Which means that it's not necessarily a sequential stream of conversations back and forth. Does everybody understand that? No? All right. I believe Miss Stacy was on the witness stand. Hello, Miss Stacy. Miss Stacy, you're still under it. No, you're still under it. Speak there and speak up in your mouth. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Give Mr. Scott just a second to look at them. Okay, I'm going to pass you a document to see if you recognize it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, and can you tell me what it is?
Messages between Maggie and myself.
Okay, and when you say Maggie, you're talking about Megan Boswell?
Megan, yes,
Okay.
sorry.
And what is the date of those messages?
January the 8th, 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 94, please.
Scott, no objection.
Permission to publish?
Okay.
And Ed, look at the screen.
Okay. See if I can-
Thank you, Grandma Chachi.
Okay. So what does Megan tell you at 4:34 on January 8th, 2020?
That her and Hunter are for sure coming tonight, meaning church. We tried to come on New Year's, but there wasn't a service.
Okay, and what did you say in response?
I've been worried to death about you. Are you okay?
Okay, and then what did you say after that?
Did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas?
And then what did Megan say to you?
My phone is broken. LOL. We did.
Second part of that exhibit. And then how did you respond to Megan?
We sure did. I'll bring your presents tonight and give them to you. So are you and Hunter a couple?
And what did Megan say in response?
More or less, LOL. Ethan's leaving to go home tomorrow, so I won't have Evelyn tonight, but I'll bring her next week.
Okay, and what did you say to Megan?
Okay, what does Evelyn think of Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
She's not really been around him much because Ethan's in and has had her a lot. He won't get another break until he's out in September.
And then maybe this one. I'm going to pass another document to you.
Okay.
And ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Again, messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date of those messages?
February 24th of 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation on that date?
Yes.
Okay, we ask that be made exhibit number 95. Permission to publish.
Oh. Okay, nice. Before the good night.
Okay. So it looks like this happened after Evelyn had been, or you had been notified that Evelyn was missing. Is that right?
Mhm.
And what do you say to Megan?
Can you tell me who has or had Evelyn? I'm worried sick about her.
And then what does Megan say to you?
My mom did. That's why TBI was looking for that BMW and she's being questioned.
And then what did you say to Megan?
What did your mom do with Evelyn? The news said she wasn't with them.
And then what question do you ask Megan here?
Has she had her this entire time?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. I'm just trying to gather pictures of her, but thanks though.
Is that the first time she told you something different than Ethan?
Yes.
Having Evelyn? Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Okay.
Ms. Stacy, my name's Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. It's my understanding you knew Megan through her dating your son, Caleb.
Yes, sir.
When did they date?
It was spring of 2019.
So how old was Evelyn the first time you met her?
Oh, goodness. I honestly do not remember. It was early spring,
Okay, so sometime around March. Is that a fair estimate?
March or April. Yeah.
Okay. So she'd have been somewhere 4 to 5 months old.
I'm going to say 5 or 6.
Sorry.
If she's born in November, so if it
Right.
were 6, that would put the relationship into May. Was it that
Okay.
late?
I want to say they started dating somewhere around April.
Okay. So how often would you see Evelyn with Megan?
Anytime I saw Megan, Evelyn was with her.
And I'm assuming when you saw Evelyn with her, you never saw any signs of abuse or neglect. Is that fair
I
to
did
say?
not.
Were you able to ascertain the relationship between the two of them? Did Megan come across you as a loving mother?
It seemed perfectly normal. Most babies that age tend to cling to mom, and Evelyn did that.
What was Megan's personality like back then?
She was usually kind of quiet till she got to know us a little bit better, and then she would come in and she would just have normal conversations with us.
But at that point, she wasn't unfriendly.
No,
She was. You described her earlier as being unemotional.
the one time that we were in the car together, yes.
That was different than her normal personality.
Yes.
You think you described her as unemotional? She could have been withdrawn. Would that be a fair assessment too?
Numb.
No,
Numb
just
would be a good description.
okay. Just want to make sure I'm clear. Did you ever see any interaction with Megan and Evelyn where Evelyn wasn't dressed appropriately, she was dirty, or anything like that?
Mm-mm. No, sir.
Okay, so I'm assuming you thought she was a good mother.
I did.
When is the last time that you saw Evelyn?
September 11th, 2019.
Ms. Stacy, I thank you for being here and for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Redress.
No, Your Honor.
May she be excused.
Yes, Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stacy, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank
you. All right, next.
State would call Randy Wood.
Randy Wood is the next one. Oh, is that Hunter's father, maybe? I agree.
Raise your right hand, sir.
Okay, this looks like
Randy Wood.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Good, Jim.
Thank you, Judge. You're Randy Wood, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Mr. Wood, where were you living back in 2019?
Let's see, 217 Sandy Point Drive in Blumpville,
All right. You said Blumpville. Was that in Sullivan County?
Sullivan County.
Okay. And just for context, kind of tell us where that's located. Where is
It's
that?
located in Barefoot Landing on the lake.
Okay. Out by the lake out there?
Yes.
Behind
Behind the airport.
airport. Okay. All right. Now, we've heard some mention earlier in the trial about Preston Hunter Wood. Is he your son?
Yes, he is.
uh-oh, here we go.
Now, back in December of 2019, did you open a restaurant here in Blumpville?
I did.
All right. If you would kind of tell us what it was and what you were serving.
The name of it was Hunter T's Chicken Shack. I was the only owner of the place. It was right there on Highway 75.
All right. Where
I sold chicken, roasted chicken.
Okay. Was it a sit-down restaurant?
No,
or
it
drive-through?
was a drive-through, just like Pal's.
All right. And it's over there, right across kind of from Northeast State.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Now,
you
you
guys so
mentioned
much.
you were the only owner. Did you have employees, people that worked for
Yes. Yes.
you? Okay. How many people? How many
Well,
employees?
let's
did you
see.
have?
We interviewed. We hired everybody that filled the application out because usually there are only about half shows up the day you open up. So I probably had about 12 employees.
Okay. And who made the decision as far as who was being hired or not?
I did.
Okay. And one of those employees that showed up to apply for a job and work there, did you know Megan Boswell?
I didn't know her till she filled the application out. That's the first time I met her.
Okay. And did she apply for a job with you?
Yes.
And did you hire her?
Yes.
And do you see Miss Boswell sitting in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
If you would point her out and describe what she's
She's sitting
wearing.
right over there with the glasses on.
Judge, for the record, he's identified.
Is that good?
Record so reflect.
All right. Mr. Wood, what do you remember what day you opened?
It was the first Monday in December, and it was the second.
Okay. Second day of December, is that 2019?
Yes.
All right. Was Miss Boswell working that day?
Yes.
And you mentioned you didn't have a whole lot of employees. Who was in charge of making the schedule and deciding?
Jason Fassett made the schedule and everything.
Okay. Was your son Hunter an employee there?
Yes.
All right. What did Hunter do?
He was mainly just an employee because Jason sort of run the place when I wasn't there.
All right. So Hunter and Megan worked there as co-workers.
Yes.
Did you work there at the restaurant? Were you there on a regular basis or?
Pretty much so, Yes.
Okay. So you saw Hunter and you saw Megan together at the restaurant. That's a fair
Yes.
statement.
Yes.
All right. Where was your son Hunter living at that time?
He was living with me at that time.
Okay. Your house out.
Out that lake. Yes.
Okay.
Out there.
Did he have a vehicle that he drove then?
Yes, he had a Ford truck, what he drove.
All right. At some point in time, did you realize that your son Hunter was in a dating relationship with Megan Boswell?
Well, it is a weird situation, to be honest with you, because she got her car repoed one day at the chicken shack. And I made Hunter take her to the doctor that day. And, because she didn't have a ride.
Okay. All right.
So that's how they started running around together, because she didn't have a car.
Okay. So at some point in time, you realize they're dating.
Well, they was together a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say dating if you want to, or
All right.
together a lot. Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did she come to live at your house?
Well, she didn't have anywhere to go when they repoed the car. And apparently her father, what she said, kicked her out. So I let her come stay, she stayed about 3 nights there. That's all she stayed.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a small child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Evelyn?
No, never saw the baby.
Okay. She never brought Evelyn to work there with her at the chicken shack?
When I hired her, because one of the questions is, do you have any kids? Because we work around schedules. Because you got a child, you can't work a lot of hours. So I asked her, she said, yes, I have a baby girl. I said, well, do we need to work around your schedule? She said, no, the baby daddy had the child. She said, I can work as many hours you want.
Okay.
I said, okay.
Did she work a lot of hours?
She did work a lot of hours.
Now, you said she had stayed at your house. Did you ever did she ever bring Evelyn over?
The baby never was in my house.
Okay. Did she ever bring any high chairs or playpens? Or
No, nothing.
Diapers, baby bottles?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you ever see your son Hunter around? Evelyn?
No.
Okay. How often did you see Hunter at that time?
Every day.
Okay. Now, your son Hunter, does he still live with you?
No, he started living with his mother, but he's at the hospital at the moment.
Okay. He's at a hospital. Where is he in a hospital?
Marion, Virginia.
All right. Is that a mental hospital?
Yes.
How long has he been there?
What?
2 months.
Okay. What have you been up there to see him at that facility?
Yes.
What is his mental status this time?
Well, some days he's pretty decent. Other days he don't know who I am.
Wow.
Would he
What?
be able to come into this courtroom and testify?
No.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
You mentioned that he'd been there for about 2 months.
Yes.
There's bombs falling.
Had he had
Oh my
mental health
goodness.
problems prior to that?
Sounds like to me.
Yes.
Sounds like
Reasonable doubt.
When did when did he start having mental health problems?
Well, when he got accused of being a baby killer.
Wow.
Okay, I'm pausing this real quick. Crafting and true crime. I mean, it's relative. I don't think you missed anything like earth shattering.
This morning, no, you didn't really miss anything at all. Truly. This has been the big bomb.
So Hunter has been in a mental hospital for 2 months.
Because he was accused of being a baby killer.
Oh my goodness. That sounds like somebody's in there for a reason. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going back.
Wow.
Guys. I don't want to be too far behind. Holy mackerel, that's a bomb.
Yep.
I'll just draw it. I will draw it.
Some days he knows him, some days he doesn't. That just sounds like they're doing that on purpose. Holy mackerel. That's very convenient. You all are cracking me up with your Jazzy's mom. So it's like mic drop.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Cross exam. This ought to be good.
Mr. Wood, my name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing this?
I'm doing good. Take my reading glasses off.
Uh-oh. He's
Um,
serious.
Let's talk about your son. It's Preston Hunter Wood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you said he hadn't had any mental problems until people accused him of being a baby killer.
That's true.
Okay. Since then, he has had quite a few mental problems. Is that
True.
okay? He has been diagnosed as being schizophrenic, suffered hallucinations.
That's probably true. Yes.
Has he been violent towards you or his mother?
No.
Never been violent towards his mother?
Now, as far as I know, we're divorced.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm not there.
And you say that if he were brought into this courtroom, he wouldn't be in his right mind to testify.
That's very true.
Could you describe his state to us a little bit more?
Well, he talks about things you sometimes you don't really know what he's talking about.
Exactly,
I don't
Castle.
know how to put it. It's sad. I mean, this young man was a 4.0 student in school. Now he's, I don't know if he's ever going to function his life again.
Does
I
he
bet he'll
hallucinate?
function after this trial.
I don't know if he hallucinates, where you call it. I don't know, what the definition of hallucinate. I mean,
Well,
He does seem upset.
Who, the dad?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is crazy.
This is definitely the most interesting thing that's happened.
Spooky wife said this is more shocking than Ethan not being Evelyn's father. Yeah.
That was
I think
pretty
it is.
shocking too.
Yeah. This is more shocking though.
I just cannot believe this.
It does seem like a cop out, convenient timing to go into a mental institution.
But who is it convenient for? Is it going to be convenient for Megan, or is it going to be convenient for the prosecution?
It's convenient for Hunter.
Well, yes, which makes me think he was involved.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you guys. This is very shady. I agree.
Yep. Gives you a lot of reason for doubt.
what do you observe when you visit your son?
Well, mainly I just talk about anything that's pleasant.
I understand.
Yeah.
Is what he talk? Is he able to talk with you about things that make sense, or does it not make sense to you? The things he talks about with you, does it make sense always?
No.
I'd like to
You
talk.
talked about Evelyn Boswell.
No.
Are you aware that he has in the past been diagnosed with violent threats, hallucinations? And delusions?
No.
This is
Would that
nuts.
surprise you if I told you that's the case?
It'd give me a little shocker, yes.
This
Yeah,
guy's not
'cause
being
I'd never
truthful.
seen it.
Yeah, I don't buy him
You
either.
don't know about that.
I've never seen that before.
Okay, I'll
I'm
move
good.
on.
Hold on one second. I'm going to guess
Have
that
you ever seen
their family attorney encouraged him to be unavailable.
He's coached too. This guy's coached. Like
Yeah, something's not right here.
he's
yeah.
got his own attorney. I guarantee it.
I would think you would want to have one if you're mixed up with all this stuff. This is crazy, guys.
Look at his face. He just looks dishonest.
I can't wait. Mr. E will be here shortly, and I cannot wait to tell him this.
be aggressive?
No.
Is there any security measures about as far as when you visit with him that requires him to be restrained or anything?
No.
When you talk to him, does he talk about things that are not real, things that are not there?
Well, he talks about the future sometimes, like maybe taking a cruise or things of that nature. Just good stuff.
Never bad stuff.
A crime
We
cruise?
don't talk about bad stuff. No.
Bad joke.
That's true. Real me too.
I'm behind. Well, you can get diagnosed with anything if you have enough money.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Ty Bay Luck says, "I bet he'll be fine as soon as the trial wraps."
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. He'll act. I don't know. I mean, why would he wait till now to go into the hospital? You know,
2 months before.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, jury selection was supposed to start in November for this. Oh my goodness, hot mess.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I also read somewhere last night that Hunter has another kid and is not allowed to be
Hunter
around
ever
it because of
discussed anyone
domestic
stealing
violence.
his thoughts with you?
Pardon me?
Has Hunter ever discussed anyone stealing his thoughts with you?
One more time. Okay.
Has Hunter ever told you that someone or something steals his thoughts?
He usually informed me with everything. Yes. Talk to me about everything.
So he's told you that some it is hearsay, but
I mean,
it's kind of a unique situation. I'm sorry.
The question was stupid.
What is that supposed to even mean?
That someone steals his thoughts?
Like who? Who would?
I think what he's saying is Megan on your mind? Like somebody stealing your thoughts? More like conveniently mentally affected.
Thank you, hot mess. You guys are the best. I love it when you send us stuff. And I agree with you, Grandma Chachi, that he is full of attitude.
Rosebud.
Oh, sorry. Exactly. Rosebud says she did it and they all covered for her and now they are tucked away in mental institutions. Let's keep that in mind.
Okay.
Sometimes I can hear you, but at the very beginning, you go real low and then you get higher.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Let me ask you this. Has Hunter ever talked to you about someone or something stealing his thoughts?
Stealing his thoughts?
Yeah. Been able to read his mind?
No, he's never done that to me.
You're making me laugh, though.
Are you aware of him ever talking to you about aluminum foil preventing that?
He's
Oh,
said
good.
some stuff off the wall stuff, you know. I will say that.
So that wouldn't surprise you.
It probably wouldn't surprise me, no.
Good call, guidance. And also Gypsy. That's true.
Can you believe that though?
Sir,
I get
I handed you a photograph. Could you identify that photograph?
That is my son standing in front of the Hunter T's Chicken Shack.
You say your son, Hunter
Preston Hunter Wood.
Preston Hunter.
Yes.
Judge,
Did
we
he
would
say
offer that as
foil?
the next exhibit, and I
Pause.
don't think it will fit on the projector to publish to the jury. I'll just ask that it.
He
What?
said, now I get the stealing your thoughts. He said that, did he ever talk to you about anyone trying to steal his thoughts? And he said, did he ever talk about ways to keep from stealing your thoughts, like maybe using aluminum foil?
Oh, they're going to try to
Wrapped
pin it
around
on
the head.
Hunter.
Uh-huh.
That's what's
Wrapped around
happening.
the head. Yep. And then the dad said something like, well, he might have said something like that. That's what he said. Now he's showing a picture of him in front of the chicken shack.
Oh my gosh, that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Do you guys agree?
Foil preventing thoughts. So your thoughts can't be stolen.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Real Me Too's bringing us back to reality. You're right.
Okay, Real Me Too. Thanks. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, we'll give it a try.
Sorry. It would be, generally objection.
No objection.
Full exhibit 96.
Yeah, if I were on that jury, I'd be like reasonable doubt. Absolutely.
right now.
Right now, yeah.
And that's the picture we're showing the jury. That's what you just identified, sir.
Yes.
Mr. E's going to lose his mind. Oh,
I'll have just one
he's coming
moment,
in.
Judge.
I'm going to mute.
You're right, W. Smith.
Judge, I may need just a minute.
It's a good point, Sharon.
Sir, answer this only if you're aware. Are you
Okay.
aware of anything in his medical history about his thoughts about people or things stealing his thoughts?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so you're not aware that it's there.
No.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Mr. Wood, thank you for being here.
No, maybe excuse.
Yes.
Mr. Wood, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You're released from your subpoena, sir. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
So he's been released, so they won't call him again.
Judge, may we approach her a second?
Okay, they got to approach the bench again. Rosebud says,
I think so, but absolutely.
I don't think we'll be able to hear. Hang on. No. Rosebud said, yeah, why wasn't he put in a mental institution immediately after this happened, which was 5 years ago, that they started accusing him of this boy. This is real convenient. It makes this man a liar. It does. And as Mrs. E said a few minutes ago, really, they were supposed to start the jury selection back in November. That would have been about the time that he went into the hospital, thinking the case was getting ready to start. So he could have done this just to keep from having to testify.
Good going with the officer.
Everyone, please stand.
Don't know what's going on here.
We there, Aunt E.
I don't know what's going on. They're stopping again.
Okay, guys, I have not told him what's going on. I'm going to let Aunt E tell him,
No, I have no
and
idea.
I want you guys so you guys can see his face.
I got caught up in the car up to the stepmom. That's where I was.
So you were the stepmom?
That's as far, because I started at the beginning and put it on double time to listen to as much as I could.
You mean the foster mom?
Oh, yes, I mean the foster mom. That's what I
Okay,
mean.
so the foster mom talked, and then
Aw,
after the
everybody's
Hi. Good to see
After the-
everybody.
after the foster mom came on, then the foster mom's sister came on because she babysat baby Evelyn a few times, 3 to 4 times.
Okay.
After that, really, it was kind of insignificant. They had some issues about the text messaging, and then they also had more issues about the text messaging and the way it was shown on the screen when the what was the other boyfriend's name?
Caleb.
Caleb, that she dated before she started dating Hunter. They dated for a few months, and the mom became very fond of Megan and Evelyn. And so there was some discussion, and they shared their text messages. And then after her, she just finished up. The father of Hunter just testified.
Hold
Okay?
on. We
Okay.
forgot to tell him about them trying to do a mistrial.
Well, that was the last one. When the
Well, no, they did that earlier today. They tried a mistrial.
that was during the ex-boyfriend's mom. It was the way that the text messages were being presented. They thought that they could be misconstrued because they weren't taking the exact digital extraction picture. They were a picture that the prosecution had made showing who was talking on which side of the screen. Like this person was on one side and the other person was on the other, and it was showing the responses. And they were afraid it could sway the jury's opinion. And so they cleared that up, and they had reviewed them and took an extra long lunch to discuss that. And the judge was fine with that. They went over the rest of them, and it was okay. So after she finished up after lunch, they gave her a few more questions. Then Hunter's father came on. Hunter's father just testified that he hired Megan. He did all the hiring at the chicken shack. He hired her.
Okay.
They did start dating a little bit, just a few days after that, because her car was repossessed and she needed a ride home. And then she needed somewhere to stay because she had nowhere to go. So they let her stay at their house. And so her and Hunter ultimately started dating. And then we find out, he asks where Hunter is. And he says Hunter is now in a mental institution. And he says, why is he in a mental institution? And the answer was because he's been accused of being a baby killer. So now they're saying
Dun, dun, dun.
He went into the mental institution 2 months ago because he's being accused of being a baby killer, and he's gone crazy. And the dad said sometimes he understands what he's talking about and sometimes he doesn't. And then
it's been crazy.
The defense attorney said, do you realize he has a diagnosis of did he say schizophrenic?
I didn't hear that, but I was running back and forth with the dogs.
For some reasons, I think they used a mental terminology. I thought it was schizophrenia, but maybe not.
Oh, guidance says yes.
Okay. So said he was schizophrenic.
So he's had that for years.
Well,
nope.
Just recently?
We think it's recent, but the father was not aware that was his diagnosis. But he does go to see him, and he says sometimes he makes sense about what he talks about and sometimes he doesn't. Then the defense attorney asks him, does Hunter ever talk about anyone stealing his thoughts?
Okay, this is weird. Okay, put your hand down.
Okay.
Everybody's going to want to see your reaction to this.
And he said, I don't know what you mean. He said, does he ever say anyone steals his thoughts? Well, then they had to have a sidebar for a minute. Then he comes back again and he says, let me put it this way. Does Hunter ever have any discussions with you about someone stealing his thoughts? And he goes, stealing his thoughts? No. And then he said, does he ever talk about aluminum foil? Blocking those thoughts.
Do you understand where they're going?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, everybody wants a bigger reaction than that.
And
what was the answer?
He said he didn't know anything about that.
They're trying to set it up that Hunter did this.
The defense is trying to say that Hunter did this, and that the aluminum foil was a sign that Hunter did it because he believed this.
They're trying to pin it on him.
They're trying to pin it on him.
Or at least
However,
put reasonable doubt in the jury's mind that he could have done it.
and so now all of a sudden we're not even close to should be leaving. They paused and everybody stood up. So that's where we're at. He did, and he has left the stand, and he has been dismissed from his subpoena. So he will not be back.
I'll have to go back and listen to
wow.
that later.
If we're paused, we'll go back.
Well, no, I'll do it later because you've all have seen it.
No, but we could do it again.
It's definitely he's not on there long. He's not there long.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see if they're back or not.
Isn't that crazy? I think everybody else wanted a bigger. We were losing our minds over here.
Yeah, I'm sure. 2 months ago, though, to go into the mental institution seems, and to not have known that he had
we're on a break,
schizophrenia
so we can go back.
Go back to where he takes a stand.
We're going back. You got to hear this.
I'll keep it on my phone to see when it's coming back.
Okay, hold on. You got to hear him.
So this is the father of Hunter?
Yeah. Okay.
Owner of the place.
Okay, we don't need to hear about all that.
He's been a baby killer.
No, go back. Go back.
And I said, okay.
Do you remember what day you opened?
It was the first Monday in December, and it was the 2nd.
Okay. Second day of December, is that 2019?
Yes,
All right. Was Miss Boswell working that day?
yes.
And you mentioned you didn't have a whole lot of employees. Who was in charge of making the schedule and deciding who was?
Jason Facette made the schedule and everything.
I hear an echo. I mean,
Was your son Hunter an employee there?
Yes,
All right. What did Hunter do?
he was mainly just an employee because Jason sort of run the place when I wasn't there.
All right. So Hunter and Megan worked there as co-workers.
Yes,
Did you work there at the restaurant? Were you there on a regular basis or?
pretty much so, you know. Yes,
Okay. So you saw Hunter and you saw Megan together at the restaurant. That's a fair
yes,
statement.
yes.
All right. Where was your son Hunter living at that time?
He was living with me at that time.
Okay. Your
Out
house
there, out that lake. Yes,
Okay.
out there.
Did he have a vehicle that he drove then?
Yes, he had a Ford truck. What he drove.
All right. At some point in time, did you realize that your son Hunter was in a dating relationship with Megan Boswell?
Well, you know, it is a weird situation, to be honest with you, because she got her car repoed one day at the chicken shack, and I made Hunter take her to the doctor that day, and you know, because she didn't have a ride.
Okay. All right.
So that's how they started running around together, because she didn't have a car.
Okay. So at some point in time, you realize they're dating.
that's a good point, Dreaming.
Well, they was together a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say dating if you want to, or
All right.
together a lot. Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did she come to live at your house?
Well, she didn't have anywhere to go when they repoed the car. And apparently her father, what she said, kicked her out. So I let her come stay, she stayed about 3 nights there. That's all she stayed.
Were you aware that she had a small child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Evelyn?
No, never saw the baby.
Okay. She never brought Evelyn to work there with her at the chicken shack?
When I hired her, because one of the questions is, you have any kids? Because we work around schedules. Because you got a child, you can't work a lot of hours.
Okay.
So I asked her, she said, yes, I have a baby girl. I said, well, do we need to work around your schedule? She said, no, the baby daddy had the child. She said, I can work as many hours you want.
Okay.
And I said, okay.
Did she work a lot of hours?
She did work a lot of hours.
Now, you said she had stayed at your house. Did you ever bring Evelyn over?
The baby never was in my house.
Okay. Did she ever bring any high chairs or playpens? Or
No, nothing.
Diapers, baby bottles?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you ever see your son Hunter around? Evelyn?
No.
Okay. How often did you see Hunter at that time?
Every day.
Okay. Now, your son Hunter, does he still live with you?
Yeah.
No, he started living with his mother, but he's at a hospital at the moment.
Okay. He's at a hospital. Where is he in a hospital?
Marion, Virginia.
All right. Is that a mental hospital?
Yes.
How long has he been there?
2 months.
What have you been up there to see him at that facility?
Yes.
What is his mental status this time?
Well, some days he's pretty decent. Other days he don't know who I am.
Okay. Would he be able to come into this courtroom and testify?
No.
You mentioned that he'd been there for about 2 months.
Yes.
Had he had mental health problems prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. When did he start having mental health problems?
Well, when he got accused of being a baby killer.
Objection. I'll just draw this. I'll draw it.
Yeah, I don't. I'm with the chat. I don't. The timing. I don't trust that timing. And schizophrenia.
It doesn't just crop up.
Yeah, I've known a schizophrenic, and I
Thank you, Mr. Wood. If you would,
I'm not
answer any
sure that
questions
would
Dr. Scott has for you.
appear that late in life. I'll have to check into that. Because Hunter would be in his 20s by now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wood, my name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Des?
I'm doing good. Take my reading glasses off. Let's talk about your son. It's Preston Hunter Wood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you said he hadn't had any mental problems until people accused him of being a baby killer.
That's true.
Okay. Since then, he has had quite a few mental problems. Is that
True.
okay? He has been diagnosed as being schizophrenic, suffered hallucinations.
That's probably true. Yes.
That's not definitive, is it? He's just saying probably. So does he maybe not know the
Has he been
official?
violent towards you or his mother?
No.
Never been violent towards his mother?
Now, as far as I know, we're divorced.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm not there.
And you say that if he were brought into this courtroom, he wouldn't be in his right mind to testify.
That's very true.
Could you describe his state to us a little bit more?
Well, he talks about things you sometimes you don't really know what he's talking about. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to put it. It's sad. I mean, this young man was
Okay.
a 4.0 student.
So everyone,
School, now he's, I don't know if he's ever going to function his life again.
people
Is
are saying schizophrenia
If he
sometimes
loses-
does
that's
appear
what you call it.
as
I
an
don't know
young
what
adult.
the
In
definition of
men,
this-
it's late teens, early 20s
I mean,
most
yeah.
of the time.
Okay.
Well,
The person I knew was a girl. I don't know if that's different, but she was probably
Females
18 or
is-
19.
Females are usually early 20s, late 30s. I mean, early 30s, late 20s, early 30s for women.
The girl I knew, she was probably 18-ish or so.
I was not able to change that.
Okay.
So we may have to wrap it up here shortly because I didn't realize I double booked us. And Auntie's leaving too.
I'm leaving at 4:45, and I can't control it from my end. So
I can go I can go another hour myself,
Okay.
I'm
I'm only going to be here about 20 more minutes.
So yeah, I don't trust the timing on that either. And he doesn't say he doesn't say definitively that he has a schizophrenic diagnosis. He just says probably, at least at this point in his testimony.
Wait till you hear this, Kelsey.
So maybe he's just kind of
what do you
armchair
observe when you
psychiatrist.
visit your son?
Well, mainly I just talk about anything that's pleasant.
I understand.
Yeah.
Is he able to talk with you about things that make sense, or does it not make sense to you? The things he talks about with you, does it make sense always?
No.
Has he talked about Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Are you aware that he has in the past been diagnosed with violent threats, hallucinations? And delusions?
No.
Okay. Would that surprise you if I told you that's the case?
It'd give me a little shocker, yes. Yeah, because I'd never seen it.
So you don't know about that?
I've never seen that before.
Okay, I'll move on. Have you ever seen him be aggressive?
No.
Is there any security measures about as far as when you visit with him that requires him to be restrained or anything?
No.
Try to say red room.
When you talk to him, does he talk
Good
about
idea.
things that are not real, things that are not there?
Well, he talks about the future sometimes, like maybe taking a cruise or things of that nature. Just good stuff.
Never bad stuff.
Never, we don't talk about bad stuff. No.
I have a minute, Judge.
What do you think of him as a witness?
I think he's kind of
got a
demeanor.
yeah.
He's kind of got a gruffness to him too.
Yeah.
And they were divorced, so I don't think Hunter was always with him full time.
He's just kind of got a chip on his shoulder with everybody, you know.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
but look at the way his stance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has Hunter ever discussed anyone stealing his thoughts with you?
Pardon me?
Has Hunter ever discussed anyone stealing his thoughts with you?
One more time. Okay.
Has Hunter ever told you that someone or something steals his thoughts?
He usually informed me with everything. Yes. Talk to me about everything.
So he's told you that something. It is hearsay, but
I mean, you know,
it's kind of a unique situation. I'm sorry.
he didn't even he didn't even understand the wording of the question.
Well, the question's a weird question.
It is.
Steal your thoughts is a strange thing to ask.
Yeah, I agree with you. Old McMary's journal. I probably would too.
Yes. Especially if your child was in a mental institution because of it.
Yeah.
If that's the true, case.
It's just that it does you no favors to go up there and let that come across, It seems, crossing the arm. It just makes you look like defensive and guilty is what it makes it appear, even if it's not true.
Yeah, but wannabe starting something says sleuthing something says he probably feels responsible because he did hire her.
Mr. Wood, can you hear me okay?
Sometimes I can hear you, but at the very beginning, you go real low and then you get higher.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Let me ask you this. Has Hunter ever talked to you about someone or something stealing his thoughts?
Stealing his thoughts?
Yeah. Being able to read his mind?
No, he's never done that to me.
Are you aware of him ever talking to you about aluminum foil preventing that?
He's said some stuff off the wall stuff, I will say that.
So that wouldn't surprise you?
It probably wouldn't surprise me, no.
You know why they're bringing that up, right?
Right.
No, I'm talking to Mystery.
Well, so you're saying, so the aluminum foil.
Sir, I've handed you a photograph. Could you identify that photograph?
That is my son standing in front of the Hunter.
Oh, they're back on.
You say your son, Hunter.
Okay. Preston Hunter Wood.
We have a new.
Preston Hunter.
Yes.
We could go get caught back.
We would offer that as the next exhibit, and
Yeah, we're almost done with
fit
that.
on the projector to publish to the jury. I'll just ask that it. Okay, we'll give it a try.
Would be generally objection.
No objection.
Full exhibit.
That's a very good guess.
That's kind of what we were saying before you got here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just the timing's too convenient. 2 months before the trial.
After 5 years.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's a crazy
Picture we're
coincidence.
showing the jury. That's what you just identified, sir.
Yes.
So what they're going to try to argue is that it was Hunter putting the aluminum foil over the baby to try to block the thought reading and that kind of thing. Right? That's what we're getting at. Is that what the theory is?
Yeah.
In his paranoia state. That's the argument they're going to try to plant.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting
I think that's it, though, right?
defense.
I mean, just a minute.
It might be enough.
You just need one juror, right?
Okay. That's pretty much it.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Oh, new person on the stand.
I heard y'all talking about how she's been giving everybody the bird with the glasses move earlier.
Yeah, she's done it several times.
Yeah.
Raise your hand, sir. State your name.
Ethan Derry.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony.
Ethan
about
Derry.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat with you.
He tried to dress nice.
Yeah, we'll give him.
We'll give him a check mark.
I heard you all talking about that too.
Good afternoon, Mr. Terry.
Good afternoon.
You would scoot up close to that mic there so we can
But
hear
you,
you good.
I agree.
I agree, want to be sleuthing something.
That's great. That's
At
great.
least a button-down shirt. Yeah.
You are
that's all right.
Ethan Perry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Perry, how old are you?
I'm 25.
And where do you live?
Kingsport.
So this is Ethan Perry?
You know the defendant, Megan Boswell.
I do.
And how do you know Miss Boswell?
We dated in high school.
Do you
Oh, this
see
is
Miss
Ethan
Boswell
Perry.
seated in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you would point her out and describe what she's wearing.
A
That doesn't
white
look like him.
top and glasses,
All right.
black hair.
All right. Judge, let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Record so.
All right. So you indicated you all dated while you were in high school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when would that have been?
I was about 15 and she was about 13. So I'd say about 2014, 2015.
And where were you all in high school?
Sullivan Central High School.
I agree.
Here in Bluntville?
Yes, sir.
How long did you all have a dating relationship?
I'd say at least until I got out of high school, whenever I joined the Army.
Okay. Now, when you were in high school, where did you live?
In Bloodville.
Okay. And who did you live with?
With my grandfather and my step grandmother,
And who were they?
Carl and Sherry Perry.
Did you also, as you were growing up, for a period of time, live with Paul Miller?
Yes, sir.
And who is Mr. Miller to you?
He is my step grandfather.
And when did you live with him?
Since birth until about 2010.
And how old were you at that time?
About 10 or 11.
Does nobody live with their parents around here?
At that point in time, did you go to live with Carl and Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you had a dating relationship with Miss Boswell until you graduated from high school. When was it that you graduated?
2017.
And would that have been, what month did you graduate?
May, and I believe it was May 21st.
Okay. So end of May?
Yeah.
All right. What did
He
you
seems
after you
thrilled to be
graduated
there.
from high school?
I joined the Army.
And how soon after you graduated from high school did you join the Army?
10 days on May 31st.
He knows his dates.
Did you go straight into basic training at that time, or?
Not straight in. There were some hiccups along the way. I had some medical issues, but it was relatively quick. Yes.
All right. Where were you stationed?
I went to basic at Fort Benning, Georgia, and then I was sent to my unit in Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Did you continue to keep in contact with Megan Boswell while you were at basic training?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say you were still in a dating relationship at that time?
I'd say so, yeah.
How were you keeping in contact with her?
In basic training, mostly through letters. But by the time it was over, text.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't have a phone while you were.
It was like once a month we got our phone, but it was only for like 30 minutes. I can't really remember any conversations that we had specifically.
But you were still continuing to communicate with her the old-fashioned way by writing letters. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. So as your time in the Army continued, did you continue to have a relationship with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back home to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably the first time would have been in probably the winter of 2017.
Okay.
For Christmas.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
All right. So you had leave. You came home at Christmas time. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Where did you stay when you came back?
With Carl and Sherry Perry.
All right. Did you have contact with Miss Boswell while you were here?
Can't remember for sure, but I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay. Y'all were still in a relationship. Is that fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. Well, it's not telling.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a healthy relationship, but a relationship. Yeah.
All right. You saw her while you were here in Tennessee?
Yeah. Now, at some time in 2018, did you learn that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would have probably around March or April.
Did the two of you have any discussion about who the father of the child was?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that discussion?
Well, it was more of whenever she announced that she was pregnant, it seemed pretty delayed. It seems like she would have known sooner. Well, the time that I was in. But yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way: was there discussion made about the fact that you were the father of the child?
There was, yeah.
Okay. And did you assume that you were the father of the child?
Initially, yeah, I just rolled with it, but the blinders were taken off pretty quickly after that. Yeah.
Do you have some
He's not a happy guy.
now
He's ready to spill it.
not.
Did you
in
put him on the
November
recall list?
2018, she had her child, Evelyn, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where were you stationed at the time that Evelyn was born?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Were you still in contact with Megan during this whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
We've been making a list. Did you
Now,
know that?
At some point in time,
I
did
did
you
catch that,
leave
yeah.
your assignment there at Fort Polk?
When, what year, what time?
After, this would have been November 2018.
Not in November, no.
Okay. Sometime later on?
For Christmas in like December, yes.
Okay. Where were you assigned at that point? Where'd you go?
Fort Polk still.
Okay. So you came back home?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Megan and Evelyn at that time, or?
I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't see her then?
Mostly just over the legitimacy and, still trying to figure that out. It was just really embarrassing, I guess, to
All right.
argue over it.
Not having a good relationship at that time?
That too, yeah.
Okay. So you leave after Christmas, you go back to the Army?
Correct.
Okay. Still in Louisiana?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time during 2019, were you reassigned, or was your unit sent somewhere else?
We were sent to El Paso, Texas to assist Border Patrol doing surveillance on the border. Okay. We would work from El Paso to the Santa Monica station in New Mexico.
All right. Do you remember when in 2019 that would have been?
I'd guess March through September.
Okay.
That's my guess.
All right. Now, at some time later on in 2019, did Miss Boswell show up to visit you while you were stationed in El Paso, Texas?
She did.
Okay. Was this a planned visit? Did you know she was coming?
No, it was hasty. It's a hasty visit.
Okay. If you would kind of tell us how that happened, or how it was that she ended up showing up down there.
Well, the conversation started with her wanting me to take leave to go up to come back up here to Bluntville. And I told her, no, we have a mission here in El Paso. I can't just get up and leave,
He's in the
So
Army.
she decided to, on her own, to drive from here all the way to El Paso. And it took her I'd say about 2 days to get there. And all of a sudden, one morning while because we were staying in hotels, we weren't on a base or anything. I just get a picture from her. She was parked outside of the hotel and just took a picture of the hotel. So
Creepy.
Yeah.
You knew at that point she was in Texas.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious at that point.
Okay. So what did you do?
Well, I mean, part of me just wanted to turn them away, but the other half was like, well, came all the way out here, may as well just stay. So I advised them to stay on the eastern end of El Paso because the western end is a little dangerous. And so, and then from there, we spent about 3 or 4 days together.
Okay. So did you take some time off of your work assignment there and go spend time with Megan and Evelyn?
Not officially, but yeah.
Okay. What did you all do?
I think the first day we just hanged out in the hotel room, just meeting Evelyn, playing patty cake, stuff like that, watching her walk around. And it was mostly that. We went to the El Paso Zoo. That was I think the second to last day. And then on the last day, we mostly just hanged out in the hotel. The last thing we did was we went to an IHOP. And that was the last time I physically saw Evelyn.
And this is the first time that you've met Evelyn.
Yes,
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. She's not quite a year old at this point in time.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was she walking or toddling or anything?
She was, toddling, just, stumbling over herself. And,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So at the end of the 3 days, you go back to doing your Army thing. Is that right? Okay. Where did Megan go?
I believe she came back here to Blumble.
All right. After she left, did you continue to communicate with her?
Yeah.
All right. How were you all communicating during this time?
Primarily through Facebook Messenger.
All right.
Why didn't people use text messages?
Or would you talk about?
So
I don't
weird.
know. I don't know.
Arguing.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Would she tell you things about Evelyn?
Yeah.
Did she ever ask you for money or assistance to help out in taking care of Evelyn?
She did on at least one occasion.
Okay. Did you ever send any money or assistance or anything?
I sent a little bit. It wasn't much. I would say no more than $100.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, you're still assuming that you're the father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
At this point, I mean, I'm still just rolling with it. No, I don't. At that point, no, I didn't assume.
Okay.
I had my doubts definitely at that point.
All right. But you're still, I guess, interested or invested in what's going on with that.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
statement. Okay. Now, at some point in time at the end of 2019, did you come back to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
For Christmas.
Okay. You remember what date specifically you might have come back?
Usually leave was about 2 weeks. And I think I was here until about New Year's or on New Year's. So I'd say, I don't know, 15th to the 30th.
Okay. And where did you stay when you came back to Tennessee?
At Carl and Sherry Perry's.
All right. Did you see Evelyn while you were here?
No.
Did you ask to see Evelyn while you were here?
Yes.
And what were you told?
Well, I was told that she had the flu because we were planning to go over to Paul Miller's for Christmas. And it made sense because that's whenever COVID started making its rounds around the country. And so it seemed like a good excuse, made sense.
Okay. And did you, in fact, go over to Paul Miller's?
Yes.
And did you go by yourself or did you go with Megan or how did that happen?
I went with Megan. We met up at the Northeast State Community College parking lot.
Mr. Perry, I'm going to show you two documents, ask you if you can identify, if you recognize those.
Yeah, I think he's coming off pretty well.
He's
Sincere.
believable. He's very
sincere.
believable. Yes.
Yeah.
And what are they?
You want me to read it?
No. I just want you to tell me what they are, just generally.
It was trying to coordinate to get to Paul's.
Okay. Are those the text messages that you had with Miss Boswell on December the 23rd, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit 97.
I'm gonna have to slip out in a minute.
I could grab my phone, see what I have.
Okay. I can grab it. I'm gonna make a coffee.
Yeah.
Asked to publish those to the jury. All right, Mr. Perry. So you are having a conversation with Miss Boswell. You say your phone's messed up. I'm at Verizon. You tell her, yes, I'm still going to Paul's. What's her response to that?
Evelyn is sick, so I'm not bringing her around everyone. If you want to see her tomorrow, just you can. But she has the flu, and I don't think like being around a ton of people is such a good idea.
So many lies.
I took her to the doctor to give her some medicine.
Way before this.
That's the first time I've heard the flu one. Is that a new one to you?
They
You
introduced
say,
it earlier
"Okay,
this
sounds
today.
good. My grandpa and would like to see her soon though. Sherry's about to go into hospice soon. She stopped taking her chemo just whenever Evelyn feels better. You ask, is she okay? What's her response?
Okay. Yeah, she's fine.
All right. And you say, everyone has the damn flu around here. And then
She's just sick, and I don't want her around everyone. You want to meet me, and we can ride together?
And did you all in fact meet up and go over to Paul Miller's?
Yes.
All right. And did Megan have Evelyn with her?
No.
Did you all talk about while you were at Paul Miller's, Evelyn at all?
About Evelyn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, and what did you all do while you were at Paul Miller's?
Just mostly just sat around. I believe we ate dinner, opened some presents, and it was relatively quick. I'd say we were there for no longer than 2 or 3 hours.
Okay. All right. After you left the Millers, where'd you go?
I went to take Megan back to her car at the Northeast State Community College parking lot.
Okay. Did you all have further conversations while you were here on leave?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And again, were you trying to see Evelyn while you were here?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, in fact, able to see Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you see Megan again while you were home?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
Can't remember the exact date, but it was after Paul Miller's. Sherry and my grandfather Carl bought her some gifts, Evelyn some gifts, some baby food, and little stuff like that. So I asked Megan to come over to my place and just pick them up.
Okay. And you indicated you were staying there with Carl and Sherry Perry. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did Megan come to their house?
She did.
All right. And did you talk to her? Did you give her those items you just described, or?
Yeah. The conversation was relatively short. I just gave her the gifts, and she told me that she was going to go to, I believe it was Pigeon Forge with Hunter Wood.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her when
Yes.
she came to pick up those?
Thank you, Diane.
Those items?
No.
Okay. Did she say where Evelyn was?
Chances are she said, I don't know for sure.
Well, if you don't know or remember, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. How long was she there picking up those items?
Like 10 minutes.
All right. So did you have further communication or conversation with Megan Boswell while you were home?
After that, it seemed like the conversation pretty much ended altogether.
Okay. Were you all still communicating by text and Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay.
We still don't know. This is still a mystery. I'll have to go back to the beginning too and catch up. I wasn't able to hear this morning.
Mystery wasn't here for 3.5 hours or 4 hours.
Yeah, this is the shame.
Good
of it.
evening.
The child did have a lot of people that loved her.
I recognize it, yeah.
And what is it?
It's Megan stating to me that her father just kicked her out of the house again, and that she won't have Evelyn back until she gets a place to stay.
Okay.
We love
And
you
then
too.
she said, "Never mind, I'm sorry."
All right.
The next day.
Those text messages you received from her?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate copy of text messages you received from her on December 26th and 27th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit 98. I'm sorry. 2019.
No objection. Be full exhibit 98.
And I move to publish that. Good. Mr. Perry, she sent those messages to you. You did not respond to them. That'd be correct.
Correct.
Okay. Is that somewhat normal for you sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's done with her.
Yeah.
Now, you said you were on leave from the Army over Christmas there in 2019. First part of January, did you return to your duties with the U.S. Army?
Correct.
And where were you all stationed at that time?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
All right. Did you continue to communicate and receive communications from Miss Boswell after you returned to Fort Polk?
It was pretty rare, but yes.
Okay. And specifically, do you remember getting a message from Miss Rachel Owens?
Yes.
And without telling us what she said, did you, as a result of what you were told, communicate with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a mess.
Yeah. I'm concerned about that defense with Hunter the more I think about it.
Mm-hmm. It is concerning.
They're going to have to really address it and combat that strategy because I mean, him being in a mental institution, it puts enough
Reasonable doubt.
And so I don't know. We'll have to just see what kind of, we haven't gotten into a lot of their big evidence,
Yeah,
of
we're
course,
not
just
get
testimony.
into the
so
exact
far.
conversation, but the nature of what Miss Owens had asked you was the fact that there were concerns about Evelyn. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so then would it be fair to say you asked Miss Boswell what was going on with Evelyn?
Correct.
Did you have communications with her about that?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify that.
So was Rachel Owens one of her friends? Was that the one with the long hair? That was the last friend that testified?
Yeah, I
Or was
recognize it.
And what is it, sir?
That's her stating
I wasn't
that
here yesterday afternoon.
just to
Well,
ignore.
hold on. Don't read it
Sorry,
yet. No,
sorry.
you're fine. Just is that, and I'll lead you a little bit. Is that the text conversation that you sent to Miss Boswell after you had the communications with Miss Owens?
Yes, this is her response.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the messages that you sent her?
Correct.
All right.
Okay,
Coach.
hold on. Guys, I'm going to have to leave to go to an appointment with Middle E. It's been great hanging out with you guys today. I'm going to leave it to Mr. E to end the stream out. He'll have to end in about an hour or so. So
less than that.
less than an hour. So
I've got about,
I hope it wraps up for the day, but I'm
I
thinking
don't
it
think
may
it
not.
will. I'll have to go in 30.
Mhm.
So we could
do what we
play-
did yesterday and leave it running.
It's up to you.
I mean, you'll be gone for a while.
I will be
I
gone
have-
for a while.
I have to leave. I still have till about 4:45 my time. But I can't stop the stream.
Oh, well, then there wouldn't be a huge gap.
Okay, we could do it that, and then
Let's
he
do
can
that.
stop it when he gets back.
Yeah, there might be a 15, 20-minute gap.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I have to leave, guys. It's been fun hanging out with you. I'll be in chat, and I'll be under the Mr. E account. So have fun.
I moved to make that exhibit 99.
Go. Full exhibit 99.
And I believe the date on that's January 19th, 2020. I moved to publish that this time, Judge. Okay, so you've messaged Ms. Boswell about the fact that you have concerns. Ms. Owens has expressed concerns about Evelyn, and her response is just ignore her. I've not talked to anyone in my family in weeks. Literally, I've cut all ties with them. That's why she's not seen her. She and Dad cussed me out. Dad took me car from me in the middle of work, left me in a bind and shit. Fuck them. They aren't my fucking family. They never were to begin with.
That's what she said.
Okay. All right. Did she ever tell you anything else about Evelyn or where Evelyn was?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I forgot to do that.
All right. So that was January 19th of 2020. In February of 2020, did you receive some phone calls? Well, let me ask you this. Were you still in the Army, still at Fort Polk at that time?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive some phone calls from family members?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did you receive some phone calls by the Department of Children's Services here in Tennessee?
Yes.
That surprised you?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
All right. And without saying what they said, why were they contacting you?
For the whereabouts of Evelyn.
All right. Did that surprise you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, well, I didn't have Evelyn, and that's what they were asking. If I had her, or if I seen her, or the last place that, or where do I think she would be, stuff like that.
Were you then contacted by investigators with the U.S. Army?
Yes, I was contacted by the Central Investigation Division,
Okay.
CID.
And kind of tell us what happened with all that.
Well, initially, I got my officer of my.
Thank you for the orange hearts, everybody. Yeah.
I'm surprised they had not sidebarred about his testimony yet, because everybody seems to have been a controversy. Excuse me. Who's licking their lips?
I'm assuming she meant Ethan,
I
but
didn't
I'm
notice
not sure. I didn't notice it.
Maybe a dry room too. When you're up there
Yeah.
talking, your mouth gets dry.
Sure. I mean, most people aren't used to being in situations, anything like this,
Yeah. Megan's dad was the one that was shaking so bad. He was shaking his whole
yeah.
body.
Yeah. I think I've almost felt the worst for him of anybody so far.
All right. Mr. Perry, if you would go ahead, in the middle of telling us what happened as far as your investigation there by the Army.
So initially, I got contacted by my NCO in my company, and he told me that.
Well, don't tell him what he said.
Okay.
Just tell us what happened to you as a result of.
Okay. I was contacted by CID. They wanted to set an appointment for after lunch, and so I went back to my barracks room. To get ready. Still had no clue what was going on until I got the call by DCS, and which they were asking about the whereabouts of Evelyn. And so, which I gave the response, I don't know, all that.
Were you interviewed by interrogators there?
Yes.
For hours?
Yes.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them fully?
Yes.
Did you allow them to search your cell phone?
Yeah, search my cell phone, take DNA, search my barracks, and search my car.
Okay. So investigators searched the barracks looking for Evelyn.
Correct.
In Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Correct.
Was Evelyn there with you at your Army base there in Louisiana?
No.
Has she ever been there?
No.
With you?
No.
Okay. Did you cooperate fully with law enforcement in providing consent to search, provide DNA, anything else that was needed?
Absolutely. Everything that I could.
Okay. The only time you ever saw, when was the only time you ever saw Evelyn?
Was in El Paso.
Okay. That one time when Megan showed up.
Yeah, just out of the blue.
All right.
I agree, Suzanne.
Did you cooperate with law enforcement in determining the paternity of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
All right. Were you the biological father?
No.
Okay. All right. So the one and only time you see Evelyn is in 2019 before you came home for Christmas. Is that right?
Correct.
I wonder if she even knew who the real father
Thank you very
was.
much, Mr. Perry. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Mr. Perry, my name is Gene Scott. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. I have just a few questions for you. How many times did you actually see Evelyn?
Well, I saw her in El Paso through a span of 3 or 4 days.
Okay, was that it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Megan just showed up at your hotel while you were staying there with the Army?
Correct.
Sent you a picture?
Yes.
You had told her where you were staying?
Correct.
Okay, so that's how she would know to find you there.
Right.
And what did you all do over those 3 days you spent there?
Majority of the time was spent in the motel or hotel, whichever it was. And then we went out to eat. I think we just went out to pick up food. We went to the zoo and we went to IHOP.
Did Evelyn appear healthy to you?
Yeah.
No signs of abuse or neglect?
I wouldn't say abuse. I mean, I saw like a small bruise on her arm or her leg, but she was starting to learning to walk. So I just assumed that's what that was.
Likely a child fall down before you walk.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Megan engaged with her. I mean, did she talk to her, appear to love her to you?
Repeat that.
Did she appear to love the child, Evelyn? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, that wasn't the answer he wanted, was it?
She clean when she brought her there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. No issues with that?
No.
No neglect issues that you saw?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
See, where you go.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perry, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Wow, they're not going to call him again.
Poor question by the defense attorney there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he walked right into that one.
Shouldn't have asked that at all.
That and you might not have been here when we discussed it, but I said I think the professionalism of the attorneys is not it's not up to par. They're questioning. I don't feel like they've done a great job
On either side.
Yeah, I just don't think they've done very well either side.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Actually, I think the defense attorney's probably been better in a way.
In a way, but he walked right into that one.
He doesn't have a lot to work with.
Yeah, he walked right into that
But
one.
he is kind of he's creating a little confusion and doubt. But that move was bad.
That was bad.
Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't want either. Yeah, I don't think either team is doing great. No.
And I mentioned this earlier. Compared to the Murdaugh trial, the state attorneys that were bringing the charges against him and his defense attorneys were all impeccable. Like it was like watching a movie. They were that good.
Oh yeah.
And this is almost a joke.
Mr. Perry, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat right there. Speak up in the microphone.
I think that this is they called him Mr. Perry too.
Good afternoon. Your name is Carl Perry, is that correct?
Correct.
What city do you live in?
Elizabethton.
Okay. And do you know Ethan Perry?
Yes, that's
Who? Okay, go ahead.
my
Who is he to you?
grandson.
He is your grandson. Okay. And at some point, did Ethan live with you in your home?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also in Elizabethton?
No, at that time, it was a 280 Lester Road, Blumpville.
Okay. Okay. And how old was Ethan when he lived there with you?
Let's see, he came to us in about the 8th or 9th grade, and he lived there until, he spent 3.5 years in the military up until he went in the military. And then when he came back another year or so, then he went out on his own.
Okay, so he came to live with you in about the 8th grade?
Yes,
Okay, did anyone else live there with you?
yes.
Okay, and who was that?
My wife, Sherry.
Okay, and was Ethan living with you when he graduated from high school?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
No.
Okay. Did he have a career plan after high school?
We encouraged him to go in the military.
Okay.
That was about it.
Okay, did he do that?
He did. I took him to the recruiters.
You took him to the recruiters? Okay, which branch did he enlist in?
In the Army.
Okay, and how long after he graduated from high school did he then go into the Army?
Pretty immediately.
Okay.
He had a buddy, and that was their plans. And
Okay. Okay, and where did he? Do you know where he went for basic training?
yes, Fort Benning, Georgia.
Okay. And was Ethan still in the Army in 2019?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know where he was stationed at that time?
yes.
Where was he stationed?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Okay. And do you know what type of housing he was in there?
I don't. I know he stayed in the barracks with the rest of the guys. That's about all.
Okay. Did Ethan come to visit during the holidays that year of 2019?
2019.
The Christmas holidays?
Yes, Christmas.
Okay.
It seems like they come in.
Okay. And do you remember how long he got on leave from the Army to stay?
I don't. It seemed like it might have been a week or 10 days or something. I don't know.
You think maybe 1 week to 10 days?
I'm not sure if it's
Okay.
that long or not.
Okay, that's okay. And then after his leave, then did he go back to Louisiana?
Mhm.
Okay. While on leave, where did he stay?
He had a buddy that went in with, and I think they'd planned their leaves together.
Mhm.
And I think he might have stayed a day or two with his buddy.
Okay.
I can't. And then the rest with us a few days.
Okay. So a day or two with a friend and the rest of the time
Yeah.
with you at your house.
Mhm.
And Sherry was there at that time as well. Is that
Mhm.
right? So would he have been there on Christmas Eve?
I couldn't. I don't remember specifically.
And that's okay. Do you remember celebrating the holiday of Christmas itself with him?
I don't.
Okay. And that's okay if you don't. It's, a lot of time has passed.
I think that usually we had a few people in, but I can't remember. It seemed like that when they just wasn't a lot there. They were in and out. But
Okay. During that 2019 holiday, do you remember seeing the defendant, Megan Boswell?
no,
Okay. Did Megan Boswell come to your house during that Christmas holiday?
no,
Okay. Do you know who Evelyn Boswell is?
yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who she is with regards to Ethan?
During that time, I think that there was a conflict. They weren't sure, but I know that the only time Megan Boswell was on our property was in high school,
Okay.
way before that. But I know that Ethan had spoken to my wife Sherry about Megan Boswell.
Okay.
And Evelyn.
Okay. Let me stop you there for just a second. Okay, we can't talk about what somebody else has said. Okay. But essentially, to help you out, it was alleged that maybe Evelyn was Ethan's child. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
And I remember telling him to get a DNA.
Okay.
Yep.
I agree, Rosebud. We don't know what the heck's going on.
I-
There are so many sidebars. I mean, I didn't see this many in the Murdaugh trial, and it was crazy. And it's every witness. I don't think this guy's unreliable. I just think he's an older man and he's probably a little scared and intimidated. I don't think he seems unreliable. I just don't think he remembers. I believe the wife was in hospice during this time. And so he probably doesn't have a lot of recollection of what went on.
And did you know that Evelyn was Megan's daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Did Evelyn ever visit your house?
No.
Did Evelyn ever visit your house in the holidays of 2019?
Never. I was going to say I never seen Evelyn.
Okay. Did you ever babysit Evelyn?
Absolutely not.
Did Evelyn ever spend the night at your house?
Absolutely not.
Did your wife, Sherry, to your knowledge, ever babysit Evelyn?
Never.
Okay.
She'd never seen
Okay.
Evelyn.
Have you ever met Evelyn?
No.
Okay.
Never.
Okay.
We
Okay.
we watch the news at night, and that's how we learn to love this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
child.
Yeah. So you'll just yes, just try to answer the question I asked you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I know, and I know this is new for you.
Okay.
Were you there? Were you present the day that Ethan left to go back to Louisiana?
No.
Okay. And do you remember when you first learned that Evelyn Boswell had been reported as a missing child?
Yes.
And how did you find this out?
About watching the news.
Okay. Did anybody ever come to your home?
Yes.
Okay. Who came to your home?
After this allegation was made.
Well, no, who came when you learned Evelyn was missing? Did anybody come to your home? Okay. No one ever came to ask you any questions about
No,
Evelyn?
not until this allegation was made.
Okay. What happened then? Who came to your home?
Just reporters from all over
Okay.
would come in.
Okay. Did the police ever come to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what I'm asking you about.
Okay.
When did the police come to your house?
I really don't. I don't know that date, but they did come.
Okay. And were they kind when they came?
There were in the first two police officers that came. It was a lady and a man. One is late at night and not late. It's dark. It was dark.
Why were they there?
They were, as he said, when I let him in, he said,
You can't say what he said.
oh.
You can't say what they said, but why
you
were they
asked me if
there?
he was kind, and
Okay.
I wanted to tell
Why
you
were
what
they?
they,
Okay. Just try to, I'm going to rephrase it a different way. Okay.
okay.
Why were they at your house that day?
They were there for, to see what we knew about Megan.
Okay.
Not Megan, I'm sorry, Evelyn.
Were they looking for Evelyn?
I'm sure they were, but they didn't,
Okay.
once they seen my wife, they,
Okay. What do you mean once they saw your wife?
her physical condition.
Okay. What do you mean by that? Why would that?
She had cancer with metastasis to her left arm,
Okay.
her left scapula, both lungs, brain, and voice box.
Okay. And what did that have to do with the police coming?
I think when they glanced at her, they knew
That Evelyn was
she
not at your house?
wasn't no babysitter.
Okay. Okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
No questions. Secret. Mr. Perry, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir, and you're free to go.
Sir, may I ask, I thought that since she might have made that allegation that I could,
So
No. Uh-oh.
Wow. So he had something he wanted to say about an allegation.
I think they were saying that his wife was said to be babysitting her, and he wanted to dispute that she was never babysitting. That's the only thing I can think of, because the police came to question them about where her whereabouts, because she was supposed to have been this grandma Sherry was supposed to have been a babysitter.
Which obviously she couldn't have been.
Right. She was in very, very bad condition.
So maybe he just wanted to have a chance to put that on the record, and they didn't
He
quite.
should have said that in the way that he worded his answers.
Yeah.
The woman lawyer is not insensitive. It's just that I think the prosecution the defense is scrutinizing everything she says.
Anybody at all? All right. Try next, gentlemen.
They would call Michelle Gillum.
Okay, Michelle Gillum.
Michelle Gillum.
Sometimes it's hard to know if they're bringing these people up because of the false reporting indictments, or if it's about Evelyn.
Right.
So some of these people may not be directly. They're not refuting necessarily. It's hard to know why they're bringing them up sometimes, because there's so many indictments.
I feel
She's
really
facing
bad
20
for
charges.
that. Well, see, they go to the sidebar every few seconds.
Mm-hmm. You're right, Machete. Nightbot is a very appreciative robot. That's true. Yeah, see, Mama Bear says, yeah, the attorneys kind of fit the mold, as it appears to be this area of Tennessee has many backwoods, uneducated, not too intelligent, simple people, in my opinion.
Yeah, Rosebud agrees with you on the false report. I think she false reported that they had the baby at one point.
So they're just addressing,
he was wanting to refute it.
Yeah. I think they got the point across though anyway.
She holds her mouth the whole time. I wonder if she's trying to keep from smirking.
I guess so we're trying to cue on ours without showing.
Not now.
Okay, thank you.
You certainly did.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, Ty Bay Lux, that they spend more time at sidebar than they do questioning.
I always think of the OJ trial with the sidebars.
Now, no kidding.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I thought Michelle Gillum.
I agree, Kelsey.
Yeah. Yeah. He had stuff he wanted to say and didn't get the chance. But
And I don't blame him.
I mean, all these people have been lied about. You know, if you think about it, everybody she knows just about had the finger pointed at them by her.
And Rosebud said, according to another creator that I know is in the courtroom, she said they can't even bring water in there.
Michelle Gillum.
You solemnly swear on the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Michelle Gillum.
All right. Good afternoon.
Hello.
If you would state your name for the record, please.
Michelle Gillum,
And where are you employed?
the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
All right. And what is your current assignment there at the sheriff's office?
I am a lieutenant over internal affairs.
Lieutenant Gillum, back in February of 2020, what was your assignment at the sheriff's office?
I was a detective in our criminal investigations division.
All right. And within the criminal investigations division, did you have a particular set of crimes that you worked or investigated?
I did. During my 7 years in the detective division, I worked the child abuse and child sex abuse crimes.
All right. And so on February the 18th of 2020, a report came into the sheriff's office regarding a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell. Were you aware of that call?
I was.
All right. And were you in the office at the time that call came in?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of tell us what you did as an investigator on that particular day.
On that day, another detective met response when the call come in, which means that they just went out to the residence
to check on the child, to check her well-being, see if she needed any attention, anything like that. And then I met response actually in the office with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And the detective that met response, would that have been Tracy Harraz?
It was.
Okay. And do you all work with the Department of Children's Services when these referrals first come in?
Yeah, so when a DCS referral first comes in, the Department of Children's Service investigator is the one who initially gets it and then sends it to law enforcement. And we team up with them and we meet response together, which in that case was Jimmy Lewis and Tracy Harraz. They went to the residence of Megan Boswell to check on Evelyn.
At some point in time, did Detective Harraz and Jimmy Lewis arrive at the sheriff's office?
They did. After they went to Megan's residence, they came back to the sheriff's office with Megan for her to be interviewed. And then that's when I met up with her.
Okay. Now, were you involved? Did you interview Megan initially?
No. The initial interview was conducted by Jimmy Lewis and Tracy Harraz for a brief time before I got to the sheriff's office.
All right.
Then I took over.
Okay. Did you discuss with them what was going on in the case? Did you before you went in to talk with Megan, did you all share information?
Me and Megan, or me and
You and Detective Harraz?
we did briefly, and pretty much all that conversation looked like was that Evelyn is missing.
Okay. So I guess when you went in to talk to Megan for the first time, what was your approach to interviewing her? What were you trying to?
I didn't have much information, so I just started from the very beginning, as I would with any case, with the basic info of names, addresses, and things like that.
All right. And this interview, where was it conducted?
In our sheriff's office, the interview room.
All right. And is your interview room, is that equipped with audio, video recording devices?
It is.
And was your interview, in fact, recorded over there?
It is.
Okay. Did you, as the interview went on, did you have doubts or question what Megan was telling you about Evelyn?
Yes. During the interview, just some of the things she was saying, it just wasn't adding up or making sense.
Okay. What was your concern, or what was your, I guess, the point of your investigation initially? What were you all trying to
To figure out where Evelyn is.
Okay. All right. This interview that you had of Miss Boswell, did you have an opportunity to review that interview and watch the recording
I did.
before coming into court here?
Auntie, I'll have to go. I'll be back as soon as I can. It'll probably be about an hour for me, but I'll be
Okay.
back as soon as I can.
If you don't see me on screen, it means I've had to leave, but I'll just leave it running and let our people chat.
Great. Thank you.
No, sir. The full exhibit 100.
And just know, guys, I'm not going to be able to stop the stream because it's on their end. So I'll chime in, but if it stalls, we'll just have to work through that.
If I could, Judge, I would ask to play that video at this time.
Thank you, Jenna.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
I think they've got an echo, so they may have to restart it. If you can't hear it, just try to zoom in close to the words.
Hold on. Yeah, try it again.
Start from the beginning. I'm sure you've already went through it all with Tracy, but just start from the beginning and go through it all. Okay?
Can y'all hear?
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm ready. Okay, so baby's Evelyn.
Go ahead and pause it. Go ahead and figure out the volume.
She'll do 51 about 3 days.
That's the only volume control that I have.
It isn't very loud.
Can you hear me?
Okay, 11:21.
Anybody can't hear?
And,
Barely. Barely.
yes, I was foster care, so I had to sign, what do you call it? I don't know if you know. It was like I was placing.
I think they're having difficulty with hearing, so they're trying to increase the volume. It sounds like Rosebud knows someone that's at the case, but they're not involved with the Sebastian case. And we do know some other creators that are there, but yes. I don't know if Dolly actually looked for baby Evelyn or not. I do not know. I know he's covered it some. You're trying to get the volume up, I think, on their end. So it sounds like we're getting ready to hear the kind of like their interrogation of, I guess it's interrogation. It's just fact finding. They're trying to find out. This is the first time they brought her in. They're with representatives of social services. Looks like we're breaking again. You're right, Castle. He is not very nice at all. We just tend not to talk about other creators, but just clarifying.
Be seated.
I guess we're going to try to turn the sound up. They are at recess. I think they take a morning break, lunch break, and afternoon break. Okay. So we're hearing from one of the detectives on the case. Who was the first detective, I guess, to interview after initially being brought to the sheriff's office, is what it sounds like. And so far today, we have heard from Ethan. We've heard from Ethan Perry, who she claimed was the father. He said he is not the father. He had DNA evidence to show that. So all the stuff that she had said about him having the baby, he only saw the baby one time for 3 days when she came to Texas with the baby. After that, he did not see her. So I thought that was interesting. Thought it was really interesting. I think the most interesting person we've seen today was Hunter's father. Hunter's father took the stand and said that Hunter, the boyfriend she had when Evelyn disappeared, was actually in a mental institution. He's been there for 2 months. When asked why he was put in the mental institution, he plainly says because he was being accused as being a baby killer. So that was kind of the most shocking news. Seemed to me, as far as a witness goes, he was a little weird. Not very, I don't want to say not believable, but had a little bit of a chip on his shoulder kind of thing. You could tell he was very upset about his son being accused even though he's not the one on trial here. I am very anxious to see the forensics on this case because I have a feeling it's where the forensics will hopefully nail shut the case. Because if we don't have good forensics in this case, it could very easily go the other way because you've got enough reasonable doubt, especially if Hunter's in a mental institution. And he only went in about 2 months ago, and this has been several years ago. His father just said because he basically went crazy, had mental instability because he was being accused as being a baby killer. That was what he said. It does make you suspect because, I mean, why wait until right before the trial is supposed to take place? The jury selection for this trial was supposed to be in November, and it got pushed up to January, beginning of February. So that happened last week, and then this week was the first full week of the trial. So as you know, that would be convenient. That would have been about the time that things would have been starting had it ran on time. I had asked earlier why this case had gone so long without being tried. And they said a lot of it had to do with being backlogged from COVID cases and things that just created a huge delay. And today is very interesting. Yeah. Hunter's dad was the most interesting. Hunter's dad said he was not capable of taking the stand. So I'm guessing we won't see him at all in this trial. A lot of you said you don't think Megan will take the stand. I think she has no credibility because she has been caught in so many lies that I don't think she'll take the stand. But if they feel like they do not have enough defense, they may be like, we don't have a shot anyway. Go ahead and take the stand. But I don't think that they'll put her on the stand because I think she's a loose cannon. No telling what will come out of her mouth. And it may not even be things that they have coached her to get through the testimony. Yeah, real me too. I don't think she will either. Jenny, no. Yeah, we did a poll yesterday. About like 80% thought that she would not take the stand. The whole thing with Hunter is really, really, really sketchy. And the dad, I just find it kind of crazy that none of these people are raised with their families. I mean, the Ethan lived with one set of grandparents and another set of great grandparents, and Megan was in and out from her mother and her father and grandmother and foster care. I mean, it just sounds like chaos in these people's lives, and it does not surprise me that all this chaos leads to something horrible like this because of what their normal day and their normal life is like. Guys, I know everybody's getting all uptight about the creators. We just really try on our channel not to talk about other creators or other people's shows in a negative or positive way. And unless we've got somebody that we're referring to that's in the chat or someone that we've worked with that we, want to reference. But other than that, we don't have to talk about other creators unless it's just in passing. And the fact that somebody said Dolly is there, that's not a big deal. Move on. We do know he's there, and he has been broadcasting from there. Total chaos, which was a normal life for Megan. That's what I'm saying. And I kind of go back and forth between, who really is at fault. Of course, if she did this, which it appears that she did, or definitely was highly involved in what happened to Evelyn, I just kind of go back and forth as to whether or not I blame the people that surrounded her, because, she obviously had a terrible home life. The mother situation, the father situation, horrible. But I also saw a side of where there was lots of people trying to help her. She had foster family trying to help her, even an ex-boyfriend's mother trying to help her. So she did have some resources, and she had friends that obviously adored Evelyn and tried to help her. So I really have a hard time feeling sorry for her in one respect, but I do see that how her the way she was raised has a lot to do with what has happened here. It's just really sad. It's just really sad. Yeah, the biggest thing that I think was the strangest question today it was definitely the defense attorney asking Hunter's dad, did Hunter ever talk about anyone or anything trying to steal his thoughts? And it was the oddest question. And they had to ask him like 4 times before he finally got, I think the man finally realized what he meant by it. And it was for the defense to put in that kind of reasonable doubt because of the aluminum foil that was wrapped around baby Evelyn's head. They're trying to insinuate that he was thinking about people stealing his thoughts and that aluminum foil could block that out. And that's what he was trying to insinuate about why that was put on her head. And that was a weird thing. And Real Me Too said, if Hunter wrapped tinfoil around Evelyn, there should be DNA, and the defense always points the finger. And yeah, and I'm hoping DNA will be able to tell if that's the case, because there should have been fingerprints on all that stuff. It wasn't that old. So we will hopefully find that out. And Peacemaker says, Aunt E, I'm raising great-grandchildren, youngest being under 3. None have known fathers, sadly. Megan had many resources of love. Agree. Yes. And bless you for taking care of those great-grandchildren. I'm sure that you are the stable person in their lives, and every kid needs that. And Hot Mess said, in my opinion, it really shows you just how much people can be products of their environment and how they're raised. And they can. It doesn't excuse the behavior, but it helps you understand how they got to the point that they are. It's just bizarre. And I think, what was the thought process that she went through if she did this in cold blood, or, was it a bad accident and they freaked out and the two of them didn't know how to handle it? And that is why he's crazy and went into a mental institution, because he can't handle what they had to do. I don't know. But I think when we get into the evidence and the way she was disposed of and all that information, I think we'll learn quite a bit more when we get into the forensics of it. I also think there should be a pretty good way to trace a lot of these phone calls. So far, we've just got Facebook messages and text phone messaging back and forth, and Instagram messaging back and forth. But that's all easily, I would think, subpoenaed and retrieved through those data sources, because all that stuff's out there. Just know when you're on social media, it's never, even when you erase it, it's never really gone. It can be gotten into. Let's see. I wonder, they asked him that question 4 times, and I don't even think, even with the last time that he answered it, that he really understood it. Angel says, I wonder if Hunter's dad even knew or understood the foil question. I'm not sure he did. He was very confused, and he said, well, yeah, I guess I could see how he would think that, because he was really out there. He came up with some really out there things. And I think that's what he was trying to say, is that he wouldn't be surprised if he came up with that theory. But I don't think he realized that saying that could definitely hurt or put doubt in the minds of the jurors. The judge's eyebrows. Yeah. He's funny. He seems pretty serious and on top of it. If I had to say that there's one bright spot in the legal teams and in the court system there, the judge seems on top of it. I think Megan's attorney, the main defense attorney, seems pretty good. I don't know. I don't think that their questioning is very good. I don't think their questioning or the way they phrase their questions have been as good as they could be. Just having watched other trials, they're a little less polished, I guess, than definitely they're not TV lawyers for sure. But I agree, Castle. Either way, his dad did not help him on the stand. Yeah, I don't know that either. So I wonder while they all were taking away from families, I think you meant why they were all taken away from their families. It sounds like to me that Megan was having a hard time with her dad because of the stepmom, Ashley. I think that was a problem, a bone of contention. Obviously, Megan was not very clean, and the stepmom, while she was at the home, while she was at her home with the dad, was not cleaning and keeping her room clean. And I think that they just probably got into a lot of fights. I thought it was odd. The one thing that I found that I thought was kind of a misrepresentation was Tommy, the father, said he bought her and handed her the title to her car. And he mentioned that in his testimony. And then Hunter's father said that her car was repossessed and she didn't have a car. It was taken away. And so I'm really wondering how that happened if her dad provided her a car and paid all her bills. That didn't make any sense to me at all. So I don't, and nobody was questioned about that. I'm not sure. I know Tommy can be recalled. He's one of the only witnesses that they have not released from their subpoena. So something happened there that he said he paid cash for the car and handed her the title. So if he paid cash for the car and she had the title, unless she went and got a title loan or something, which that could want to be sleuthing something, said that she could have gotten a title loan since she owned the title to get money. I believe the car that Megan reported stolen was a Lexus, and I believe it belonged to someone in Hunter's family that she was buying the car from. But Megan supposedly had a car that her dad paid cash for and gave her the title for, and that it was in her property. And then Hunter's dad said her car was repossessed while she was at work and she had nowhere to go. So there's so many webs of stories and lies and fibs. It's hard to figure out exactly what's going on. Oh, wow. So Debbie, that's interesting. Debbie says that Michelle Gillum is her cousin and she had no idea she had anything to do with this case. Well, there she is on TV now. That's interesting, Debbie. I know she has that Duper's Delight where she has this smile when she's being asked serious questions. I think it's a character flaw. That everything's a joke to her or funny, but I think part of it's out of nervousness. But she has kept her hands on her mouth so much during this trial. I mean, she's had her hands over her mouth. Another thing that people notice is she takes her middle finger and pushes her glasses up. And when somebody's testifying against her or saying something she doesn't like, she kind of does the thing with the finger in her glasses. I don't know, Real Me Too, if they will actually ever tell us who the father is. I would think at some point it might come out because it could have some bearance on this, but I don't know. It's a good question. But yeah, Jenny, it reminds me of someone too. I think we've talked about some parallels, and that's another thing that we've said a couple times. That there's a lot of parallels that we see in these people that we think are possible suspects in cases. Just their behaviors, the things they say. One thing that I noticed she and her father said numerous times, well, I'm not going to lie to you.
I had her, and then her dad came home from the army.
No. When did you give birth to her?
Okay. 11/21/2018.
Okay. And did she come home with you then?
Yes, I was in foster care. So I had to sign, what do you call it? I don't know if you know. It was like I was placing her in custody, but so she could be with me. Like nothing happened for her being there.
Okay.
It was like a custody placement agreement or something like that.
Did you live in foster care then?
Yes. I was in Rhode Island.
And who's baby daddy?
Ethan.
And did he live with you?
No.
Okay, so it was you and your foster parent.
Yeah.
Okay. So how long did y'all live there?
From, I went there in October. She wasn't born until November, and I came home like at the beginning of February of 2019.
So about a year ago. Okay, so you come home. Did she come with you?
Yes.
All right, and where's home for you?
To my dad. Sorry.
What's your dad? Where's your dad live?
I'm Muddy Creek.
Muddy Creek. All right.
Okay.
So you left foster care. You maybe went to dad's. Did baby daddy ever come with you then?
No.
Nope. Okay. Where did baby daddy live?
At the time, he was in like the army.
Okay.
And he was in Texas for a little bit, and I think he went back to like the base, wherever he was at.
Okay. So where's he at right now?
Well, they say he's in Louisiana, so I guess that's where he's at.
Okay. All right. So we're back to February. You and baby went to your dad's. Right. How was that?
What do you mean?
Was it good? Y'all stay there long?
No, we might not get into all of it.
All right. So that didn't work out very well. Where'd y'all go then?
My grandma's was on
All right. When'd y'all go to grandma's?
I guess in April.
All right. So in April.
Towards the end of April.
All right. So you didn't stay at dad's very long.
No.
Baby go with you to grandma's?
Yes.
All right. Where's grandma live?
At the bottom of the hill for my dad.
All right. So she lives near dad on Muddy Creek. All right. So you all go with grandma. Is it just grandma or grandma?
Grandma.
Just grandma. So y'all known her since April.
No, I moved out on my own in October.
Okay.
My dad owns a trailer park.
Did baby go with you in
Yes.
October? All right. So you moved out of grandma's in October. Baby went with you. Where'd you move to?
My dad's trailer park off of like Sugar Hollow and Buffalo. It's called Boswell Mobile Home
Was
Park.
it just you and baby?
Yes, it's just me and baby.
All right. So you and Evelyn get your own place in October. All right. So from October until now, walk me through.
Okay. Ethan came. I went to Texas to see Ethan like a couple of weeks.
When was that?
November, December.
Did baby go with you?
Yes.
All right. So you and baby went to Texas to see Ethan.
Yes.
Right?
And I was the first time that he met her because he didn't really have anything to do with her up until that point.
Okay.
Okay. So sometime in December, me and Hunter moved in together.
Hunter's boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
But at that time, Evelyn was not with me when I started staying there because Ethan had her.
All right. So when you and baby went to Texas in November, the first time she met Ethan, did she come back with you?
Yes.
All right. So y'all went to Texas, had a couple weeks.
Yeah.
She come back with you.
Mm-hmm.
And then walk me through from November to December.
Okay. I had her up until, me and her didn't start staying together until probably like the middle towards the end of December.
Okay.
So up until that point, I lived in the trailer that my dad.
Right.
I know it wasn't any longer than like December 25th because I was with Hunter on Christmas. And also that's when the lights got cut off because I just completely like moved all my stuff out.
Okay.
Okay. And then Ethan got hurt.
When?
On Christmas Day, me and Hunter, we came back from Pigeon Forge because on Christmas Eve, me, my dad, Hunter, like everybody took a trip to Pigeon Forge.
Mm-hmm.
And then Christmas morning, we came back and he got her then.
Did he come up and get her? Did you take her to?
No, we took her to him.
Where did you take her?
Wherever his grandparents' house is, like a long gravel driveway, it's off our town of Bluntville.
Okay, so it's local. All right. So what made you all take her to him? Because he's not in her life.
Well, because he was like complaining about wanting to know her, and I mean, like that's her dad. I was trying to give him a fair shot, you know what I mean?
Was your plan to leave her?
No, I wanted to get her back.
Okay, so.
But I wanted to let her have time to bond with her dad, and then after like.
Did you stay there? Or did you just drop her off and say sayonara?
I mean, I sat there for a little bit, and then she was fine. She kind of knew her from Texas.
Okay, so let's back up. He texted you saying he wanted to be in her life. and he said, hey, I'm at Hardtown, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So you say that would be great for you to be in your daughter's life.
Yeah.
So you and Hunter, or just you?
Me and Hunter.
You and Hunter take Evelyn to where Ethan is, all right? What happens then?
Well, Ethan would not let me come on the driveway. He made me walk all the way up his driveway, like, you know. And I walked up there first myself, and I was like, you're being ridiculous. Let me pull up the driveway. You know, because he was mad Hunter was with me. And I told him Hunter was coming with me when I got there. Like, before I got there, I called him. This was when I still had my own phone. I called him, and I was like, hey, like, I'm gonna come up there. You know, he got her some stuff for Christmas. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I went to my brother's and got what he had gotten her for Christmas and stuff, you know. And I was like, I'll send it with you. I would get her clothes and stuff, and we'll go up there. You know, I was like, that's fine. I was like, Hunter's gonna come with me. And he's like, okay, that's fine. I get there, and he's like, no, I don't want to come up my driveway.
Okay.
So at first I walked up there by myself, you know, I tried talking to let me pull up the driveway. So I really didn't walk her up there, you know what I'm saying. Walked myself back down, got her out of the car, and went back up there.
Okay.
And then I sat there for maybe like 23 minutes, she was fine, I left.
When you and Hunter took the baby there, did you and Ethan have a talk about how long she was going to be staying with him? So you took your baby, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this.
Okay.
You took your baby that you've cared for since the day she was born to her dad's house that she's had nothing to do with, and you stayed for 30 minutes, and he was being an ass, made you walk all the way up the driveway, was being difficult, and you left your baby with this man.
Well, I mean, I trusted him, so I was like, it's her dad.
So just because it's her dad, you trusted him, and he's not been in her life at all.
Well, I mean, I try to give him benefit of the doubt. But I don't think Ethan's a bad person.
But this is your baby.
Well,
You see where I'm coming from?
I see that, but like, you also have to understand that was like her dad.
Okay, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to argue with you.
No,
I know
no.
sometimes like I am, but
Well,
like,
this story, I feel like you're being honest, but there's a big chunk that you're not telling us. And I'm just going to call it like it is, okay? Something within the story has happened. There's a huge chunk that you're just not telling us. I think you took her to him, probably around that time. But there's something missing, and we've got to find that missing piece, okay? And just looking at you, I can tell something ain't making sense. Can you gather that? Okay. She gathers it too. So you leave her with Ethan on Christmas, all right? Walk me through from Christmas till now.
okay, he talked to me like the next day, and then he just kind of stopped like talking to me, not answering the phone, you know, and he got mad, and he got drunk, and he told me he was going to come kill me, because he does that.
When was this?
New Year's, I think.
All right, so he had the baby. Did you try to get the baby back?
I went by where I picked her up, and she wasn't there.
Okay, so I'm trying to wrap my head around this again. You're a mom who's dropped your kid off with a dad that she don't know.
Well, then I tried to,
and now you can't find her, but you don't notify us. You just have a good New Year's and carry on with life?
Well, I mean, he told me he was going to his friend's house.
Okay, what friend?
I don't know their names, but I kind of know around about where they live.
So now this man that don't know your child is taking your child to someone's house that you don't even know their name?
Well, it was his friend. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but also I was really trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, because he never helped me with everything.
How many benefits of the doubt are we going to give him in the story before you start telling me the truth? Because there's two ways this can go, okay? In order to do our job, we got to have your cooperation, and you've got to be honest with us, okay? But if you sit here and you continue to lie, which I know you're doing, it's not going to end well, okay? Because at the end of the day, we're going to figure out what happened. We are. Okay? So, do we need to back up, Annie, and start over and have you start telling us the truth?
He got mad because he didn't want Evelyn to be around Hunter.
Okay.
And then he just stopped talking to me. Like, on New Year's, he got mad, and he used to get mad all the time at me and be like, well, I'm going to kill you, blah, blah, blah. And then me and him broke up because he was, like, threatening my little brother.
So you have not talked to him since New Year's, is what you're telling me.
And he's messaged me maybe one time. I've tried leaving him several voicemails. He won't answer me.
You got your phone on you?
Mm.
You don't have a phone. Where is your phone?
Me and my dad got into it, I'll be honest with you, probably like a couple days after Christmas, because that's the last time I've been around my dad, and I was kind of smashed because I want to talk to him. I just really not having money over there around him.
So within the messages you would send Ethan, how would you do that if you on the phone?
From Hunter's phone.
From Hunter's phone. Okay.
I tried to call him several times, he has not returned my calls.
So when were you going to notify us about your baby?
If he didn't meet me tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Because you waited months and you not cared in months. So why tomorrow would you notify us?
I was going to try to meet him tomorrow together.
Have you talked about that?
He told me he'd give her back to me in about 2 months. Or when me and Hunter broke up.
So he told you, and you just picked tomorrow without notifying him of anything.
Well, no, tomorrow would have been 2 months.
Oh, well, have you talked to him to verify a date? So then what would you want to notify us of? Because how would he know to come meet you?
Because that's what he said, 2 months.
Where was y'all going to meet at?
Ingles at Glen Hollow.
So where do you think your baby is right now?
I have no clue. I thought she was with him.
Is this your only kid? You ever had a kid before?
No, it's my only kid. She got confused with the records and thought that I had 2 kids, but when I was in foster care, I had to place Evelyn in an agreement with Holton Homes so I could keep her with me at the foster care place because they would not let me keep her any other way.
So where do you think she's at?
I don't know.
You seem totally unfazed by this. That tells me that you know where your baby's at.
No, I don't.
Megan, I've been doing this a long time. I've talked to a lot of mothers. I've talked to a lot of girls. Okay? What you're telling me very well could be partial truth. But like I said, there's a piece that you're not telling me. We're going to figure out what happened. We always do. Okay? Are you connected in any way?
No.
I'm going to straight up ask you, did you have anything to do with you not knowing where your daughter's at?
I mean, I dropped her off at Ethan, so I mean, in a way, yes, but as far as like anything else, no.
Wow. So I wonder if they just played the whole thing for us to see it, or if that's, or they've wow. I mean, she just does nothing but lie. Yeah, she's not even upset or crying. This interview was when when it was reported that she was missing, and they went to find her. They went and questioned her. Social services did. Then they had her come to the sheriff's department, and this was the
Gillum,
first detective.
in addition
Detective
to
Gillum.
interviewing the defendant on February 18th, 2020, did you continue to work on the investigation into the missing child?
Yes.
Okay. And on March the 6th of 2020, were you present when investigators learned that there was evidence that had been located at the residence of Tommy Boswell?
Yes, I was on scene.
Okay. And so did you go to his residence?
I did.
Okay. Where was that located?
Off Muddy Creek.
And what was it that you did once you arrived there at Tommy's property?
We received consent from Tommy to search a storage shed and connecting dollhouse type structure.
Okay. And were there other officers that assisted you in searching that property?
Yes, there was 3 others.
Okay. And did you in fact search that shed area?
We did.
All right. And what types of things did you find that were of evidentiary value there?
Within the storage shed type structure, it was just various baby items, some medicines, clothing, bottles, just car seats. I mean, anything you could imagine that you would need to care for a child was inside that storage shed.
They just dumped it all.
How did it look or appear? I mean, how were they placed in there, or how were they in there?
No, it was very disorganized, just not in any sort of organizational structure. It was just kind of thrown in there. Things were upside down, boxes turned over, clothes just appeared to be thrown in there. No sort of structure at all inside.
And did you photograph what the condition of the shed, that outbuilding, before you searched it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you all remove anything or any items from that shed?
I believe most of the baby items got removed that night. Yes.
Okay. And did you take photos, or someone there take photos of the evidence and the items that you removed from the shed?
Yes.
The shed was on her father Tommy's property near the grandmother's trailer on his little compound area, about 10 acres, 11 acres. There's a shed with a roll-up door, and then right behind the shed, adjacent to it, was the dollhouse or playhouse.
Lieutenant Gillum, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you recognize them. Mr. Scott's still going through some of them, but if you would go ahead and take a look at those.
Absolutely.
See if you can identify what's been handed to you.
Old McMary.
This is going to be the storage shed photographs.
Okay. And are those, and looking through those, are those the photos of the items that were recovered and removed from that outbuilding?
They are.
During your search?
Mhm.
All right.
Good question, Debbie, or good comment. Yes. I think that, I don't know if she thinks that or not. I don't know what she thinks. She is such a compulsive liar. I don't know.
If you would. Okay.
It's a lot of sidebar, a lot of conversation between the prosecution and the defense. I keep hearing somebody sniffle, and I know it's.
We'll just kind of go through these
More
one by
sometimes.
one. We'll try to go quickly.
Okay.
The first photograph that's there on the top, what is it a photograph of?
This is the outside of the storage shed, just with the door open, showing the contents inside and how they looked before anything was touched.
Okay. And does that accurately depict the shed, that outbuilding there, before you all removed any of the items?
It does.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 101.
Objection. Full exhibit 101.
All right. And the next photograph, what is that a photograph of?
This is inside the shed. Again, just showing the various items. There's a swing type thing and looks like a bag of clothes and some more baby
All
items.
right. And again, is that a true and accurate photograph of the?
It is.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 102.
Exhibit 102.
They're
going for first degree.
And next photograph.
Same type thing inside the shed. This one is showing a picture of a bottle. It still actually has a little bit of milk in it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that 103, Judge.
Be 103.
Next photograph.
Inside the shed, there's a box. It's got clothing, a ripped bag, a drink that looks like it's half drank.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
Move to make that 104.
Full 104.
I guess it's whoever's doing the camera for
Next photograph, please.
They got
Zoomed
nipple.
in on that box. It shows the nipple to a bottle. It looks very dirty.
And again, is that photograph taken before anything was removed?
No. That's before anything was touched.
All right. True and accurate photograph.
Yes, sir. The swing.
That photo accurately reflect the condition of it?
It does.
We have to make that exhibit 121. Next one.
The next one is going to be a Mickey and Minnie bottle with what appears to be milk still in the bottom of it, and it had been removed from the shed when the picture was took.
Move to make that exhibit 122.
And that is
Maybe.
an accurate state or picture.
Maybe McMary. I don't know. You would think.
Next photo.
It's just a close up of the exact same bottle, just showing you about how much liquid was in the bottom of it when we took it out of the shed.
You all did not in any way empty it, manipulate it, do anything
No.
else before you. All right. Move to make that exhibit 123. Next photograph.
This is the onesie that I was talking about at the beginning. I don't know if y'all remember me talking about a onesie that was laying on the floor of the shed. This is going to be a close-up of the onesie once we removed it from the shed. It shows that there's brown stains toward where her butt would have been, and there's yellow orangish stains toward the collar of the onesie and the sleeve.
We have to make that exhibit 124. Next photo, please.
And this is just going to be a close-up of the stain where her butt would have been on the onesie, where it's brownish green.
Is that the same onesie that was from
It's the same
prior?
onesie, yeah. It's just a close-up.
We have to make that exhibit 125. Next photograph.
Just various baby toys that was found from inside the shed that we removed.
So the true and accurate photograph.
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 126.
And then when she was ready to get rid of her, she just threw the baby away and all the toys and everything that belonged to her.
The next photo is going to be the medicine syringe that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 127.
It is horrifying.
It's going to be a bottle that we removed from the shed, and it's discolored with some sort of brown substance.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
Yes,
We can make that
Sandy.
exhibit
It did.
128.
I agree, Angel. They need some Kleenex. They don't know how loud it
It's
comes
just going to be
across.
baby pants that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 129. Next one.
It's going to be the cloth bib that I talked about in a prior picture that we removed from the shed.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that exhibit 130. Next photo.
It's going to be a little baby sweater with various brownish, yellowish stains on it.
Is that also removed from the shed?
It was.
We have to make that exhibit 131. Next photo.
It's going to be a close-up of the baby clothing.
Same item as in the previous.
Yes, same item.
We have to make that exhibit 132. Next photo.
Little baby shorts. It says 6 months old for the size. They're dark blue.
And again, were those found in the shed?
They all were, yes.
Okay. We have to make that exhibit 133. Next photo.
It's just going to be the top of a baby bottle.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
Make that exhibit 134.
It does make you wonder, PJ. It does.
Next photo.
It's going to be a baby suction that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 135.
That would explain why she might, that she was,
Next photo, please.
why she was
A
still
baby
alive.
blanket that we removed from the shed with yellow stains on it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It
That
is.
item? We have to make that exhibit 136.
136.
Next photo.
This is a white trash bag that we removed from inside the shed. It appears to have various blankets inside.
We have to make that exhibit 137.
Full exhibit 137.
Next photo.
It's going to be the contents inside that white trash bag, and it looks like it's going to be a couple blankets and a cloth bib.
And have those items been removed from the bag that they were originally in?
Yes, they were removed from the bag.
We have to make that exhibit 138.
138.
Next
Pill
photo.
Rider.
It's going to be a child's toy. It's a little pink bear we removed from the shed.
She had a new boyfriend.
Make that exhibit 139.
They think that that could have been the motive, that she didn't want to be a mom any longer. But I'm not sure that they have.
Next photo.
It's going to
Given the
be
motive.
baby pants. They're light blue in color.
Is that a true and accurate photo of that item?
It is.
We have to make it exhibit 140.
Full exhibit 140.
Next photo.
It's going to be a cloth bib that we removed from the shed with various stains on it as well.
So it looks like they're going through all the evidence that they got from the shed. This is not where she was found. She was found in the playhouse behind the shed or beside the shed.
It's going to be a red blanket we removed from the shed.
But everything they removed from the shed that was a baby item, they took pictures of.
Exhibit 140.
If you haven't had a chance
Next
to
slide.
watch the entire
that's it.
day,
Okay.
there's been there was even one attempt to call a mistrial earlier over the way text messages were presented.
Yeah. But we approached it.
And this, I believe, she has a court-appointed attorney. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, but I believe she was court-appointed. I don't think she's paying for the attorney. That guy looks familiar to me for some reason. The defense attorney. Look at all those photos. That's just what she just went over.
I'm going to hand you up, I think, was about 40 more photos.
Oh, God.
Have you look through them? And
40
see if you can
more?
identify what those are photos of.
These all appear to come from inside that storage shed.
Okay. Are they true and accurate photos of the items that you all removed and took from the shed out at the Boswell property that night?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, introduce them individually. I think that will take us numbers 143 through.
No kidding, Detective Mom. Thank you, Real Me Too. I thought it was court appointed as well, but I didn't want to misspeak.
Yes.
Okay.
So later in the trial, we have to go to a specific photograph.
All right. So we just have her go through them
Just the way
individually.
you would do it.
All right. That's fine.
All right.
Start back up, Lieutenant Gillum. If you would, for the first photograph there, tell me what you're looking
So
at.
she's going to go
It's
through
going to
each
be
photo.
another medicine syringe.
She's going to go through each photo and tell what it is.
Make that 143.
And they're going to label each one. So it's going to be a while, guys. And just a reminder, I am going to have to leave at about 4:45. So I will just leave it running. Mr. E should be able to come back and finish with you guys.
They're all going to be full exhibits. Just read the number when you get it.
Okay.
So you will know what it is.
Okay.
That way I can keep writing.
Okay. That's fine. Next photo, please.
It's going to be a pink bottle with various brown stains on it.
We have to make that 144. Next photo.
It's various baby clothing, cloth bibs, and a toy rattle.
We have to make that 145.
This next one's going to be just a closer view of those exact items I just described. The same picture, just
145.
zoomed in.
And we have to make that 146. Next photo.
Just various bottles and the caps of bottles.
We have to make that exhibit 147. Next photo.
Mr. E said he will be here in about 15 minutes.
For a baby.
He said he'd be here in about 15 minutes. So you're going to have just a few minutes overlap. While I'm not here, I'm going to be going ahead and signing off now. So
I'm not really sure exactly the proper name for this, but it's like a measuring cup for like medicine liquid.
I just wanted to let you guys know he should be, I would say, about 15 minutes behind me. And I would say it's going to take her about 15 minutes to go over these pictures and for them to number them. And yesterday they ended a little after 5.
A little jumper, a little onesie.
So they will probably do the same thing again today. And I will see you guys later on. I'm going to go ahead and sign out. But Mr. E will be coming back. So just keep up the chat. Remember to keep it friendly. And I will see you guys next
The pillow
time.
that I described in the first set of photos with the brownish stain on it, that's going to be that pillow removed from the shed. A picture of it.
We have to make that 151. Next photograph, please.
Another little onesie.
We have to make that 152. Next photo.
This is another onesie covered in what appears to be dirt.
We have to make that 153. The next photo.
This is another onesie. It's got some various stains on it.
We have to make that 154. Next photograph, please.
Another medicine syringe.
Make that 155. Next photo.
This one's going to be another onesie. It's black in color with gypsy princess on it.
156. The next photo, please.
This is going to be medicine. It looks like it's prescribed to Evelyn M. Boswell, and it's some sort of ointment. I can't pronounce that the name of the ointment.
All right, is that a true and accurate photograph? Which
It is.
collected the exhibit 157. Next photo, please.
And it's just going to be another up close of that exact ointment that I just described.
Make that 158. Next photograph, please.
The tube of the ointment was brought out of the packaging, and that's what this is going to be a picture of. It looks like it's supposed to go in the eye.
We have to make that exhibit 159. Next photo, please.
It's going to be a sippy cup.
Move that as 160. Next photo.
Another sippy cup. This one's pink in color.
Make that 161. Next one, please.
It's going to be a close up of that pink sippy cup that I just described.
Move that as 162. Next photo, please.
This is going to be the cap of a bottle, and it's got brown stuff all over it.
We have to make that 163. Next photo.
It's going to be a passy.
Exhibit 164. Next photograph, please.
2 baby spoons.
We have to make that 165. Next photo.
This is going to be a diaper bag that is unzipped, but all the items are still inside untouched. And it appears to be some medicine, a Mountain Dew can, some diapers, and just various things that I can see so far.
We have to make that exhibit 166. Next photo.
This is going to be the medicine inside the diaper bag. It looks like it's going to be children's Tylenol.
Have to make that 167. Next photo.
It's going to be close up of the children's Tylenol in the diaper bag, and it looks like it's got some food and a cloth towel around it with some stains on it.
Have to make that 168. Next photo.
This is going to be another picture of the inside of the diaper bag showing the same thing, the Mountain Dew can with the cloth towel.
We have to make that 169. Next photo, please.
This is going to be a children's spoon, and on one end of the spoon, it is got black residue on it.
We have to make that number 170. Next photo.
Mac and cheese baby food.
Move that as exhibit 171. Next photo, please.
This is going to be some sort of tissue paper with brownish red stains on it.
Move that as exhibit 172. And next photo.
It's just going to be another angle of the tissue paper with a brownish red stain.
Move that as exhibit 173. Next photo.
It's going to be a suitcase with various clothing items inside.
Move that as exhibit 174. Next photo.
It's going to be a red wagon, and inside the wagon there's a baby doll, some baby shampoo, wipes, and a suction.
Move to make that exhibit 175. Next photo.
This is going to be a picture of the items beside the wagon inside. And it's got clothing, a car seat. It looks like a little bunny rabbit, teddy bear type thing.
Move that as exhibit 176. Next photo.
This is going to be inside of another diaper bag, and it's stained with brownish, reddish type substance.
Move that as exhibit 177. Next photo.
This is a cardboard box, and inside the box is several white bags.
Move that as exhibit 178. Next photo.
And this is going to be a big black trash bag, and inside of it is clothing, toys, All things for a baby.
Move that as Exhibit 179. Next photo.
It's going to be 5 tubes of diaper rash cream.
Make that Exhibit 180. Next photo.
It's going to be a Mickey mini blanket with a brownish red stain in the middle.
Move to make that Exhibit 181.
That's it.
All right. Judge, I think they've all been admitted at this point. I would move to publish them to the jury. Take the deal. I put up what's been introduced as Exhibit 101. What are we looking at there?
That's going back to the very first picture. It's going to be outside the shed when the door was opened, exactly how the contents were when the door was opened, untouched.
You all had not moved anything at this point?
No, sir.
(102).
Contents inside the shed. I believe that's a swing type thing and some various clothing items.
(103).
That's going to be the contents inside the shed. There you can see a Mickey and Minnie bottle with some liquid still inside.
(104).
And that's going to be a cardboard box with clothes and a bag on top.
(105).
That's just going to be a close-up of that cardboard box, and it's kind of showing you there the top of a bottle.
(106).
Again, it's zoomed in on the top of the bottle. That's going to be
107.
sorry. That's going to be the suction thing that we removed from the shed.
(108).
That's going to be a bottle that we located inside the shed.
(109).
A piece of baby clothing.
(110).
And that's going to be a onesie on the floor of the shed, along with a pillow there on the left-hand side.
Are those the items that are sitting below the pillow? Can you tell what those are there?
Looks like diapers. Or are you talking about right below the pillow?
Yes.
Yeah, those are diapers.
And I think you have a laser pointer sitting beside you there on the stand. It looks like a.
Oh. Yes.
Sorry. If you could, on the screen up there, point out where we're talking about.
Oh, right here, diapers.
All right.
And then it's going to be the pillow, and then there's the onesie.
Thank you. And Exhibit 111.
That's the onesie I described, and these are the stains that I talked about.
112.
It's going to be the pillow with the brownish stain and then a blanket.
(113).
Again, it's the same picture, just a little bit closer up to show you that pillow and blanket.
(114).
There's going to be a cloth bib right there on the floor.
Did you all collect that?
We did.
115.
Again, just showing you the contents there on the floor of that shed.
And for the items that you collected, did you collect all the items that were identified as, or how did you make a decision as far as what you collected?
No, we collected the cloth bib and then this little article of child's clothing. Pretty much anything baby related went.
Exhibit 116.
There was a ladder on the floor of the shed, and this is just a depiction of the contents around that ladder.
117.
It zoomed in a little bit, but you'll see right here is a medical syringe.
And you're indicating an area just inside the metal ladder that's depicted.
Yes,
In the
there should be a
photograph.
closer up photo of it next.
118. Can you see it better there?
It's right there. Sorry, I'm a little shaky.
All right. Is it the syringe? As we're looking at the photograph, it's kind of on the left-hand side. Is it slightly pinkish color? Is that what we're looking at?
It is. There's a blue, what I think is a wipe case, and then it sits directly to the left of that blue wipe case.
And I'm going to show you 119, which I think might give you a little better.
Yes. Right there.
Is that a close-up image of that syringe?
It is.
Exhibit 120.
That's going to be the child swing that was taken from inside the shed.
121.
And this is what I was talking about, if you recall, where I said it shows the stain went through the entire swing. You can see right there what I'm talking about.
All right, so we're looking at the bottom. We're looking at the photograph. That's the bottom, the base of the.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 122.
It's going to be a Mickey Minnie bottle.
Do there appear to be any sort of substance inside the bottle?
There appears to be some milky, whitish looking liquid.
Thank you,
just
Grandma
shy of the
Chachi.
bottom of the cup.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your patience with us there.
That
Just,
depicts a little bit better where the liquid is inside the cup.
I was listening to most of this driving, and
This is
I know
gonna
what
be
you were talking about the
onesie
other
that was
day.
on the floor
This
of the
prosecutor,
shed.
he does sound a lot like
I
me.
see a stain
I heard
on
his
the,
voice a few times. I was like, wow, that
up
really,
there of the arm,
really does sound like
the
me. I thought I was
collar up
catching
here,
myself
and then of course
earlier or
right
something.
toward
But
the bottom.
there are some times his voice really is like mine.
Looking at that same item, I believe, exhibit 125.
Yes, that's going to be a close up of the stain.
And is that, yeah, you lifted the flap there on the bottom of the outfit. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Exhibit 126.
Just various baby toys.
Yeah, Karen, it really. There,
Number
his accent is a
127.
little different from mine, but there's some times where
medicine
it really
syringe.
sounds just like me. So I've got a voice doppelganger out there, don't I?
128.
A bottle.
$129.
Child pants.
Yeah, I didn't think it yesterday, but I
A
do think
cloth
today I
bib.
do, because I actually listening.
Again,
I
all
thought I
these
was
items
catching
you all
myself
found
earlier in the
inside the
stream.
shed. Is that correct?
Every item, yes, was taken from inside the shed.
Number 131.
Another article of baby clothing, and then there's a stain. I believe it's right
I mean,
there.
obviously, what they're establishing here is that
132.
you know she had she was moving on. She had stored
Yes,
everything away.
That's the
She knew
exact
that
same
child was
article of
gone.
clothing where the stain is right there.
Exhibit 133.
She can't plead ignorance. You know,
baby shorts.
she knew the baby wasn't coming back.
Number 134.
The top of a bottle.
Yes, Tennessee nurse. So she had
135.
everything like put
A
in these.
baby's suction.
she had very few items still in her possession.
136.
Of
A
Evelyn.
blanket.
Most everything was put
These
in
photos
a,
that are taken of these
shed.
individual items, you all have removed them from the shed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And took them back over to, it looks like, to the sheriff's office to photograph them.
Yes, they were in our evidence.
Number 137.
That's going to be a white trash bag with various blankets inside.
And showing you 138. So that's the same bag of blankets there.
That's going to be the contents inside the bag, yes.
All right. So you've removed them from
Correct.
the bag at that point. Number 139.
Just a child's toy, little bear.
And I would say this is a bit of torture for Megan right
pants.
now also.
Was it the condition of the pants when you found
I know
them?
it would be
turned
for
inside
me.
out like that, or
Yes.
did you all manipulate them? Okay.
Yes. How they each show in the picture is exactly how we found them.
Exhibit 141.
It's a cloth bib.
Number 142.
A red blanket.
143.
Another medicine syringe.
I think that is possible, Angel Wings, that she was initially in the trailer, Evelyn. Yeah, I think that is
A baby's bottle.
possible, if not likely.
Number 145.
Just various articles of clothing. I think there's a blanket, a little toy rattle.
And all these items were found together.
Yes.
Show you 146.
That is just going to be a close-up of those items, just a little bit more in detail. You can see what appears to be a sock there with some stains on it, like a little bow headband there. Just a close-up.
All right.
Well,
Exhibit 147.
Various bottles and their lids.
She does have that. You can see she's got the same screen right in front of her, Marie.
148.
So she
And
is
Mickey
seeing
Minnie
it all.
sweatshirt for a baby.
Number 149.
Looks like a type of a measuring cup for some sort of medicine liquid.
Yeah, I saw that, Sandy T. The black
Okay.
square that Hong
A
posted
onesie.
from At Night. I think At Night posted a black square also. So I don't know
151.
what that
That
means,
is gonna
although
be
I am
the
aware
pillow
of
from
the
inside the shed once it
I am
was
aware of the
removed.
claim about the alleged $100,000 bounty.
Number 152.
It's another baby's onesie.
Everything's gotten kind of insane with this.
153.
Another onesie.
Yeah, she I heard Andy talking about this. She did have a lot of support.
And that's going to be another onesie with various stains. You can see it toward the collar here
What,
and
honey?
then more toward the bottom.
Yes. Yes.
Did she buy it?
Yes.
Number 155.
She did.
Medicine syringe.
She got it.
$156.
Another onesie.
Appears to still be on a hanger. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'll go check it out, Castle.
Exhibit 157.
That's going to be the eye ointment.
158.
The ointment removed from the box.
159.
A close-up of the ointment tube.
It looks like it says it's erythromycin
Yes.
ophthalmic ointment.
Yes.
$160.
A sippy cup.
161.
Another sippy cup.
162.
And that's just going to be a close-up of the previous sippy cup.
163.
That's going to be the lid of a sippy cup. It just shows the various stains on it, the blackish brownish stains.
Jenny, I'm going to, I'll type his at night handle
Opassy.
in here real quick. Okay.
165.
2 baby spoons.
166.
It looks to be a diaper bag, and that's the.
So I just put it in the
contents
chat
inside
right
bag.
there. That's his,
That before
that's
you
his account.
removed any of the items from the diaper bag.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
sir.
167.
That's going to be the bottle of children's Tylenol that was inside the diaper bag.
So that was found in the diaper bag that was shown in the previous.
Yes, sir.
exhibit. 168.
There it is in the diaper bag beside the baby's food and the cloth.
169.
Just another angle of inside the diaper bag.
Exhibit 170.
That's going to be a children's spoon with some sort of black residue substance there on the end of the spoon.
Exhibit 171.
That's going to be the mac and cheese.
Had it been opened or was it unopened?
I can't. It looks like it's been an end has been opened. Just the way the packaging was.
Exhibit 172.
That is going to be the piece of tissue paper with the brownish red substance on it.
173.
And that's just another angle of the exact same tissue paper with the brownish red substance.
And this is detailed, getting down to tissue paper.
Number 174.
A suitcase with just various clothing items inside.
175.
That's going to be the red wagon. As you can see, there's baby shampoo here, a suction, some wipes, a baby doll.
For 176.
There's going to be a car seat and just some various clothing items.
Number 177.
The inside of another bag that we found from inside the shed with some stains there on the side.
I probably couldn't look either. You know, they're talking in the chat saying
It's going to be a cardboard box with several white bags.
because you'd have like every memory attached to each item as they come up. You know, you'd remember every whatever the birthday, the picnic, the whatever.
A black trash bag with
be torture.
various clothing and toys.
Even if she did this,
all for
you know,
baby
it's
inside.
torture.
Number 180.
The 5 tubes of diaper rash cream.
Number 181.
Appears to be a child's blanket with a brownish red stain on it.
True. She's
And all these items were collected and taken out of the shed.
she's not.
Yes, sir. Every item.
Or doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be.
Detective Gillum, you testified earlier about the interview that you did with Ms. Boswell over the sheriff's office.
Yes.
Sheriff's office located here in Blumpville, correct?
Correct.
That's Sullivan County?
Yes.
All right. The property that you went out to search, Tommy Boswell's, out on Muddy Creek Road?
Yes. Muddy Creek is in Blumpville inside Sullivan County.
If you would answer any questions that Scott had for
Y'all come up here a minute.
Another sidebar. I mean, he's working hard for her. You know, he challenges everything he can. You got to give him that. I guess I'm going to have to look at this DA and see if he's a long lost cousin or something.
The items you collected, all these photographs we've admitted, were any of those items since TBI lab for testing?
I'm not sure if they were or not.
You weren't involved in that.
No, I was not.
You just collected them.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back an hour and a half or so to the interview we watched.
Uh-huh.
You talked to Megan on February the 18th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What time of day was that?
It was in the evening. It was after working hours.
Okay, if you could help me narrow it down a little bit more than that. So when do working hours end?
Between 4 and 5. That interview probably took place around 6:30, maybe even 7.
Okay. She had an earlier interview with Tracy Haraz and a DCS worker. I think you seemed to reference that in your interview.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of time gap between those two interviews?
I know when the referral first came out was right at 4 to 5 that day. And that's when Tracy and the DCS worker went to the residence and brought Megan back to the sheriff's office and had their interview. So I would say their interview might have took place around 5:36.
Okay. And your interview was basically just a follow-up on their interview?
Yes, sir.
Continuation, so to speak.
Yes.
All right. All the questions I have?
Redirect.
Nothing from the judge.
Will she still be under the subpoena? Or should she be released?
I didn't catch that, Castle.
You'll still be subject to subpoena. So don't, you can leave the courthouse, but make sure you're available. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any other witness to discuss their testimony with you. All right?
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to stop right there for today. You're going to get tired of hearing these admonitions. I'm just going to tell you that now. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. You can go with the officer. Everyone, please stand.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it now. I still don't see. I don't see anybody. I don't recognize any lyrics from that song, but that's. I'm sure you're right. I'm just not catching it.
Maybe seated. The lawyers at the sideline.
Of course, that's how they should finish the day, with another sidebar there, just to hammer that point home, right? So I assume they will be back on Monday. The jury, they are sequestered. So
Okay. All right, folks, with the media. Now, I don't know how many times I said, don't put the camera somewhere and then listen to me. Your freedom depends on it. I don't know how many times I said, leading up to this trial and the first day of this trial, that you're not to zoom in close close-ups of the defense lawyer, his client, his computer were the same for the state. I get a note from my assistant just a moment ago that you're zooming in on Mr. Scott's laptop to the point that you can see exactly what he was doing. That's an absolute violation of Rule 30. It's an absolute violation of this court's order. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give you one more. If it happens again, the media will be excluded from the rest of the trial, and you'll find yourself in jail. Now, I know that there was another person in here running the camera earlier today. At least I thought there was another person in here, not you. Okay. You talk to whoever else is going to be operating that camera, and you had better heed my warning. Okay? And if I did do that, it was inadvertent. I wasn't trying to shoot anything on the computer. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, my assistant came in here and she wouldn't have done it. And I told her to have the feed up in there and be monitoring it because I'm worried about the jury, but now I'm worried about attorney-client privilege. Okay? Don't let it happen again. Now, we'll be in recess till, I think we're going to start at about, do y'all want to start at 10 or 10:30? I was thinking 10:30 to about 4 tomorrow.
Oh, they're going to go Saturday.
If you have that many witnesses due tomorrow. Huh?
Okay, so they're considered, I guess they're going to go Saturday, and that's because they've got them sequestered, and there's, you want to get this over with as fast as possible. So that's interesting. So it looks like they're considering 10 or 10:30 tomorrow Eastern time till about 4. Because it costs money every day. You've got these people up in a hotel and taking them out for dinner and just the inconvenience of their lives. They want to get that over with as fast as possible. So that's good.
All right. We'll start back at 10:30. Tomorrow.
Court stands in recess.
Yeah, and then if you didn't catch that, he was saying that I guess Court TV was zooming in on the laptops. I mean, I know they're really probably just trying to catch Megan's reaction and that kind of thing. But I guess it was also inadvertently getting information off the laptop, so they're going to have to stop the zooming in part of it. So hopefully they do that because we'd love to watch this whole trial, but I think if the judge really feels like it goes across that line again, he'll kick him out. I think he's a serious guy. He was upset on day one when someone did a flash in his courtroom, and he spent a lot of time on that. And he's threatening to put them in jail for contempt of court and just keeping control of his room, his courtroom there. Well, I think if they're going tomorrow, then we'll go tomorrow. We should be. I can't think of any reason why we can't on a Saturday afternoon do this. I appreciate you all being here. If you think of it, hit the like button at the end. That helps us a lot. And we had a great group. It's I'm with Mrs. E on this, where doing this was. I know this is a terrible circumstance, obviously, with Evelyn, but doing this together has been. This has been great. Hearing your feedback and, when we do our other lives where it's, actually more people and the lives are busier, we don't really get a chance to interact as much as we do kind of in this longer form. So I appreciate y'all being here and all the thoughts and things you've all noticed and picked up on. I'm going to go back and watch the stuff I missed. I think I came on around the, who was it? Hunter's stepmother or something along those lines. But anyway, I'll go back and catch what I missed there. If you're joining late, I think probably the big bombshell of the day was Hunter. He is apparently, according to his dad, checked himself or been checked into a mental institution as of 2 months ago. And it looks like what the defense is going to play is they're going to try to put as much blame in that direction as possible. The father indicated he may have schizophrenia, that at times he's coherent and at times he's not. That's the kind of stuff that the dad was saying. So that's a real wrinkle in this, because all you need is that one juror to think that maybe Hunter had more to do with this or drove the situation. And the forensic evidence for that reason will become huge later on if they have DNA, if they have the geofencing and that kind of stuff. Anything caught on camera, all of that will come into play big later. This week has really been testimony from the eyewitnesses for the most part. So we'll just have to see how that plays out. This has been really interesting. I'm glad we did this. And I hadn't ever really followed a trial like this on Court TV just from start to finish. But it's fascinating. There's we got to see Ethan today. If you've been following this from the beginning, he's not the biological father of Evelyn. That's still a little bit of a mystery as to who that is. And I do see the orange hearts. I do very much appreciate that in support of Middle E, who is on his way back home as we speak. Anyway, thank you for hanging out with us today. I'm going to end the stream here in just a moment. I don't know how to do the music part on the outro, so I'll just be ending here shortly. And then we'll end at Rumble if you're watching us over there. If you do prefer Rumble, we're on both platforms now. We're running them simultaneously. Just depends which way you prefer. But thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today, and we'll plan on looks like 10:30 a.m. tomorrow Eastern, so that would be 9:30 Central if you're on that time. But thank you so much, everybody. You have a great night.